When is the headquarters recruiting Emperor rank Godhead disciples? Huang Xiaolong asked. It was not a bad idea if he could enter the Fortune Gate's headquarters. The identity as a disciple of the Fortune Gate headquarters disciple would add a layer of protection to him and give him an opportunity to get close to the Fortune Divine artifact. Thirdly, he could widen his horizon. The Vientiane world surface was only a small corner in the far edge of the Divine world. The Vientiane world surface was equivalent to a poor village in an isolated corner in this vast Divine world. Since advancing to the Ancestor God realm, Huang Xiaolong had been aiming to step out from this far-off corner of the Divine world onto a bigger stage. It has already started, Blood Knife Ancestor stated. However, the headquarters' current assessment is different from the past. This time, the headquarters is recruiting disciples by batches, and the recruitment process will span over 30 years. Hence, as long as you register within 30 years, it would be fine. 30 years. Huang Xiaolong was relieved to hear that. In that case, he would have ample time to go to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds and get a Buddha pellet for Li Lu before heading to the Fortune Gate headquarters. It probably would take less than 15 years for a round trip. He could then register to participate for the headquarters assessment after that. The Fortune Gate's headquarters elders and even grand elders will appreciate you based on your talent. Moreover, as a headquarters disciple, you would have a bigger chance of participating in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, said Golden Brow Ancestor. More than 10,000 of the most elite geniuses of the Divine World participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, but the quotas are mostly allocated to the Superforces headquarters. Branches like us hardly have any chances to get any quota. Huang Xiaolong nodded, but he asked curiously, Masters, how much do you know about the headquarters? Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor shook their heads. We never got a chance to go to the headquarters, thus we know very little about how the headquarters operate. However, we have learnt from other branches that Fortune Gate headquarters Emperor disciple is a supreme Godhead genius. Supreme Godhead genius. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. Yes, that is our Emperor's disciple. The biggest talent in our Fortune Gate's headquarters and all Fortune Gate branches disciples. He has the legendary Supreme Godhead. His talent is infinite within the whole Divine world. He's one of the acknowledged peerless geniuses of the Divine world. Blood Knife Ancestor added. Do masters know which Supreme Godhead he has? Huang Xiaolong asked. This I don't know. In the whole Fortune Gate headquarters, only the Fortune Gate headquarters gate chief and ancestors know about it. Blood Knife Ancestor said as he shook his head. What is his name? A person's name appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Fang Chu. Could this Emperor's disciple be Fang Chu? We only know the Fortune Gate's gate chief's surname is Fang. Therefore, the Emperor's disciple must be surnamed Fang. We don't know anything else. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor both shook their heads. Surnamed Fang. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed immediately. Could it really be Fang Chu? If not, how could it be so coincidental? Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong asked Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor about that Emperor disciple's strength and others' details, but neither of them knew any more information about him. But, Xiaolong, although you only have the high Emperor rank Godhead, since you've obtained the Grand Mist Aura and your true dragon physique can evolve continuously, you are not weaker than the Emperor's disciple in terms of overall talent and strength, Golden Brow Ancestor stated. Even if you cannot be compared to the Emperor's disciple, your talent amongst the Fortune Gate headquarters younger generation can be counted within the top 10. Huang Xiaolong could tell that his masters were worried that he would suffer if his talent and godhead were lower than that of the Emperor's disciple. Therefore, they were comforting him in advance. I know, masters, rest assured. When the time comes, I definitely would participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court and get a good ranking. Huang Xiaolong promised Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor half-jokingly. Blood Knife Ancestor spoke. Although your talent can be counted within the top 10 in our Vientiane world's Fortune Gate branch, don't forget about the other innumerable in the whole Vientiane world. There are more than 100,000 for sure. We're happy enough if you could participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, and we won't put too much pressure on you for the rankings. Golden Brow Ancestor nodded his head with a satisfied smile. Your second master is right. The divine world is vast and boundless. There are too many monstrous geniuses. Moreover, only the top 10,000 rankings in the Battle of the Heavenly Court would be rewarded. Based on the past results, only participants who were high-level God-King realm and above have gotten a chance to enter the top 10,000. High-level God-King realm. Huang Xiaolong subconsciously clenched his fists. Even though his strength could be considered as a hegemon in one part of the Vientiane world, he was still too weak in the entire Vientiane world. Thus, he needed to strive to improve his strength. At the very least, he needed to break through to God-King realm. In the divine world, only the God-King realm masters had the right to voice their opinions. Huang Xiaolong learnt as much as possible about the Fortune Gate headquarters from his masters before leaving. Additionally, he also gave them a lot of chaos spiritual pills. He then found Xiang Sun, Void Devil Beat Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the others and flew out from the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Now that Huang Xiaolong knew the Sea Tribe had a top-grade chaos spiritual flying ship, he couldn't stay back any longer. He needed to get it before any unforeseen circumstances hampered his plans. On the way, Huang Xiaolong learned from the Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun that the top-grade chaos spiritual flying ship was called Giant Shark Flying Ship. The body of the Giant Shark Flying Ship was the corpse of a chaos spiritual beast giant shark that was hunted by the ancient sea god. A flying paradise commerce's forging master had refined the corpse by combining the numerous chaos spiritual iron, ores, and spirit stones to the build ship. The ancient chaos spiritual beast giant shark's strength surpassed God-King realm when it was alive. However, Huang Xiaolong was a little upset about one thing. Feng Kaiyun had reported that the giant shark flying ship was heavily damaged in ancient times, which would greatly affect its speed. However, Feng Kaiyun couldn't estimate the decrease in the speed due to the damages. Only the ancient sea god had used the giant shark flying ship. After that, it was sealed inside the sea god tower in the sea god city. I hope it's not too badly damaged, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. If the giant shark flying ship's damages were too severe, then it would be useless since its speed would be too slow. Guojin and Guo family's grand elders were assembled inside the Guo family's main hall, while Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the sea god city. One of the Guo family's grand elder asked, "Brother Guojin, what's the matter? Why did you call everyone here?" Guojin smiled and said, "I have assembled everyone to announce a big, good news." All the Guo family's grand elders quieted down, and their attention was focused on Guojin. "I've received Big Brother's message, and he said that 7 of our Sea Tribe's ancestors have broken through to the God-King realm." Guojin smiled widely as he went on. "And our Lord Sea God Feng Yingying is leading them as they are rushing back from the extraterritorial devil battlefield." The Guo family's grand elders were in an excited uproar, and everyone was laughing loudly. "Our Sea Tribe actually has 7 ancestors who have broken through to the God-King realm. This is heaven's blessings, 7 great God-King realm masters. That's enough to conquer the whole Vientiane world. We don't need to be wary of that fart of a 10,000 elephant clan." Guojin raised his hand, calming the excited grand elders. He grinned. "Everyone rest assured, Lord Sea God, as well as our Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs have already gone to the Fortune Gate. I guess they would have taken over the Fortune Gate by now. Next, it would be the Wangu clan and Dark Elf Tribe." It was apparent that the recent developments from the Fortune City had not yet reached the other places, especially the Sea Tribe. Therefore, Guojin was naturally under the false impression that Feng Yingying's group had successfully suppressed the Fortune Gate. "Brother Guojin, since Huang Xiaolong killed our young Lord Guojun, we mustn't let him die comfortably," one of the Guo family's grand elders said, as he was very angry even at the thought of Huang Xiaolong. "That's right, Lord Sea God Feng Yingying won't have Huang Xiaolong die so easily, right? If it was up to me, I would have captured Huang Xiaolong and let our Guo family punish him according to every rule in our family by making him suffer all the unbearable pain and torture him to death. Only that will allow us to vent our anger." Another Guo family's grand elders chimed in. Other Guo family's ancestors also shouted similar things. In short, Huang Xiaolong didn't deserve to die comfortably, and they needed to put through every torture they could think of. One of the Grand Elders even suggested hanging Huang Xiaolong above the sea god's sacrificial altar and having the sea tribe's disciples urinate on them, and stoned him. Just as everyone in the hall was clamoring how to torture Huang Xiaolong to his death, a Guo family's elder walked in and reported to Guojin. Grand Elder Guojin, a disciple from the outer post, has reported of spotting Huang Xiaolong above Sky Heart Island. Huang Xiaolong. Everyone blanked momentarily. Guojin's brows were locked tightly. There was doubt in his eyes. Are you sure it's Huang Xiaolong? Shouldn't Huang Xiaolong be in Lord Sea God Feng Yingying's custody at this moment? Why would Huang Xiaolong appear in the Sky Heart Island area? The Sky Heart Island is not far away from the Sea God City, less than 50,000 li distance. Absolutely true. The Guo family's elder confirmed respectfully. It is indeed Huang Xiaolong. Who else is with him? Guojin asked solemnly. Other than Huang Xiaolong, there is his mount, a small azure cow, an ordinary-looking elephant, as well as one woman and 2 men. They are likely Huang Xiaolong's subordinates. Guo family's elder reported honestly. Guojin was clearly relieved when he heard that. Still, he asked again to make sure. Golden Brow and Blood Knife did not come? No, we did not see Golden Brow. The elder affirmed again. Excellent. Guojin was completely at ease now. Strange. Why would Huang Xiaolong appear in our Sea Tribe's territory at this time? Another Guo family's Grand Elder voiced his doubt aloud. What's so strange about this is that Huang Xiaolong coincidentally is not at Fortune City, when Lord Sea God Feng Yingying is there, hence, he has escaped a calamity, a Guo family's Grand Elder stated confidently. The question is, why is he here at our Sea Tribe's territory? Another Grand Elder reiterated the question. Guojin wasn't very concerned. He said, our Sea Tribe has many herbs and elixirs, and the disciples from the human race have often come looking for them in our territories. Huang Xiaolong is probably one of such disciples. But since he has dared to step into the Sea Tribe's territories, regardless of his intentions, he won't be able to go back. Guojin got up in a hurry. There was a murderous gleam in his eyes as he said, during the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, we were cautious because of Golden Brow's presence. But now our Sea Tribe has 7 great God King Realm Masters. No one can stop us. Come. Let's go capture Huang Xiaolong, Guojin ordered. Since the Guo family's ancestor Guode and Patriarch Guoshi were absent, all the Guo family's affairs were temporarily being handled by Guojin. Other Grand Elders had to obey Guojin's order. At Guojin's order, all the Guo family's Grand Elders stood up and complied loudly. One of the Guo family's Grand Elders laughed. All of our Guo family's Grand Elders are moving out just to capture Huang Xiaolong. I have to say it's his honor. We're free anyways, so we can welcome him to the Sea Tribe. With laughter echoing in the air, a large group of Guo family's Grand Elders flew out of the hall. At this time, Guogang came from a distance. He went up to Guojin and said, Father, I have heard from the disciples that Huang Xiaolong has entered the Sea Tribe's territories and is currently at the Sky Heart Island. Please allow me to follow Father to capture Huang Xiaolong. Guojin hesitated, then nodded in agreement. All right, but when we are capturing Huang Xiaolong, you cannot be blinded by hatred and kill Huang Xiaolong on impulse. Guogang promised. Rest assured, Father. Hatred crept up his face as he added, I won't kill Huang Xiaolong so easily. Guojin nodded. With that settled, everyone departed. However, the group of Guo family's Grand Elders did not expect to see Huang Xiaolong's group flying towards them just as they flew out from the Sea God City. Like the Guo family's elder had reported, there was a common elephant, 1 woman and 2 men in Huang Xiaolong's group. As the Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng was heavily injured by the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy, Huang Xiaolong had left him to heal at the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Huang Xiaolong sneered when he spotted the Guo family's Grand Elders flying out from the Sea God City. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's group and the Guo family's group were standing 100 meters apart in the air. Guojin looked at Huang Xiaolong with a bright smile on his face. Huang Xiaolong, you still dared to come to Sea God City after killing our Guo family's young Lord Guojun? Huang Xiaolong shrugged nonchalantly as he said, I merely killed Guojun, so why wouldn't I dare to come? I'll tell you frankly. I have even killed your Guo family's ancestor Guode and patriarch Guoshi. Even though Guode and Guoshi were killed by Su Baixing, it was still Huang Xiaolong who had indirectly killed them. Therefore, there was nothing wrong in Huang Xiaolong saying so. The Guo family's group blanked for a moment at Huang Xiaolong's words, then burst out into a sonorous laughter. Guogang laughed so hard that he was bent over, with tears threatening to fall from his eyes. After a while, Guojin was still laughing as he spoke. Huang Xiaolong, you said you've killed our ancestor and patriarch? I'm afraid that you don't know that our ancestor and patriarch have already broken through to God King Realm. God King Realm. Do you understand? Do you know what a God King Realm master represents? Immortality. You say a mere ancient God realm like you killed our ancestor and patriarch? I'm going to die from laughing. Even your master Golden Brow will not dare to utter such bluff. If you have the ability, come kill me. If you can kill me, I will believe you. The Guo family's group burst into another wave of laughter. Huang Xiaolong was extremely calm as he looked at Xianxia and commanded, "Kill him!" Xianxia complied respectfully. In truth, he barely moved and merely moved his toe, and Guojin exploded to his death, starting from his head, arms, torso, and even his godhead. Everything happened so fast that the rest of the Guo family's group's laughter stopped abruptly, as they kept staring dumbly at Guojin's exploded remains. Is this an illusion? However, the splattered blood and flesh on the ground was vivid, and proof enough for what had just happened. A long time later, Guogang screamed. Angst stabbed his heart. "Father!" He rushed madly at Huang Xiaolong. "I'm going to kill you." But, even before Guogang could close in on Huang Xiaolong, he was sent flying back by Huang Xiaolong's fist. Guogang was embedded into the Sea God City's city walls. Guo family's grand elders recovered from their shock. Fury rose to their hearts and all of them circulated their god force to attack Huang Xiaolong. When an overwhelming momentum burst out from Xianxia's body, the sky threatened to collapse on all of them. All the Guo family's grand elders felt like their breaths were choked in their chest due to this overwhelming pressure. Their bodies staggered back and they lost balance. But their shocked gazes never left Xianxia. God King Realm Master. God King Realm Master. At this time, Huang Xiaolong waved his arms as he summoned the godly MT Shumi and released the Feng family's patriarch Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, and others. Guo family's grand elders looked at the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs who appeared suddenly by Huang Xiaolong's side. None of them reacted for a moment. What's going on? Could it be the Ma family's ancestor and the rest were captured by Huang Xiaolong? But where were the Guo family's ancestor and patriarch? Also, where were the Feng family's ancestor and Lord Sea God Feng Yingying? Why were they not here? Then, the Guo family's grand elders remembered what Huang Xiaolong had said some time back. Were their Guo family's ancestor and patriarch really killed by Huang Xiaolong? While these thoughts crossed the Guo family's grand elders' minds, the Feng family's patriarch, and the rest knelt in front of Huang Xiaolong and saluted. "Master, what is your command?" "Master." All the Guo family's grand elders' eyes widened with horror. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could our Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs submit to a human? How could they submit to you, a Fortune Gate's disciple? Huang Xiaolong must have used some kind of elusive technique. That's right. This must be an illusion. Some Guo family's grand elders denied what they were seeing, shaking their heads and screaming in refusal. Huang Xiaolong snickered coldly. He ignored these screaming clowns and ordered Feng Jingxi and the rest. "Stand up. All of you follow me into the city, and assemble all 12 families' grand elders and elders at the Sea God Square. Those that don't follow order, resist, or try to attack me, you all will be the ones to kill them." "Yes, Master." Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, and the others' sonorous replies shook the air. At this point, the Guo family's grand elders had thrown all thoughts of seniority and ranks out of the window as they shouted. "Since you all dared to betray the Sea tribe, you must offer your heads to atone for your crimes. All of you will be beheaded on the sea god's sacrificial altar. Lord Sea God Feng Yingying would not spare you. These few Gua family's grand elders were knocked back with a punch from the Ma family's ancestor, and they exploded almost instantly. Rain of blood scattered to the ground. Master has ordered that the Sea Tribe's 12 families' grand elders and elders need to assemble at the Sea God Square. Those who will disobey or resist his order will be killed. Ma family's ancestors' sharp gaze swept over the Gua family's grand elders. All of you better rush to the Sea God Square immediately. The remaining Gua family's grand elders were furious and afraid. But none made any moves. Another Sea Tribe's ancestor who had broken through to God King Realm punched out and instantly killed several Gua family's grand elders. The remaining Gua family's grand elders turned white as a sheet. Finally, a few of them turned and sped towards the Sea God Square. Another God King Realm ancestor also attacked a Gua family's grand elder, and he exploded under the force of his palm. By this point, the remaining Gua family's grand elders were fleeing for their lives to the Sea God Square. Huang Xiaolong nudged the little cow to enter the Sea God City. Xiangsun, Feng Er, and the rest followed behind. Upon entering the Sea God City, Feng family's patriarch, Ma family's ancestor, and the others all contacted their own family's grand elders and elders to assemble at the Sea God Square immediately. As Feng Jingxi and the others issued their order, the various families' grand elders and elders who were scattered all over the Sea God City rushed to the Sea God Square. Above the Sea God City, Huang Xiaolong looked condescendingly at the Sea Tribe's disciples. Someone actually has the guts to fly over our Sea God City. This is courting death. It's Huang Xiaolong. I've seen him in the last god of the Sea Grand Ceremony. The Sea Tribe's disciples on the streets were enraged when they raised their heads and saw Huang Xiaolong's group flying over their Sea God City. These disciples wanted to attack Huang Xiaolong, but their bodies stiffened when they spotted the entourage of Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs. These Sea Tribe's disciples were flabbergasted as they saw the Feng family's patriarch Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, and the others following respectfully behind Huang Xiaolong. The group sped away. When Huang Xiaolong and others flew out of sight, the Sea Tribe's disciples, on the streets, exchanged silent looks while wondering what was going on. Why would Feng family's patriarch, Ma family's ancestor, and the other elders follow Huang Xiaolong? More importantly, why did they have the flattering slave expressions on their faces? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Should we follow and take a look? A Feng family's core disciple suggested. Let's follow and take a look. Some other curious core disciples agreed. With that decided, a group of disciples started following Huang Xiaolong's group carefully. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Sea God Square. When they arrived, many of the 12 families' grand elders and elders had already assembled in the square. When they saw Huang Xiaolong, their reaction was similar to the Sea Tribe's disciples on the streets from earlier attack Huang Xiaolong, but in the next second, their gaze fell on Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, and the others behind Huang Xiaolong, and they also froze. Huang Xiaolong descended onto the square while sitting on the little cow, and walked straight up to the Sea God Tower. Looking at the 1,000-zhang-tall Sea God Tower in front of him, a glint flickered in the depths of Huang Xiaolong's eyes. According to Feng Jingxi and other Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, this Sea God Tower was a top-grade chaos spiritual artifact. Cultivating inside the tower would nurture one's soul, and a spirit could remain inside it forever, while growing stronger through absorbing the spiritual energy inside the tower. A spirit resembled a person's soul, and there were generations of sea gods residing inside the Sea God Tower. Some of them were older than 1,000,000 years. Even though these generations of sea god spirits' cultivation speed was extremely slow, most of them had the strength of a God King Realm, and a few even had the strength of mid-level God King Realm masters. However, these sea god spirits were not able to leave the Sea God Tower. If they were to leave, their spirits would get destroyed and lost forever. Otherwise, these sea god spirits would have conquered the Vientiane world long ago. At this time, the little cow said to Huang Xiaolong, "Xiaolong, these sea god spirits are good stuff, ah? You refine the Sea God Tower first, then refine all the sea god spirits. Your strength would improve by leaps and bounds by doing this." Huang Xiaolong was surprised, and his eyes shone as he asked, These sea god spirits are really that good? The little cow chuckled and said, these sea god spirits have been cultivating by absorbing the spiritual energy inside the tower for thousands and millions of years. Therefore, these spirits can be considered as the top-grade chaos spiritual creatures. The energy within them is frightening, which is many times higher than the seven-colored metal fiend fruit. Now, do you think they are treasures? Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with a burning fervor. He would have never thought that these sea god spirits would bring him such benefits. If I refine all these sea god spirits inside the sea god tower, would that enable me to break through to high-level ancestor god realm? Huang Xiaolong asked excitedly. The little cow rolled her eyes at him and snorted. You think these sea god spirits are holy treasures, ah? I say, master, you're only a late first-order ancestor god realm. Huang Xiaolong grinned, looking a little embarrassed. He surely had gotten a little carried away. As the little cow had said, he's still a late first-order ancestor god realm. Based on the horrifying amount of energy he needed to advance one small order every time, how much energy would he need to absorb to break through to high-level ancestor god realm? Even just to break through to mid-level ancestor god realm, he would need to consume several tens of thousands of chaos spiritual pills. Tens of thousands of chaos spiritual pills. The entire Vientiane world's forces resources would probably be insufficient to rear him. Not to mention, the higher Huang Xiaolong's cultivation climbed, the more terrifying amount of energy he would need. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't estimate how much energy he needed to advance to God King realm. The Sea Tribe's grand elders and elders who were assembled on the square were enraged by Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's conversation. Huang Xiaolong actually wants to devour their generations of sea god spirits. These sea god spirits were the remnants of their generations of sea god souls. Even the 12 prominent families' ancestors and patriarchs worshipped these spirits respectfully, and didn't dare to utter such blasphemous words. Huang Xiaolong, you're dead. Kill Huang Xiaolong. Kill him. The Sea Tribe's various families' grand elders and elders clamored with fury, and rushed to attack Huang Xiaolong. Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, Ma family's patriarch, and others launched a counterattack. Resounding blasts shook the square, and undulating screams ensued from the Sea Tribe's grand elders and elders. The Sea Tribe's grand elders and elders who had attacked Huang Xiaolong were slapped out of the square by Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, and others. What? Other families' grand elders were astounded by their actions. Patriarch, this you all? A Feng family's grand elder couldn't believe his eyes. Today, we have gathered everyone to make an important announcement. From now on, our Sea Tribe will submit to Huang Xiaolong, and he is the Sea Tribe's new master. Whichever family, grand elder, or elder that dares to defy or disrespect our master Huang Xiaolong will end up dead. Ma family's ancestor's voice drummed through the sky as his cold gaze swept over the shocked faces of people gathered on the square. The moment Ma family's ancestor finished talking, the whole sea god square erupted in a furor. There were more than 1,000 of the 12 prominent families' grand elders and elders, and they couldn't believe what they had just heard. They needed to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Their entire Sea Tribe was expected to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Did these words really come out from the Ma family's ancestor's mouth? Ancestor, you, just now? A Ma family's grand elder couldn't hold himself back from questioning the Ma family's ancestor, but he stammered due to Ma family's prestige. At this time, another Sea Tribe's ancestor who had submitted to Huang Xiaolong spoke. Ma family's ancestor is right. Our entire Sea Tribe submits to Huang Xiaolong. Other Sea Tribe's ancestors on Huang Xiaolong's side also stated their stance. The outraged Sea Tribe's families' grand elders and elders were all stupefied. Feng family's Feng Jingxi's cold gaze swept over the assembled grand elders and elders. Those who object or defy would be punished with a death penalty as a traitor. The noisy sea god square fell into a deathly silence. If it was a couple of ancestors or patriarchs, these grand elders and elders could have still resisted them. But it was a different scenario since all the ancestors and patriarchs were supporting Huang Xiaolong. None of the grand elders or elders objected to their demands due to this. Order them to lower their souls' barriers. Huang Xiaolong ordered Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, and the others. This was a precautionary measure to ensure Huang Xiaolong was left undisturbed while refining the Sea God Tower. Not to mention, the Sea Tribe would completely belong to Huang Xiaolong in the truest sense only after he had total control over all of the Sea Tribe's elders and grand elders. This would not only allow him to refine the Sea God Tower in peace, but even if he wanted to take away the entire Sea God City, no one would dare to stop him from doing so. At Huang Xiaolong's command, Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestors and the others complied respectfully and fiercely ordered all the grand elders and elders on the Sea God Square to lower the barrier to their souls. Hearing this, some of the Sea Tribe's grand elders and elders' last string of reason snapped. Want us to lower the barrier to our souls? Impossible. Huang Xiaolong, even if I must die for defying your order, I'll make sure to pull you to hell with me. Huang Xiaolong, go die for me. A dozen Sea Tribe's grand elders pushed their god force to the limit with the intention of killing Huang Xiaolong in one strike. Some of their god force was violent and chaotic as they bore the intention to explode in the hope of killing Huang Xiaolong along them. These Sea Tribe's grand elders had high-level ancestor god realm cultivation. Therefore, if they were to explode, they could inflict severe and irreparable injuries to Huang Xiaolong even if he was not killed by the impact. However, Divine Elephant Xianxia blocked their attack by raising his trunk and resonating a roar. His body expanded several hundred zhang in the blink of an eye, and his front foot kicked at the incoming grand elders. At the same time, his long trunk swept out. The dozen of the Sea Tribe's grand elders were sent tumbling backwards without any resistance. Divine Elephant Xianxia's high-level God King realm's momentum enveloped the whole Sea God Square, and the other Sea Tribe's grand elders and elders were astonished as they stared at Xianxia, who was standing beside Huang Xiaolong. In their eyes, Xianxia was an existence that had surpassed an early God King realm. The Sea Tribe's grand elders and elders could faintly guess why the Feng family's patriarch Feng Jingxi, Ma family's ancestor, and the other higher echelons had chosen to support and submit to Huang Xiaolong. Who else wants to kill me? Huang Xiaolong asked as his gaze swept over the Sea Tribe's grand elders and elders. They finally felt fear at this moment. A little over an hour later on the Sea God Square, with Xianxia and Feng Jingxi's assistance, Huang Xiaolong had everyone from the Sea Tribe under his control with his Grand Mist Worm. After that, he turned around towards the Sea God Tower and began refining it. However, he required Xianxia's help to suppress the Sea God spirits inside the Sea God Tower in order to refine it. Fortunately, none of these Sea God spirit strengths were at high-level God King realm, allowing Xianxia to suppress them. Even so, suppressing so many Sea God spirits was not an easy task for even Xianxia. Thus, Huang Xiaolong had the 5 Sea Tribes God King realm ancestors as well as the patriarchs to assist Xianxia from the side. The Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs formed the Sea God's heavenly beasts formation. Waves of robust god force formed various images of divine beasts, bearing down on the Sea God spirits inside the Sea God Tower. Xianxia also circulated his god force to the extreme and suppressed the Sea God spirits. The Sea God spirits inside the Sea God Tower roared in anger. The Sea God Tower shone in bursts of lights, lighting up 1,000 li radius. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong acted decisively and circulated his god force according to the Grand Mist puppetry technique to refine the Sea God Tower. The Grand Mist puppetry technique was the most sophisticated technique for refining the puppets, and this technique made it easier to refine the Sea God Tower. While Huang Xiaolong was refining the Sea God Tower, the little cow was not waiting idly on the side. She opened her mouth and spit out a purple lightning cloud that hovered above the Sea God Tower, and streaks of purple lightning zigzagged inside it. Huang Xiaolong soon discovered that the refining process became considerably easier with the help of the little cow's purple lightning. In addition to Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and the assisting Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs also noticed this difference. With the help of the little cow's lightning force, it was less arduous for them to suppress the Sea God spirits inside the Sea God Tower. Even so, 5 days passed. Huang Xiaolong still wasn't able to refine the Sea God Tower. Refining the Sea God Tower was harder than Huang Xiaolong had estimated. If it weren't for Xianxia, the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, and the little cow's assistance, as well as the grand mist puppetry technique, it would have been impossible for Huang Xiaolong to refine the Sea God Tower. Not just Huang Xiaolong, but probably a high-level God King Realm Master would have found it equally difficult to refine the Sea God Tower. However, Huang Xiaolong did not give up. He continued circulated his God Force according to the grand mist puppetry technique again and again, one cycle after another, patiently grinding away the Sea God Spirit's defenses inside the Sea God Tower. The Sea God Tower's defensive barrier was akin to a thick viscous membrane and thinned gradually on the 7th day. 8 days later, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist God Force successfully penetrated into the Sea God Tower and slowly encroached towards the center of the Sea God Tower. On the 9th day, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist God Force finally entered the heart of the Sea God Tower's core formation and began integrating with it. On the 10th day, suddenly, the Sea God Tower started emitting dazzling rings of blue light. Seeing this, the little cow, Xianxia, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Xiaolong had finally succeeded. Xianxia and the rest swiftly retrieved their God Force from the Sea God Tower. The little cow also retrieved her purple lightning cloud. At this time, the 1,000-zhang tall Sea God Tower's dazzling light swayed and flickered as the tower shrunk at the speed of light, and finally fell onto Huang Xiaolong's palm. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with ecstasy. Now that he had refined the Sea God Tower, it would be less troublesome to refine the Sea God spirits in the future. This Sea God Tower was a little similar to his pill-blending tower. The Sea God Tower was ocean blue in color, whereas the pill-blending tower was glimmering golden. A bright light flashed from the Sea God Tower as a 1,000-zhang-wide ancient giant shark flying ship appeared in the air. The ship cast a dark shadow over the square when it appeared in the sky. This was the top-grade Chaos Spiritual flying ship from inside the Sea God Tower, the giant shark flying ship. At the front of the flying ship was a several hundred meters tall fin, the ancient Chaos Divine Beast giant shark's fin, and it was so sharp that it could pierce through the average God King Realm Master's body. Huang Xiaolong decided to stay in the Sea God City to refine the giant shark flying ship instead of returning to the Fortune Gate. This giant shark flying ship was much easier to refine without the resistance from the Sea God spirits. Hence, Huang Xiaolong already could control it in half a day. However, he needed to refine it further to gain complete control over it. The detailed conditions of the giant shark flying ship appeared clearly in Huang Xiaolong's mind after he refined it. Fortunately, even though there was some damage to the giant shark flying ship, it wasn't very severe. At the very least, the giant shark flying ship's core was not damaged in any way. Then again, though the damages were not severe, the giant shark flying ship speed was affected. Had the flying ship been damage-free, it could have reached the Royal Buddha Great Worlds in 7 to 8 years. But now, it needed at least 13 to 14 years. Twice as much. If that was the case, a round trip to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds would take him 27 or 28 years. He won't make it to the Fortune Gate headquarters to register for the assessment. The giant shark flying ship must be repaired. Huang Xiaolong explained the condition of the giant shark flying ship to the little cow, and asked her if there was a way to repair it. The little cow pondered and said in a serious tone, "Let's make a pit stop at the High Martial World Surface." High Martial World Surface? Huang Xiaolong asked doubtfully. The little cow nodded. The High Martial World Surface is one of the Divine World's famous world surfaces renowned for their forging. You can get almost any Chaos-grade forging materials there, so the materials needed to repair this giant shark flying ship could be bought there. However, the High Martial World is in the opposite direction of the Royal Buddha Great World. Huang Xiaolong frowned. How long would it take to get to the High Martial World? Based on this giant shark flying ship's current speed, it should take a year, the little cow estimated. Huang Xiaolong was relieved to hear that. 1 year was still acceptable. Hence, it was decided that they would first head to the High Martial World to purchase materials needed to repair the giant shark flying ship. After that, they would head to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. Tiny ribbons of lightning glimmered on Huang Xiaolong's forehead as he sent the Sea God Tower and giant shark flying ship into the Chaos Golden Dragon lightning pool. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong remembered something. Since his Golden Dragon lightning pool could improve the quality of spirit stones, then, The Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's lightning chi could temper the giant shark flying ship into a Grand Mist-grade spiritual artifact. Huang Xiaolong inquired about such a possibility to the little cow, but she was caught off guard by his question. A second later, she shook her head. This? Probably not. Although the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool has many wonderful benefits, it still can't make a chaos spiritual artifact evolve into a Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Maybe, if you find the other 8 great lightning pools and merge them together. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. No matter how heaven-defying his luck was, it was not like he could pick up 8 chaos lightning pools like they were in his backyard. After Huang Xiaolong collected the Sea God Tower and giant shark flying ship into the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space, he turned around and called the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Jingxi. Yes, master. Feng family's patriarch Feng Jingxi hurriedly acknowledged. Take me to the Feng family's treasury, Huang Xiaolong ordered. Now that the Sea Tribe belonged to him, he needed to take a little tour around the Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families' treasuries. Starting from the Feng family's treasury, Huang Xiaolong went to the Guo family's treasury, the Ma family's treasuries, and so on. By the time Huang Xiaolong finished his tour of the Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families' treasuries, there were piles of chaos spiritual pills and rivers of chaos spiritual herbs in a corner of the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't estimate the ginormous number of chaos spiritual pills that he would require to advance to the high-level Ancestor God realm. Therefore, he took every last chaos spiritual pill and chaos spiritual herb from the 12 families' treasuries. He left the other treasures untouched apart from these chaos spiritual pills and chaos spiritual herbs. Raising his cultivation was of utmost importance for Huang Xiaolong, while other things were completely irrelevant. He rushed back to the Fortune Divine Kingdom with the others, when he took care of all these important things. Li Lu's awake. On the way back, Huang Xiaolong received a message from his master Golden Brow ancestor. Huang Xiaolong's speed accelerated after learning that Li Lu had regained consciousness. Soon, Huang Xiaolong was back in the Fortune Divine Kingdom, and he headed straight to Li Lu's brimming snow palace. He saw a slender figure standing in front of the brimming snow palace's main entrance from a distance. He could see the familiar white dress, the same temperament which was cold as snow, but gorgeous and pure. Huang Xiaolong looked at the slender figure standing in front of him, and a warm feeling filled his heart. Li Lu has finally woken up. Huang Xiaolong descended on the ground, 10 meters away from Li Lu. Their gazes met silently in midair for a long time. A few minutes later, a smile bloomed over Li Lu's face. Huang Xiaolong felt like her smile was similar to a warm spring breeze in the cold winter, or like the most dazzling flower brushed by the spring breeze. She said, "You're back," just like a wife who had been waiting for her husband to return for a long time. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second, then nodded his head. "I'm back." Li Lu walked towards Huang Xiaolong and put her arm around his elbow. She began, "I've heard that you have planned to go to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds to get a Buddha pellet for me." A faint scent from her body wafted into Huang Xiaolong's nose. The two walked leisurely side by side into the brimming snow palace. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and explained. Xianxia said as long as you can consume a God King Realm Master's Buddha pellet, the evil spirit inside your body could be suppressed. Furthermore, as long as you are able to suppress that evil spirit, it's possible for you to refine the nefarious nightmare soul's power by combining the God King's Buddha pellet and the elephant elixir that you have already absorbed to boost your cultivation. Xiaolong. Li Lu stopped suddenly. Huang Xiaolong looked perplexedly at her. What is it? I have troubled you, Li Lu said as she looked at him deeply with misty eyes. She was referring to Huang Xiaolong running millions of miles to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds just to get her a God King's Buddha pellet, so that the evil spirit in her body could be suppressed. She was concerned that the Royal Buddha Great Worlds was far away, and Huang Xiaolong would inevitably come across dangers along the journey. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he reassured her. "You're being silly. Didn't my mother say that you're her daughter-in-law, regardless?" When Huang Xiaolong mentioned his mother Su Yan, it reminded Li Lu of the time she had spent with Su Yan in the lower realm. Su Yan was doting and had long taken her as Huang Xiaolong's wife. The memories touched something in Li Lu's heart, and her eyes turned red-rimmed. I'm no good. Li Lu lowered her head and sighed softly. Huang Xiaolong shook her head and said half-jokingly, Who dares to say you're no good? I'll go beat them up. The corners of Li Lu's lips spread into a faint smile. If the Fortune Gates headquarters were to say that I'm no good, then are you going to beat them up as well? Huang Xiaolong couldn't react for a second, then answered determinedly, I would. Li Lu was stunned by his answer. There was a gentleness in her eyes as she chided, Fool! About your master. You don't blame me? Huang Xiaolong brought up Black Ice Ancestor. Li Lu shook her head. It was my master who crossed the line. Huang Xiaolong was relieved hearing her words. The two continued walking into the brimming snow palace. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong left the brimming snow palace. In these upcoming few days, Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu merely talked. They talked about their lives in the lower realm, their experiences after they were separated, about cultivation, about alchemy, and so on. Huang Xiaolong gave Li Lu a mountain-high pile of chaos spiritual pills before leaving the brimming snow palace. These chaos spiritual pills would last Li Lu through 100 years of cultivation. Just as Huang Xiaolong turned to leave, Li Lu suddenly hugged him from the back and whispered, I like the scent from your body. It's very nice. Just like when we were small. Li Lu had already released him from her embrace before Huang Xiaolong could respond. Huang Xiaolong grinned and told her that he too liked her scent. By the time he opened his arms to embrace her, Li Lu had already escaped into the brimming snow palace full of giggles. She had whispered one more sentence before turning away. We'll see after you return. A wry smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face as he looked at Li Lu's back. After leaving the brimming snow palace, Huang Xiaolong headed in the direction of the Assembly God Shrine instead of returning to his Cosmos Palace. Now that he had advanced to the Ancestor God Realm, and the trip to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds was imminent, it was time for him to refine the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. It didn't take them long to reach the Assembly God Shrine. Huang Xiaolong leaped off the little cow's back and strode towards the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. The Blood-Eye Devil Steel stood on the same spot as it had always been, with its same matte black surface without any light. Standing in front of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath. Like last time, Huang Xiaolong extended his palm and placed it on the top of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. The steel was cold under his palm. He then activated his Azura Bloodline's power. At the same time, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Darkness Element Godforce glowed out from his palm and entered the steel. Strong rays of black light were emitted out of the black steel. It was as though the black light was coming from the deepest of hell, gloomy and bone-chilling. The Blood-Eye Devil Steel's strong reaction naturally alerted Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and the others. However, the terrifying darkness energy made Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and others wary to approach it. They could only watch Huang Xiaolong from afar. Huang Xiaolong was shocked because the darkness energy's bloodthirstiness spewing out from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel was much stronger than the last time. Why is it like this? Was it because his strength was stronger than the last time, resulting in a stronger darkness energy being triggered by him triggered from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel? The black light grew increasingly stronger. It reached the point where the black light from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel pierced through the clouds and formed a giant black hole above the Fortune Divine Kingdom, and inside it was roiling black light. Seeing this, the little cow quickly spit out a cloud of purple lightning. This purple lightning cloud protected the surroundings, and it also softened the darkness energy significantly. Right at this time, a surreal blood red eye appeared above the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, and it was several sizes bigger than the last time. The devil chi inside the blood red eye was even more startling. Look out! The little cow and Golden Brow Ancestor shouted at the same time. The two of them had barely warned Huang Xiaolong, when a beam of red light shot out from the blood red eye straight at Huang Xiaolong, faster than he could react. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong was prepared. He had worn the golden divine armor that he had received from Golden Brow Ancestor. Combined with his true dragon physique's scary defenses, he merely felt a light impact when the red beam hit his chest. Huang Xiaolong continued to circulate his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Darkness God Force, channeling it into the Blood Eye Devil Steel. The blood red eye shot out 2 red light beams at Huang Xiaolong this time. A resounding boom ensued. Huang Xiaolong's blood flow reversed as the 2 red light beams struck him. Time flowed on. 1 hour passed. The blood red eye shot out more and more red beams of light, one wave more powerful than the last. As the number of red beams multiplied, even with Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique, it grew harder to withstand the blood red eye's attacks. In the end, Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to summon the Yellow Spring's magic robe. But Huang Xiaolong was surprised after summoning the Yellow Spring's magic robe, as the blood red eye actually closed and stopped attacking him. Others were just as astonished. But Huang Xiaolong soon remembered that the Blood Eye Devil Steel was refined by the Yellow Springs Archdevil, one of the Archdevil Lord Wu Tian's Archdevil subordinates. The Blood Eye Devil Steel spirit must have sensed the Yellow Springs Archdevil's aura from the magic robe. Thus it had stopped attacking him. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling sour when he connected the dots. If he would have realized this sooner, he would have taken out the Yellow Springs magic robe right from the beginning, instead of being blasted multiple times by the Blood Red Eye's attacks. As the Blood Red Eye stopped attacking, Huang Xiaolong's refining speed increased significantly. A day later, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Darkness God Force finally entered the heart of the Blood Eye Devil Steel's formation. The moment Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Darkness Element God Force entered the Blood Eye Devil Steel's core, the Blood Eye Devil Steel released a glaring light, and it was so intense that Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor couldn't keep their eyes open. When Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor opened their eyes, they could see the Blood Eye Devil Steel rise from the ground and float towards Huang Xiaolong. It stopped above Huang Xiaolong's head, and a blood-red light rushed down and entered his body through the crown of his head like a waterfall. Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were alarmed, were about to rush out and rescue Huang Xiaolong. But the little cow stopped them. "It's fine. For Xiaolong. This is a good thing. We just need to guard him from the side." Therefore, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor carefully observed Huang Xiaolong, and noticed that his momentum was rising at a shocking speed. Even Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor felt goosebumps running down their neck. This Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor subsequently quivered with excitement. After refining some of the treasures from this world, the accumulated energy within the core formation of these treasures transfer into the person refining them, resulting in that person's increased strength. However, this kind of situation was rare. But this unidentified black steel was one of those treasures that contained such kind of heaven and earth energy that was flowing into Huang Xiaolong's body. And judging from the blood-red light's energy fluctuations, there was a shocking amount of energy inside the steel. Neither Golden Brow Ancestor nor Blood Knife Ancestor knew that this steel was the Blood Eye Devil Steel. Nonetheless, they were right about one thing: the accumulated energy inside the Blood Eye Devil Steel was shocking. Huang Xiaolong was enshrouded by the Blood Eye Devil Steel's blood-red light pillar, and he could feel waves of violent hell's spiritual energy rush into his body, which was nearly suffocating him. Huang Xiaolong quickly circulated his god force according to the Grand Mist parasitic medium, and his 3 supreme godheads spun at a frenzied speed. Even his 3 avatars were sitting cross-legged on his 3 godheads, making every effort to absorb the boundless hell's spiritual energy. His 3 avatars' cultivation had advanced to ancient god realm recently. But now, under these surging waves of hell's spiritual energy, their cultivation soared, breaking through to late first order ancient god realm in the blink of an eye, and subsequently, peak late first order ancient god realm. Several hours passed. Muffled crackles sounded as Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars break through to second order ancient god realm. Fortunately, the little cow, Golden Brow Ancestor, and Blood Knife Ancestor were ignorant of what was happening inside Huang Xiaolong's body, or else they would have been frightened speechless. Still, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were astounded, as 1 month later they discovered that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had risen from late first order Ancestor God Realm to peak late first order Ancestor God Realm. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were trembling at this result. Even the little cow was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed. Even though she knew that the Blood-Eye Devil Steel was something refined by Archdevil Lord Wu Tian, and naturally there was a considerable amount of spiritual energy inside the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, she had not expected Huang Xiaolong to progress in his cultivation this speedily. This was mainly because she hadn't expected there to be such a high quality of spiritual energy inside the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. If it wasn't for the large amount of high-quality spiritual energy within the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, it was unlikely that Huang Xiaolong could break through to peak late First Order Ancestor God Realm in such a short time. Not to mention, a high Emperor rank Godhead genius like Wang Wei took several hundred years to reach the peak late First Order from the late First Order Ancestor God Realm, but Huang Xiaolong had achieved the same within a month's time. This speed was more than 1,000 times faster. 2 months went by. The blood-red light pillar continued to enshroud Huang Xiaolong. As time passed, the blood-red light pillar became stronger instead of diminishing, which was very unexpected and shocking. And with this, spiritual energy flowed faster into Huang Xiaolong's body. Although the spiritual energy inside the Blood-Eye Devil Steel was shocking, Huang Xiaolong did not feel any discomfort. Perhaps it was because he had refined the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Therefore, despite the violent hell's spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong had not exploded to his death. A little over 3 months later, muffled blasts sounded from the inside of Huang Xiaolong's body. These muffled blasts resembled a butterfly breaking out from its cocoon. Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Second Order Ancestor God Realm. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were agape with shock, as they witnessed Huang Xiaolong breaking through to Second Order Ancestor God Realm in mere 3 months. They had simply blanked out with disbelief. The moment Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose to Second Order Ancestor God Realm, the energy from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel intensified. The blood-red light pillar was even more dazzling, as if the steel itself could adjust the level of spiritual energy flowing into Huang Xiaolong's body. As long as Huang Xiaolong's strength kept increasing, the amount of spiritual energy from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel would simultaneously increase as well. The spiritual energy from the blood-red light pillar was the exact limit that Huang Xiaolong could endure every time. In truth, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were not the only ones benefiting from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel's spiritual energy. The 4 divine fires inside his body, the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, and the Yellow Springs Magic Robe were also benefiting from this spiritual energy. The 4 divine fires, Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, and the Yellow Springs Magic Robe were continuously absorbing the darkness element energy coming from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. The Yellow Springs Magic Robe's damaged magic symbols and formations were slowly repairing themselves. As the robe absorbed the Blood-Eye Devil Steel's darkness element energy, the magic symbols glimmered softly as if they were coming to life. However, Huang Xiaolong was not aware of this. At this point, he had already entered an ethereal state. A black dragon and blue dragon's head appeared on Huang Xiaolong's back, exuding a powerful dragon might. Perhaps they were stimulated by the intense energy from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Additionally, the Chaos Golden Dragon lightning chi between Huang Xiaolong's brows was roiling 2 times faster as it circulated throughout his body, tempering his true dragon physique, his 3 supreme godheads and his 3 avatars. Without realizing it, the little cow, Golden Brow Ancestor, and Blood Knife Ancestor had been guarding Huang Xiaolong for more than a year now. During this time, the Blood-Eye Devil Steel had continued to channel spiritual energy into Huang Xiaolong's body. With this, Huang Xiaolong's strength had already broken through to Mid-Second Order Ancestor God Realm, and was climbing up to peak Mid-Second Order Ancestor God Realm. As they continued witnessing this speedy increase in Huang Xiaolong's cultivation, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor kept growing speechless, and then turned numb from the initial astonishment. Another 3 months passed. Suddenly, the Blood-Eye Devil Spirit's blood-red light pillar started to dim and then vanished. Then the steel turned into a streak of black light and flew towards Huang Xiaolong's forehead and entered the Golden Dragon lightning pool space. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor sighed in relief when they saw this. They were afraid that they wouldn't have been able to stand the blow if Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had continued to soar for a few more years. Several more hours passed. Huang Xiaolong's vigorous momentum completely converged as he slowly opened his eyes. Elation flickered across his eyes. He had actually managed to obtain the darkness element energy inside the blood-eye devil steel after he had refined it. Not to mention, his cultivation had broken through to late second-order ancestor god realm. Had it been his usual cultivation time, it would have taken him more than a decade to reach late second-order ancestor god realm. And that too even after taking the advantage of his 3 supreme godheads and the 4-colored spiritual gathering formation into the equation. But he had merely used 1 year and 7 months. Huang Xiaolong stretched to loosen his muscles. The little cow, golden brow ancestor, and blood knife ancestor finally approached Huang Xiaolong from a distance. As the little cow, golden brow ancestor, and blood knife ancestor approached Huang Xiaolong, they heard him lamenting, "Unfortunately, only late second-order ancestor god realm." He had a regretful expression on his face. The blood-eye devil steel was split into 2 when it was damaged, and most of its darkness element energy had scattered because of this severe damage. Huang Xiaolong had learned this information through the blood-eye spirit's memories when he refined it. Huang Xiaolong could have broken through to high-level ancestor god realm or maybe even the peak late 10th-order ancestor god realm, if the darkness element energy inside the blood-eye devil steel was intact, thus enabling Huang Xiaolong to absorb all of it. The little cow, golden brow ancestor, and blood knife ancestor nearly took a stumble when they heard Huang Xiaolong's lament. In less than 2 years, this fella has broken through consecutively from late first-order to late second-order ancestor god realm, but he's still lamenting. The little cow had a strong impulse to pierce Huang Xiaolong's ass with her horns. "Kiddo, you better be content." The little cow snorted at him. Huang Xiaolong flashed her a brilliant smile as he said, "Xianxia, let's spar for a bit?" The little cow blanked for a second. She's clutching her shoulders with her front legs and shook her head vehemently. "I don't want to do that. Just for an hour." Huang Xiaolong was a little speechless at the little cow's reaction. "I'm not interested in a cow, okay? Why is she protecting her chest?" The little cow stubbornly shook her head. "Not happening. Half an hour? No. 10 minutes. No. 1 minute. Don't say 1 minute if you're a man." Golden brow ancestor and blood knife ancestor watched this exchange helplessly. The little cow wouldn't agree to spar with Huang Xiaolong no matter what. So Huang Xiaolong had no other option but give up his idea of testing his strength for the time being. He looked over his shoulder and asked the Fortune Gate Chief Zhu, "Gate Chief Zhu, I remember the Fortune Gates rule, which mentions that whoever manages to refine the steel would get the treasures left behind by Ancestor Blue Lion. Am I right?" Zhu forced a smile as he said, "Why yes." Inwardly, his feelings were tumultuous. He had arrived soon after Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, when Huang had begun refining the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Therefore, he had clearly witnessed the whole refining process with his own eyes. The energy within the Blood-Eye Devil Steel had actually helped Huang Xiaolong's cultivation to rise from late first-order ancestor to late second-order ancestor god realm. He wasn't blind to notice that the Blood-Eye Devil Steel contained an extremely rare high-quality spiritual energy, which was absolutely precious, and Huang Xiaolong had reaped all the benefits from it. The Blue Lion Ancestors' treasures that generations of gate chiefs and ancestors had fancied were going to be harvested by Huang Xiaolong. Though Zhu was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to lead Huang Xiaolong to the Fortune Gate's treasury. He reluctantly handed the Blue Lion Ancestors' Blue Lion Divine Ring to Huang Xiaolong. The spatial ring contained all of the Blue Lion Ancestors' treasures. Back at his Cosmos Palace, Huang Xiaolong opened the Blue Lion Divine Ring, and shocking spiritual energy rushed out from the ring space. Huang Xiaolong used his divine sense to see the contents inside the ring. There were chaos spiritual herbs everywhere he looked, as well as spirit stones. The lowest grade spirit stones inside the ring were still grade 7 spirit stones, then grade 8 and even grade 9 spirit stones. He also found a dozen divine armors and other divine artifacts in a corner. These divine armors and divine artifacts were Blue Lion Ancestors' collection from over 2 million years ago. They were already priceless treasures back then, even more so now. Huang Xiaolong shook his head wryly as he completed checking through most of the things inside the Blue Lion Divine Ring. Most of the contents inside the Divine Ring were chaos spiritual herbs. Then again, chaos spiritual herbs were good stuff and no one would think they were too much. He decisively transferred all the chaos spiritual herbs, spirit stones, as well as divine armors and divine artifacts into the golden dragon lightning pool space. Huang Xiaolong stayed at the Fortune Gate for another month. During this month, he accompanied Li Lu and Yao Qi occasionally. Luo Yunjie would visit him with wine in his hands. Although Luo Yunjie was also an emperor-rank godhead genius, his cultivation was merely at late Fourth Order ancient god realm. Therefore he was a million miles behind Huang Xiaolong. Luo Yunjie grinned widely as he jokingly stated the Origin Dragon sect chief and Twin Cities sect chief were probably so scared that they went hiding in God knows where. The news about the Sea tribe being under Huang Xiaolong's wings, as well as the news about Guo family's ancestor Guide and Guo family's patriarch Gui Shi's death had spread throughout Vientiane world. The Origin Dragon sect and Twin Cities sect who had targeted Huang Xiaolong during the All Islands Great War were probably scared pissed at this point. In the meantime, Yao Qi had successfully broken through to First Order Ancient God Realm with Huang Xiaolong's help. Although it was only the First Order Ancient God Realm, Yao Qi wore a smile the entire day. After learning that Huang Xiaolong was going to set off to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds, Yao Qi was extremely benevolent towards Huang Xiaolong, agreeing with his every request. A month later Huang Xiaolong departed from the Vientiane world. Although the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body was not going to wreak havoc for the next 30 to 40 years, it was better to obtain a God King's Buddha pellet well in advance. The sooner Li Lu consumed it, the less worried Huang Xiaolong would be. Refining the Blood-Eye Devil Steel had taken him close to 2 years. Hence, Huang Xiaolong didn't want to delay further. After bidding farewell to Li Lu, Yao Qi, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Luo Yunjie, Huang Xiaolong departed in the giant shark flying ship. The little cow Xiangsun, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Air, and the rest were also on this ship. The ship tore through space and vanished in the blink of an eye. However, on the way to the High Martial World, Huang Xiaolong made a pit stop at the Clear Spirit World to visit his master Guiyu. Guiyu was astounded when he saw Huang Xiaolong in the giant shark flying ship above the Ghost Sea. He was more astounded when he discovered that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to late Second Order Ancestor God Realm. Guiyu rubbed his eyes a few times until he was certain that he wasn't bedazzled. "Master, you're not having an illusion. It's me, Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong sounded a little helpless as he pointed behind him and added, "Feng Air, Gui Air, and Gui San. You still recognize them, right?" Guiyu threw his head back and let out a hearty laughter. He walked towards Huang Xiaolong and gave him a big hug, while his eyes glistened with happy tears. He had been cultivating for more than 100,000 years, and had experienced countless adversities, so he had long forgotten what tears were, but now he was crying in happiness. Huang Xiaolong stayed several days at the Ghost Sea. In these few days, the little cow also treated the poison of 1,000 corpses in Guiyu's body. Even though she was not able to completely detoxify the poison, she had made sure to contain it. Huang Xiaolong also visited the Xiao family, and dealt with Xiao family's number 1 genius Xianxia before leaving the Clear Spirit World. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had left Xiao Zhangyu alive because he was wary of the Xiao family's ancestor. But it was no longer necessary. Huang Xiaolong killed Xiao Zhangyu with his own hands by breaking his neck. He then threw his body in front of the Xiao family's headquarters. Subsequently, he also dealt with Xiao family's ancestor and patriarch. After he settled his grudge with Xiao family, Huang Xiaolong had initially planned to check out Immortal Phoenix Faith Palace's 9-colored divine phoenix, and the ancient devil master's cultivation dwelling under the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, but he squashed the idea in the end. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to tame that 9-colored divine phoenix, much less for him to tame the 4 odd beasts. Thus, there was no point in going there. He decided to go there after he had advanced to high-level Ancestor God Realm. At that time, he could go and get that Tianwu treasure as well. As for the lower half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, Huang Xiaolong planned to look for it after entering the Fortune Gate's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong had gotten a rough location for the lower half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel while refining its upper half. But since it was a rough estimation of the location, He knew that it would prove to be a time-consuming and difficult process to search for the lower half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Moreover, the place called Floating Twilight Land, where the lower half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel was located, was a perilous land. At Huang Xiaolong's current strength, rushing there recklessly would only mean death. In recent years, Huang Xiaolong had gotten more broken memories from the Moonjade Heavenly Spiral Shell as his cultivation had risen. He had learnt from these memories that the ancient Heavenly Emperor's priceless treasure, the ancient Heavenly Court, had fallen into the depths of Devil Abyss. Thus, Huang Xiaolong had half given up on getting his hands on the ancient Heavenly Court. Or at least, he couldn't think about it until his cultivation were to exceed the God King realm, because even a high-level God King realm master couldn't guarantee his own life in the depths of the Devil Abyss. Several months later, an enormous flying ship was tearing through vast starry divine world space as it flew forward at an alarming speed. Though the enormous flying ship's speed was shocking, it was not at all raising any ripples through space. This enormous flying ship was none other than Huang Xiaolong's giant shark flying ship. The giant shark flying ship was akin to an ancient giant shark swimming in the sea as it cruised through space, and it was emitting a soft blue light pattern like water ripples. These soft blue light patterns were only visible within the radius of several hundred meters. The head of the giant shark flying ship was actually a spacious hall, and at the center of the hall was the flying ship's control as well as the flying ship's defensive and attack formations. Divine Elephant Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng were managing the controls of the flying ship, and the giant shark flying ship was flying ahead smoothly despite the speed. A top-grade chaos flying ship like the giant shark flying ship consumed a significant amount of spirit stones every day, and it needs at least grade 7 spirit stone to activate it. However, Huang Xiaolong had an abundance of grade 7 spirit stones, as he had acquired a huge number of them from the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure, Sandwave's Sex treasury, as well as the Sea Tribe's 12 families' treasuries. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was able to condense high grade 7 spirit stones after advancing to Ancestor God Realm. Thus he was even less worried about lacking grade 7 spirit stones. On both sides of the giant shark flying ship were various cultivation rooms. Every cultivation room was about 10 square meters. Each room was inscribed with the Sea Tribe's spiritual energy gathering formation. This spiritual energy gathering formation was quite sophisticated, and even Huang Xiaolong felt that the effects of cultivating within these cultivation rooms was 3 to 4 times faster. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Feng Er, and the rest were cultivating inside these cultivation rooms. Huang Xiaolong was inside room number 1 and sat cross-legged at the center of the cultivation room's spiritual energy gathering formation. He used a grade 7 spirit stone to activate the spiritual energy gathering formation, and the spiritual energy roiled in from all 4 directions. At the moment, the shrunken sea god tower was hovering in front of him. Vigorous surges of pure energy was rushing out from the sea god tower and entering Huang Xiaolong's body. This vigorous and pure energy was coming from a sea god spirit inside the sea god tower. In the last several months, Huang Xiaolong had been refining and absorbing the sea god spirit's energy day in and day out. His cultivation had risen to peak late second order ancestor god realm. Even though the sea god spirit's energy were vigorous and pure, it was only a trickle compared to the abundant darkness element spiritual energy inside the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Thus, the speed of Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was slower than before, and it was going to take him quite some time to break through to third order ancestor god realm. Since the Sea God Tower now belonged to Huang Xiaolong, he could use the Sea God Tower's core formation to suppress those Sea God spirits when refining them without having to worry about any backlash. There were over 30 Sea God spirits inside the Sea God Tower. Amongst them, there were 7 10th Order Ancestor God Realm, and Huang Xiaolong had refined 3 out of the 7 in the last few months. He planned to refine all 7 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Sea God spirits before refining the God King Realm Sea God spirits. However, refining God King Realm strength was a little more troublesome, and he would need Xianxia to assist him. Half a year went by. Inside cultivation room number 1, a dazzling light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, and air blasts from his surging god force shook the whole room. Then, a faint crisp breaking sound came from Huang Xiaolong's inner body. Huang Xiaolong's peak late second order ancestor god realm god force gestated for 2 hours before calming down. All his supreme godhead's godforce returned to his body in a flash and disappeared. Huang Xiaolong stood up a moment later, brimming with energy. His body was enshrouded in a burst of light. He punched out, and the force of his fists passed through the walls of the giant shark flying ship, forming a tsunami of energy surpassing 10,000 li radius. Huang Xiaolong could faintly hear the sounds of howling winds. After refining 6th 10th order ancestor god realm sea god spirits, he had finally broken through to early 3rd order ancestor god realm. Shortly after, as Huang Xiaolong stepped out from cultivation room number 1, he saw the little cow, Xiangsun, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui-san waiting for him at the spacious corridor. Huang Xiaolong knew his breakthrough had alerted them. "I'm fine, just coincidentally broke through to early 3rd order ancestor god realm," Huang Xiaolong explained in a short sentence. "Congratulations in honor of Master's breakthrough to 3rd order ancestor god realm. Congratulations in honor of Manor Lord's breakthrough to 3rd order ancestor god realm." The little cow, Xiangsun, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gui, and the others were happy at Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough and quickly stepped forward to congratulate him. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Where have we reached now?" "Close to the high martial world." He estimated he had already been in seclusion for about a year now. Xiangsun respectfully replied, "We'll be arriving soon, about 5 to 6 days more." Huang Xiaolong nodded while sighing inwardly. It's really good having a top-grade chaos spiritual flying ship. It would probably take him several hundred years to reach the high martial world if he were to fly himself there. Huang Xiaolong walked up the corridor, heading towards the control hall at the head of the giant shark as he asked Xiangsun and Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, "How many spirit stones we have used so far?" The two answered, "Close to 30,000 grade 7 spirit stones." Huang Xiaolong was shocked. 30,000! Huang Xiaolong then smiled wryly. Even though he didn't mind spending this amount of grade 7 spirit stones, a top-grade chaos flying ship spirit stones consumption was a little alarming. Based on this, the flying ship needed 100 grade 7 spirit stones a day on average. Grade 7 spirit stones were hard to come by for the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate, the Sea Tribe, Wangu clan, and even the Force like the 10,000 Elephant clan. All of these clans treated each of these grade 7 spirit stones like it was a precious treasure, and they were extremely reluctant to use them, whereas he was burning through them like wood every day. Huang Xiaolong reached the control hall at the head of the giant shark flying ship. On the front wall he saw a flickering screen that was a map of the divine world. This map was a common feature on most top-grade chaos spiritual flying ships, showing the position of the flying ship, the destination, how many days until they arrive at the destination, and several world surfaces in the immediate surroundings. Huang Xiaolong saw that the map was indicating there were 5 days and a little over 3 hours before they reached the high martial world. Suddenly, the giant shark flying ship shook and swayed. Everyone on board dazed. Was something attacking their flying ship? Huang Xiaolong and the rest were still immersed in the thought that someone was attacking their flying ship, when the giant shark flying ship shook and swayed again. An icy coldness flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he changed the view on the screen in front of him to show the flying ship's surroundings. Everyone inside the giant shark flying ship was taken aback at the sight outside. The giant shark flying ship was encircled by almost 100 flying ships. These flying ships were of various shapes and sizes, but Huang Xiaolong's group could tell that they were low-grade chaos spiritual artifacts, except the one in front of them was actually a high-grade chaos spiritual artifact. There were at least 70 to 80 of these flying ships, if not 100, and they were surrounding the giant shark flying ship without leaving a route of escape for Huang Xiaolong's group. "It seems we've run into the divine world's space pirates." The little cow shook her head and lamented. Huang Xiaolong frowned as he repeated, "The divine world's space pirates? Do these pirates dare to rob the passing people so blatantly? Doesn't the heavenly court have the law and enforcement to deal with them?" The little cow explained, "Although the heavenly court has a lot of enforcers, how could they have the time to take care of all corners in this vast divine world? Not to mention most of these space pirates have big backing behind them, and even the heavenly court's enforcers can't do anything to these space pirates. These space pirates also have good connections with the surrounding world surface's big families. Therefore, no one has dared to stop these pirates, even if they have been robbing the passing flying ships. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Is that so? How many God King Realm Masters are among them? Huang Xiaolong turned around and asked Xiangsun. Xiangsun's divine sense spread out, covering all the pirate ships several li away. There are 3 God King Realm Masters. One of them is late 3rd Order God King Realm. The other 2 are mid-4th Order God King Realm. Soon, Xiangsun reported to Huang Xiaolong and added, most of the others are high-level and mid-level Ancestor God Realm, and a small number is a low-level Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong relaxed at Xiangsun's report. Master, are you planning to? Void Devil Beast Su Baixing asked. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was fixed on the high-grade Chaos Spiritual Flying Ship as he smiled. Don't you guys think that flying ship is quite good? A high-grade Chaos Spiritual Flying Ship was hard to find in the Divine World even at auction houses. Although he owned the Giant Shark Flying Ship and didn't need a lower-grade flying ship, he could still give it to Li Lu or Yao Qi. Traveling on a high-grade spiritual flying ship was not bad. The others blanked momentarily when they heard that Huang Xiaolong was coveting the other side's high-grade spiritual flying ship. The little cow grinned wickedly and agreed. It's not bad. Quite a good speed too. Of course, you can also trade it for a lot of godheads. Even though these space pirates have a big backing behind them and have good connections with the surrounding world surface's big families, these were not worthy of the little cow's attention. At this time, a voice resounded from the high-grade spiritual flying ship. The people inside the giant shark, listen up. Come out obediently. Leave the ship. Leave all your spatial items behind, and I will spare your lives. Huang Xiaolong chuckled at the other side's words. Since he wants us to go out, let's go out then. Huang Xiaolong was the first to exit the giant shark flying ship as he stood in the air above the shark head. Xiangsun, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, and the others followed Huang Xiaolong's lead. There was a moment of silence from the other side as if they had not expected Huang Xiaolong's group to immediately exit the giant shark flying ship disobediently. A moment later, a layer of light glimmered over the high-grade chaos spiritual flying ship as a group of people flew out from its defensive barrier. The group wasn't big, roughly 40 to 50 people, but all of them were wearing the same black divine armors and were led by 3 middle-aged men. Different from the others, these 3 men's divine armors were dark gray in color and had a blood-colored wolf head emblem. Clearly, these 3 were the heads of these space pirates, and they were also the God King Realm Masters Xiangsun had reported earlier. Huang Xiaolong's attention fell onto the middle-aged man at the center. This person's face was unique. There was a hint of green in the eyes and he had overly red lips, like blood, and had had no left ear as if it was cut off by someone. At the same time, the middle-aged man at the center was also observing Huang Xiaolong. A ray of green light flickered in the depths of his eyes. He said, "You're very wise instead of resisting futilely. You can leave after you hand over your spatial rings and divine artifacts. Big brother, do you really want to let them go just like that?" One of the slightly rounded middle-aged men asked. "That woman's a beauty, even prettier than Gudu family's Gudu man." His gaze was fixed on Feng Er, who was standing beside Huang Xiaolong. The other middle-aged man agreed. "That's right, big brother. We know that you don't like this, but third bro and I haven't touched a woman for a long time. Our tool is going to get rusty. Might as well use this girl to clean it a little." Their big brother frowned. He said to Huang Xiaolong with a helpless tone and expression, "It seems other than the flying ship and all of your spatial rings, you will also need to leave that girl behind. The rest can go." Huang Xiaolong shook his head with an indifferent expression and said, "Sorry, we don't plan to leave, and don't have the intention of giving up the flying ship, nor our spatial rings." The other side was dumbfounded. "How about this? You guys leave that flying ship for us, and the 3 of you must also stay. The rest can leave," Huang Xiaolong said as he pointed at the high-grade spiritual flying ship. The space pirates were immediately angered. "Punk, what did you say? You want to die? You dare taunt our Blood Wolf gang's head? Suddenly, the other Blood Wolf Gang's space pirates attacked Huang Xiaolong. It seemed like the Blood Wolf Gang valued their head quite a lot. When the Blood Wolf Gang attacked, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing also moved. He lifted a leg and stomped in front of him across space. In the next second, all the attacking Blood Wolf Gang sea pirates exploded, leaving a thick mist of blood. Early Fourth Order God King Realm. The Blood Wolf Gang boss eyes narrowed. Clearly, he was shocked. So were the other Blood Wolf Gang's sea pirates. Even though the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was injured by the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy not long ago, his injuries had healed completely in recent days. On top of that, his strength had also recovered to early Fourth Order God King Realm. Before the Blood Wolf Gang boss could say a word, Xianxia let out a roar and reverted to his true body, turning into a majestic divine elephant. His trunk whipped down on the Blood Wolf Gang boss head. The overwhelming force really did scare the Blood Wolf Gang. He's at least a Sixth Order God King Realm. Big brother, quickly run. The other two God King Realm sea pirates' bodies suddenly expanded as they rushed towards Xianxia. They were actually aiming to explode themselves to block Xianxia's attack in order to give their big brother a chance to escape. Boom! Boom! Just as the Blood Wolf Gang's second boss and third boss blocked Xianxia's attack and exploded to their deaths, the Blood Wolf Gang's boss Narration disappeared in a flicker. The high-grade chaos spiritual flying ship rumbled to life and tore through space, and it vanished from sight. Huang Xiaolong was dumbstruck for a second. He hadn't expected the Blood Wolf Gang's boss would disregard other gang members and escaped with the flying ship. Not to mention, his actions were fluid and swift, as if he had done this many times in the past. Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing wanted to chase after the Blood Wolf Gang's head. But before they could do that, glaring lights burst out from the remaining 70 to 80 flying ships. These lights were composed of numerous formations, cannons, and violent light beams, as they shot out almost simultaneously at Huang Xiaolong's group. Seeing this, Xianxia bellowed and spat out a giant black fireball. This was Xianxia's black infernal divine fire. All cannons, violent light beams, sword chi, and everything else were destroyed wherever the black infernal divine fire swept through. A dozen or so flying ships that were too slow to avoid it were contaminated with Xianxia's black infernal divine fire. In an instant, the flying ships' defensive barriers were burned away, leaving burnt holes in the flying ships. In the blink of an eye, the dozen flying ships were filled with holes. Screams could be heard from all directions as the pirates ran out from the flying ships in panic. But they were incinerated into ashes by the black infernal divine fire. Watching this, the rest of the space pirates felt their blood run cold and their minds were jarred awake, and all of them turned around their ships and sped away. Chase! Huang Xiaolong ordered coldly. Everyone swiftly returned to the giant flying shark's control hall. Huang Xiaolong made a grabbing gesture and spiritual energy swirled, and condensed inside the pieces of high-grade 7 spirit stones from the depths of the void. 10,000 pieces of high-grade 7 spirit stones were placed into the flying ship's formation in the blink of an eye. The formation roared to life. The giant shark flying ship quivered slightly as its body's blue light lit up the 4 directions. In a whoosh, it chased after the pirate ships like an ancient divine beast giant shark. Activate the giant shark's sword wings, Huang Xiaolong commanded. Yes, master. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing complied respectfully, and was quick to activate the giant shark's sword wings, and 2 extremely sharp sword wings extended from the sides of the ship. As the giant shark flying ship made a line across space, the pirate flying ships on both sides were sliced by the giant shark flying ship's sword wings. Some of the flying ships were completely sliced into 2, and the space pirates who were too late to dodge were split into half. And the giant shark flying ship's long fin pierced a pirate flying ship's body, and the fin rotated, forming a frightening wind vortex that pulverized the flying ship into pieces. One could imagine the tragic ending of the sea pirates on board the destroyed ship. Although the giant shark flying ship had suffered damages in the past that affected its speed, the ship's body and attack power were many times sturdier than the space pirates' low and mid-grade chaos spiritual flying ships. In fact, the sea pirates' flying ships were akin to thin paper when compared to the giant shark flying ship. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's giant shark flying ship had destroyed 70 to 80 pirate flying ships in the blink of an eye. Shattered remnants of flying ships floated in the divine world's vast space. There were a lot of spirit stones, divine pills, and divine artifacts floating amongst the wreckage. These items were most likely robbed by these pirates. Huang Xiaolong decisively collected all these into his spatial ring with a wave of his hand. Pity that Blood Wolf Gang's head escaped. Xianxia sighed. When the giant shark flying ship was destroying the fleet of pirate flying ships, the Blood Wolf Gang's head had taken this opportunity to escape out of sight. Which of you know about the Gudu clan? Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked. He remembered that one of the 3 Blood Wolf Gang's 3 heads had mentioned about the Gudu clan's Gudu man. In the vast divine world, there are a lot of Gudu clans, and in the high martial world not far away from here, there is also one Gudu clan. The little cow stated. This Gudu clan is a super force of the high martial world, even though they cannot be compared to forces such as the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace or the Fortune Gates headquarters. Still, they are a powerful force in the high martial world and its neighboring world surfaces. The Fortune Gates headquarters was called the Fortune Emperor Palace. The high martial worlds? Huang Xiaolong repeated in doubt. The little cow nodded and explained. This Gudu clan is one of the 5 big clans of the high martial world, but it's merely a branch of the Solitude Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Then a thought flashed across his mind. He asked, how strong is the Solitude Emperor Palace's power? Very strong. Your Fortune Emperor Palace, the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, and Solitude Emperor Palace are the top 100 Emperor's palaces in the divine world. There are tens and thousands of Emperor Palace forces in the vast divine world, and those who rank in the top 1,000 are already a first-rank force in the whole divine world. Therefore, those in the top 10 are very strong. And the top 10 Emperor's Palace are hegemons of the divine world. The little cow explained. You will know after you enter the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath to adjust his mind. Huang Xiaolong started realizing that his strength was too weak as his knowledge of the divine world widened. The Blood Wolf Gang was a good example. He learnt that some common pirates were also the God King realms, and the Blood Wolf Gang had 3 God King realm masters. If he had come across them alone, without Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, and the others, he would have ended up dead. Therefore, it was crucial for him to advance to the God King realm as soon as possible, as this was the only way for him to have the most basic strength to ensure safe living in the divine world. Even if he still was going to need a long time before he could break through to God King realm, at least high-level Ancestor God realm was within his grasp. With his 3 supreme godheads and true dragon physique, once he would break through to 10th order Ancestor God realm, he would then become capable of killing a first order, even second order God King realm. The giant shark flying ship continued onward to the high martial world. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong returned to cultivation room number 1 and continued to cultivate in a frenzy, and he was even frenzier than he had been before. Earlier, he had refined 6 10th order Ancestor God realm Sea God Spirit, and there was still 1 peak late 10th order Ancestor God realm Sea God Spirit left. Huang Xiaolong summoned out his 3 avatars, and that sat cross-legged around Huang Xiaolong to form a 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation. The main body and 3 avatars strived to absorb the Sea God Spirit's pure energy. As Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars absorbed the pure energy in cultivation room number 1, air blasts could be heard from inside the room. Time flowed by, and 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. Xianxia and Su Baixing stopped the giant shark flying ship some distance away from the high martial world, then stood respectfully outside the cultivation room number 1. They did not dare to disturb Huang Xiaolong's cultivation, and therefore they waited quietly for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong finally stepped out from the cultivation room after a month. Even though Huang Xiaolong had spent this 1 month devouring the peak late 10th order Ancestor God realm Sea God Spirit's pure energy, he had not broken through to peak early 3rd order Ancestor God realm, but he could feel a significant increase in his strength. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the giant shark flying ship. A tiny light glimmered on his forehead as he transferred the giant shark flying ship into the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space. Then, he leaped onto the little cow's back and passed through the high martial world's barrier with Xianxia and the rest following his lead. Huang Xiaolong looked around and saw that the high martial world's airspace was busy with various forces flying ships flying in all directions. On the other hand, there was a faint fire element aura coming up from the ground. This fire element aura was likely due to someone triggering the fire element energy that was being used for forging. After a brief stop, Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the biggest mainland in the high martial world. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Martial Dragon mainland. Upon entering the Martial Dragon mainland, Huang Xiaolong immediately sensed a robust dragon qi coming from the depths of the mainland. Huang Xiaolong was surprised and astounded. This is a dragon spiritual vein, and this dragon spiritual vein has reached a high grade 7, maybe even grade 8. A world surface like the Vientiane world could not give birth to a grade 7 spiritual vein because the Vientiane world's spiritual energies quality was simply too poor to gestate any high-grade spiritual veins. But there was actually one in this high martial world. Spiritual vein was none other than spirit stone mine. Mining a spiritual vein could bring several 100,000 spirit stones, and one could probably mine several million spirit stones from a big spiritual vein. Several millions of grade 7 spirit stones were an astonishing wealth. Don't covet this dragon spiritual vein. The little cow's voice brought Huang Xiaolong out of his daydream. Unless you want to become sworn enemies with the high martial world's 5 big clans. Huang Xiaolong asked, there is more than one grade 7 spiritual vein in this high martial world? The little cow was caught off guard by his question but nodded slowly and answered, that's right. There are 5 in total, and together, they form the 5 Extinction Killing Formation. The 5 clans control one spiritual vein each, and anyone who dares to touch any one of the spiritual veins. Hehe. The meaning was evident. Which clan is the strongest among the high martial world's 5 clans? Is it the Gudu clan? Huang Xiaolong asked another question. The little cow shook her head. No, not them. The strongest is the Longwu clan, and this martial dragon mainland's name comes from their surname. The Longwu clan's core disciples have the dragon bloodline. However, it has thinned considerably over the ages. On top of that, the Longwu clan's core disciples' body can transform into a dragon man, as they possess some attributes of the dragon clan. Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised. The Longwu clan's core disciples can actually transform? The little cow affirmed, yes, this aspect is somewhat similar to you. However, their transformation is Dragon Man, whereas your transformation is Primordial Divine Dragon. It's the difference between heaven and earth. Could it be that this Longwu clan's ancestors originated from the ancient Dragon clan? Huang Xiaolong asked. I'm not very clear about this, said the little cow. But that's probably the case since they have the dragon bloodline. They should be the later generations of a human and dragon clan. Then, is there any connection between the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace and the Longwu clan? Are they another force serving under the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace? Huang Xiaolong asked more questions. No, the Longwu clan is not affiliated with any emperor's palace. The little cow went on solemnly. That's the strange thing. The Longwu clan does not have the backing of any emperor's palace yet. They are able to become the head of High Martial World's 5 clans. Xianxia interjected. Maybe this Longwu clan's backing is a peerless master that Emperor's Palace is wary of. The little cow blanked for a second, then mumbled, maybe. The group chatted as they flew forward. They were so engrossed in chatting that they arrived at the Martial Dragon City's city gates even before they realized it. The Martial Dragon City's tall city walls were akin to an immemorial mountain range, and Huang Xiaolong's group was able to feel the presence of faint dragon qi inside the city walls. Huang Xiaolong observed carefully, and discovered that each giant brick was pulsing with dragon vitality from within. No need to stare at those walls anymore. These city walls are built of Yang Dragon stone. In fact, the whole Martial Dragon City is built with these Yang Dragon stones. The little cow stated. Feng air, Gui, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Dragon Stone was a kind of chaos spiritual stone, and it did not come cheap. Furthermore, it was not something that could be bought even if there was ample money. But the entire Martial Dragon City was built out of these Yang Dragon stones. This was scary. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely frightened. The whole martial dragon city's perimeter measures 3 million li, inscribed with 30,000 ancient grand formations. The little cow added, once these 30,000 ancient grand formations are activated, it could instantly kill a high-level god-king realm master. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the others listened with wide eyes. 30,000 ancient grand formations. This was the tyranny of an ancient city's foundation and wealth. However, it takes 30,000 god-king realm masters to activate these 30,000 ancient grand formations. The little cow went on. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the rest were astonished once more. The Longwu clan has 30,000 god-king realm masters? Void Devil Beast Su Baixing blurted out his doubt. The little cow rolled her eyes at him. I didn't say the Longwu clan has 30,000 god-king realm masters. I only said it takes 30,000 god-king realm masters to fully activate all 30,000 ancient grand formations. Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, and the others dazed for a second. But Huang Xiaolong was even more curious as to why the little cow knew so much about the Longwu clan. The group stepped through the city gates and entered the martial dragon city after paying the entry fees. Bigger world surfaces such as the high martial world commonly used spirit stones as currency instead of shinbi. Naturally, the low-grade spirit stones held no value in the divine world. Therefore, the commonly used spirit stones were grade 4 spirit stones and above. Since there was a scarcity of high-grade spirit stones like grade 7 spirit stones were extremely popular in the divine world. After entering the martial dragon city, Huang Xiaolong's group casually strolled down the main street. The streets were filled with various forging shops as well as the shops selling forging materials. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, Gui, and others' eyes were bedazzled by this sight. However, the giant shark flying ship was a top-grade chaos spiritual flying ship, and the materials needed to repair it needed to be top-grade chaos iron ores, top-grade chaos spirit stones, and some rare top-grade chaos divine flying beasts' blood and wings. And this grade of precious materials were not sold in these small-scale shops. Hence, Huang Xiaolong's group went to the few big shops in Martial Dragon City. The few big forging material shops in the Martial Dragon City were located in the most prosperous location. While Huang Xiaolong's group was heading there, the pedestrians behind them were suddenly in an uproar. Huang Xiaolong and the others looked over their shoulders and saw that the pedestrians in the streets had parted to the sides of the street. Soon, a group of men and women came riding on chaos spiritual beasts from the other end of the street. It's the people from the Longwu clan and Gudu clan. Do you see that? The woman in the middle at the front is Longwu clan's Longwu Ling heir, one of the most talented geniuses of Longwu clan's younger generation. The man on her left is the Gudu family's Guduyu, and the woman on the right is the Gudu clan's #1 beauty, Gudu man recently. I've heard that the Solitude Emperor Palace is planning to recruit genius disciples with Emperor rank Godhead from various branches. Guduyu and Gudu man would head over there to register in a few days. With their aptitudes, they would definitely rouse the interest of the Solitude Emperor Palace's grand elders. Some of the other sect's disciples, who were standing on the side of the street, this information drilled into Huang Xiaolong and others' ears. Longwu Ling heir, Guduyu, Gudu man. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the three people at the front of the group. He had to admit Gudu man indeed had a beautiful face, and a very charming and lovely appearance. However, the Longwu clan and Gudu clan's group sped away in a blur on their mounts. Soon, the group left and the pedestrians resumed walking on the street. Huang Xiaolong looked at the backs of the Longwu clan and Gudu clan. The Solitude Emperor Palace is also recruiting Emperor rank Godhead disciples from its branches. Longwu Ling heir's talent is still not bad. The little cow said. Xianxia, what is your relation with the Longwu clan? Huang Xiaolong asked suddenly. Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the rest also looked curiously at the little cow. They too had the feeling that the little cow seemed to have some deep connection with the Longwu clan. Contrary to their suspicions, the little cow shook her head. She explained, I don't have any connection with the Longwu clan. On the other hand, one of my many grand disciples was quite close to the Longwu clan. Thus, I know some things about them. The others were surprised. Is it really like that? Especially, Huang Xiaolong was still not convinced by the little cow's excuse. The little cow was upset as she saw the disbelief on everyone's faces, and kicked the void devil beast Su Baixing. She grumbled, "With my identity, do I need to lie? Not to mention it's just a small Langu clan. So do you think they are capable of having a connection with me?" Void devil beast Su Baixing rubbed his painful butt, looking extremely innocent and wronged. Why was he the one who always got kicked and injured? Huang Xiaolong did not insist on digging any further as he saw that the little cow was upset, so he quickly changed the subject. The group continued to walk onwards. Roughly 3 hours later, Huang Xiaolong's groups reached the center of the most prosperous street. Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of a shop called Finest Great House. Finest Great House was one of the divine world's giant commerce houses, and the shop in the Martial Dragon City was merely a branch in the high martial world. The shop was tastefully decorated, unique and distinctive. Huang Xiaolong's group entered the shop's big and spacious lobby. The lobby seemed crowded despite being spacious and large. Huang Xiaolong soon spotted the Langu clan and Gudu clan's disciples, whom he had seen earlier in the streets. Langu Ling Er, Gudu Yu, and Gudu Man were the center of attention and were merely standing there. Both of the clan's disciples were standing behind them, while the disciples and experts from the other clans were flattering them. "This young noble, may I ask what you're looking to buy?" A staff came over when he spotted Huang Xiaolong's group. His manner was polite and courteous. "I want 100 pieces of top-grade Chaos Sea Spirit Stones, 100 top-grade Chaos Deep Sea Iron ore, 100 drops of top-grade Chaos Spiritual Beast Giant Shark's Blood Essence, 100 pairs of Giant Shark Sword Wings." Huang Xiaolong listed out over a dozen top-grade Chaos forging materials in a single breath. The staff's initial nonchalant thoughts turned agape after listening to Huang Xiaolong's request. Other people in the lobby looked at Huang Xiaolong with astonishment. A second later, laughter resounded in the hall. One piece of any kind of top-grade chaos material comes at a high price, but Huang Xiaolong was planning to buy more than a dozen kinds of top-grade chaos materials, and 100 quantities of each kind. As for the top-grade chaos spiritual beast's blood essence and wings, they were costlier than the other materials in Huang Xiaolong's list. Langu Ling Er, Gudu Yu, and Gudu Man also looked over in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Which family's young lord is he? Why does he want to buy so many top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones and top-grade Chaos Spiritual Beast's blood essence and wings? One of the Gudu clan's disciples couldn't help voicing his doubt. "I think he purposely said so. God knows how many families' disciples want to show off their good sides in front of Miss Langu Ling Er and Miss Gudu Man, in attempts of catching their attention. Just wait and see. I bet he's going to try striking a conversation with Miss Langu Ling Er and Miss Gudu Man." Another Gudu clan's disciple interjected. "That's it. No trading houses can supply so many top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones or top-grade Chaos Spiritual Beast's blood essence and wings. He knows it very well that Finest Great House can't fulfill his order. That's why he is daring to say it." A Langu clan disciple chimed in. Langu Ling Er and Gudu Man shook their heads. Seemingly, they agreed with what the Gudu clan and Langu clan's disciples had said. That black-haired young man was just a big liar trying to attract their attention. They had seen many of these kinds of young lords in their lives. Even though the shop's male staff also didn't think that Huang Xiaolong could afford so many top-grade chaos forging materials, he did not show it on his face. His professional smile did not falter as he asked Huang Xiaolong, "Our branch does not have so much stock on hand for all the materials the young Nobel wants. How much do you have? I'll buy them all." Huang Xiaolong stated aloofly. He ignored the mocking gazes from the Langu clan and Gudu clan's disciples, as well as others in the lobby. The staff was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's request, but swiftly widened his smile as he said, "In that case, please wait here for a moment." With that, he turned around and hurried away. The staff returned to the lobby shortly, and he was following behind a middle-aged man who looked like his supervisor. The middle-aged supervisor had a stalwart build, wisdom in his bright, piercing eyes, and a comforting and reassuring smile on his face. "This one is Duan Zhen, the Martial Dragon City's finest grade house's supervisor. We currently have 60 pieces of top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, 73 pieces of top-grade Chaos Deep Sea Iron ore, 43 drops of top-grade Chaos Spiritual Beast Giant Shark's Blood Essence, and 35 pairs of sword wings. Supervisor Duan Zhan reported the availability of each item to Huang Xiaolong with a smile on his face. Finally, he took out a spatial ring and personally opened it for Huang Xiaolong's viewing. Everything is inside here. All eyes in the lobby fell onto the spatial ring in Duan Zhan's hand, and their eyes glimmered with desire. The things inside this spatial ring rivaled more than 20,000 years' accumulation of wealth for some first-rank forces in high martial world. While everyone's attention was on the spatial ring in his hand, Supervisor Duanjin chuckled and said, "However, our finest grade house transacts with grade 6 spirit stone and above. May I know what grade spirit stone young noble would be using for this transaction?" High grade 7. Huang Xiaolong remained aloof. Duanjin's eyes obviously lit up and the smile on his face widened. "If it's a high grade 7 spirit stones, we can give young noble a 10% discount. Then, the total is—" He stopped briefly as he tabulated in his heart and gave a new amount, 76,325 high-grade 7 spirit stones. Seemingly afraid Huang Xiaolong could not take out such a large amount of high-grade 7 spirit stones at once, Duanjin added, "Of course, young noble could pay half first, and the remaining sum in a few days." "No need." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. With a wave of his hand, high-grade 7 spirit stones fell from the void, like a meteor rain hitting the lobby floor. Soon, an enormous pile of high-grade 7 spirit stones appeared in front of everyone. Every piece was a high-grade 7 spirit stone. 76,400 in total. "Keep the change," Huang Xiaolong said. Great waves of shock hit the hearts of the people in the lobby as they stared at the enormous pile of high-grade 7 spirit stones. Longu Ling Er, Gudu Yu, and Gudu Man were equally astounded as the others. There were 76,400 high-grade spirit stones in front of them. The shock this sight gave them was simply excessive. Since Duan Zhan had blanked out, Huang Xiaolong added, "Supervisor Duan, if there's no problem, can you give me those top-grade Chaos Sea Spirit Stones, Giant Shark's Blood Essence, and the rest?" Duan Zhen regained his senses and quickly nodded. "No problem, no problem." He then respectfully handed the spatial ring to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong walked in Longu Ling Er, Gudu Yu, and Gudu Man's direction after he received the spatial ring from Duanjin. As they saw Huang Xiaolong walk towards them, Longu Ling Er and Gudu Man suddenly found themselves feeling nervous, even though they had been immune to the opposite sex's charms until that moment. Perhaps they were affected by the 76,400 high-grade 7 spirit stones. He's coming to strike up a conversation? This thought appeared in both young women's minds almost simultaneously. They had known from their past experiences that most young men would come over and try to strike up a conversation with them after displaying their wealth. Others in the lobby also looked at Huang Xiaolong. When Longu Ling Er and Gudu Man were anticipating that Huang Xiaolong was going to hit on them just like everyone else, Huang Xiaolong suddenly made a right turn and said to the rest of his group, "Let's go." "Go?" Subsequently, everyone watched Huang Xiaolong's group dumbfoundedly as he turned and walked towards the entrance. Longu Clan and Gudu Man's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this young master intending to get close to them? Others in the lobby finally came to their senses by the time Huang Xiaolong, Xiang Sun, and the rest of the group had reached the entrance. Longu Clan and Gudu Clan's disciples shouted angrily, "Stop right there!" These Longu Clan and Gudu Clan's disciples disappeared into a blur and were blocking Huang Xiaolong's path in the next second. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over these disciples' faces. They were the same Longu Clan and Gudu Clan's disciples who had claimed that he was being pretentious in order to attract Longu Ling Er and Gudu Man's attention and get close to the two young ladies. "What is the meaning of this?" Huang Xiaolong asked calmly. "Could it be that you want to rob the top-grade Chaos Sea Spirit Stones, Giant Shark's Blood Essence, and Sword Wings?" Meanwhile, the finest grade house's supervisor Duanjun came over with a sullen expression. He was extremely displeased at the glared at the several Longu clan and Gudu clan's disciples. The Longu clan and Gudu clan's disciples are becoming more unruly nowadays, and you even have the guts to make trouble in my finest great house. You also dare to block my finest great house's important guest. Now, roll to the side, or else I don't mind throwing all of you into my finest great house's dungeon. The several disciples who were blocking Huang Xiaolong's path ashened. Only then did they remember that they were at the finest great house. The finest great house was one of the divine world's giant trading houses. Forget about them. Even their clan's ancestors did not dare to let out a fart in the finest great house. Maybe an elder of Solitude Emperor Palace might be able to let out a small fart here. In the meantime, Longu Ling Heir had approached the entrance and snapped at the several Longu clan's disciples. Quickly, step away. Gudu and Gudu Man also came over and reprimanded the Gudu clan's disciples who were blocking Huang Xiaolong's path. Longu Ling Heir said to Duan Zhan, Supervisor Duan Zhan, I can assure that they are not blocking this young noble's path out of malicious intent, but they merely want to inquire about something. Supervisor Duan Zhan, please soothe your anger. Gudu and Gudu Man also chimed in and backed Longu Ling Heir's words. Supervisor Duan Zhan's sullen expression eased. He preferred not getting on the wrong foot with Longu Ling Heir, Gudu and Gudu Man. He nodded lightly at them, then turned to ask Huang Xiaolong, Young noble, what do you think? It's all right. Huang Xiaolong spoke flatly, even though it was obvious to everyone else as to why these Longu clan and Gudu clan's disciples had stopped Huang Xiaolong. They were still in the Longu clan and Gudu clan's territories. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, then Huang Xiaolong preferred to avoid conflict with these two clans here. A smile bloomed over Duan Zhan's face when he heard that Huang Xiaolong did not want to make things worse, and took out a golden card. This is our finest Great House Branch's VIP card. Young noble can look for me on your next visit. Although it wasn't likely that he would visit the high martial world again, Huang Xiaolong did not refuse Duan Zhan's goodwill. He received the golden card and nodded at Duan Zhan. Sure. After that, Huang Xiaolong turned and left. Longu Ling Heir and Gudu Man watched as Huang Xiaolong stepped out of the finest great house's entrance, and both opened their mouths as if they had something to say, except they were tongue-tied. Huang Xiaolong headed to the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall after he came out from the finest great house. This Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall was also one of the divine world's giant trading houses. There were 3 branches of giant trading houses in the high martial world. All 3 were located on the same street of Martial Dragon City, and in short distance from each other. Entering the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall, Huang Xiaolong basically used the same routine and calmly listed all the top-grade chaos forging materials he wanted. The experts and disciples at the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall's lobby were equally shocked at Huang Xiaolong's request. Similarly, the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall supervisor came out and sold Huang Xiaolong all the top-grade Chaos Sea Spirit Stones, top-grade Chaos Spiritual Beast's Blood Essence, and wings that Huang Xiaolong requested. Huang Xiaolong took out almost 10,000 high-grade 7 Spirit Stones in front of all the dumbfounded onlookers. Huang Xiaolong was frowning slightly after he received the spatial ring from the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall supervisor. He had purchased dozens of the forging materials in large quantities, but there was still one item on his list that was unavailable at the finest great house as well as Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall. Not even one. He was still lacking the top-grade Chaos Space Velocity Stone. This top-grade Chaos Space Velocity Stones were essential for repairing the giant shark-flying ship, and without these stones, the other purchase materials would be useless. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but inquire about the top-grade Chaos Space Velocity Stones to the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall supervisor. Young noble is looking to buy top-grade Chaos Space Velocity Stones? It's simply too hard to find. None of the shops in High Martial World carry them. Not even the finest Great House or Flying Paradise Commerce Hall carry it. The Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall supervisor said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's good mood collapsed instantaneously. But half a year later, the High Martial World would hold a great auction, and the auction items are rarer than usual. Perhaps the top-grade Space Velocity Stones might get auctioned during that time. The Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall's supervisor added. A ray of hope shone into Huang Xiaolong's heart. If that was so, he could wait for half a year. Would the great auction announce the items on auction in advance? Huang Xiaolong asked. In general, a large-scale auction would announce the items on auction 2 months in advance. The people would learn what treasures the great auction would auction, and prepare their budget accordingly so that things would progress more successfully. Probably 3 months in advance. The Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall's supervisor estimated. Huang Xiaolong nodded. If he waited for another 3 months, he would know if any top-grade Chaos Space Velocity Stones would be auctioned at the Great Auction. Huang Xiaolong subsequently bought several sets of top-grade Chaos Spiritual Armors from the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall. Although he had a lot of divine armors inside his spatial ring, none of them was a top-grade Chaos Spiritual Artifact. Not to mention, he could give them to Li Lu or Yao Qi upon returning to Fortune Gate. Just as Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the others were about to leave, they ran into a group of people at the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall's entrance, and it was none other than the Longu clan and Gudu Man's group. Longu Ling Air's group was also surprised running into Huang Xiaolong. Supervisor Qian Yuan, I've heard that several sets of new top-grade Chaos Spiritual Divine Armors arrived a few days back? Longu Ling Air asked as she took a few steps towards Supervisor Chen Guan. I would like to take a look, and if they are suitable, I will buy them. The Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall's supervisor Chen Guan looked a little embarrassed at her words. Miss Longu, you're a step late. Those several top-grade Chaos Spiritual Divine Armors were just bought by this young master. He gestured towards Huang Xiaolong. Longu Ling Air and others turned to look at Huang Xiaolong in surprise. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. During this time, Longu Ling Air hesitated slightly before approaching Huang Xiaolong. Young noble, can I ask if you could sell those top-grade Chaos Spiritual Divine Armors to us? Rest assured, we would pay the same amount of spirit stones you've paid to the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Sorry, I have no intention of selling them. The Longu clan and Gudu clan's disciples were immediately upset at Huang Xiaolong's response, and their expression turned hostile. Punk, what did you say? Do you know who our Miss Ling Air is? Our Miss Ling Air has made a polite request, but you're so ungracious in refusing her request. Young masters in the high martial world, as well as the neighboring world surfaces, always comply with Miss Ling Air's wishes. Which family's young master are you? Longu clan's disciples clamored in fury, as if Huang Xiaolong had violated heaven's law and couldn't be pardoned because of it. It was as if Huang Xiaolong should not have refused Longu Ling Air's request at any cost. Even Longu Ling Air had an ugly expression on her delicate face. Longu Ling Air was used to getting anything she wanted as long as she opened her mouth. The men would usually offer her things with both hands while showering her with flattering smiles and words. Opposite to that, Huang Xiaolong had outright denied her request, even though she had spoken to him in person as well as had agreed to compensate him. He had refused so directly. Gudu Yu and Gudu Man were also eyeing Huang Xiaolong with ill intent. Let's go, Huang Xiaolong said to Xiangxun and the rest. He was too lazy to be bothered with these clamoring Longu clan and Gudu clan's disciples. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare another look at Longu Ling Air. You! Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had disregarded her, Longu Ling Air's face turned red with anger and malice. Even though the Longu clan's disciples were furious, none of them dared to block Huang Xiaolong's path, like they had done earlier at the finest great house. Longu Ling Air, Gudu Yu and Gudu Man, and the rest of their group could only watch Huang Xiaolong leave. This punk actually dared to offend Miss Ling Air? I'm going to make sure that none of the shops in High Martial World would dare to sell a single thing to him. One of the Longu clan's disciples swore through gritted teeth. Longu clan's disciples who were qualified to follow Longu Ling Air were all important Longu clan's core disciples. Therefore, the majority of High Martial World's shops would not dare to conduct any business transactions with Huang Xiaolong, if they were ordered to do so by one of these disciples. No need. Longu Ling Air stopped him. Although doing so could somewhat vent her anger, at the end of the day, it was meaningless. Not to mention their Longu clan's words had no effect on the trading house giants like the finest great house, Myriad Circles Commerce Hall, and the Flying Paradise Commerce. Miss Ling Er, the Longwu clan's disciple, was unwilling to let Huang Xiaolong off. Longwu Ling Er turned around and stepped into the Myriad Circles Commerce Hall without another word, indicating the subject was closed. Inside, she was planning to buy some forging materials, but in the end she was not able to focus on shopping. On the other hand, after leaving the Myriad Circles Commerce Hall, Huang Xiaolong appeared at the Flying Paradise Commerce's lobby to inquire about the Space Velocity Stone. However, according to the Myriad Circles Commerce Hall supervisor Chen Yuan, the Flying Paradise Commerce also did not have the Space Velocity Stone. After checking the 3 biggest trading houses, Huang Xiaolong could only give up and wait for news of the auction. Considering that he would need a residence for half a year in the high martial world, Huang Xiaolong did not continue renting a courtyard. Instead, he bought a luxurious residence from the Flying Paradise Commerce. The luxurious residence was located in the center area of the Martial Dragon City. The residence was enormous and luxurious, and was built with the finest materials, such as the rare spirit stones, iron and ores, and spiritual wood. Each courtyard within the residence was equipped with an ancient spiritual energy gathering formation. As long as one has enough spirit stones, these spiritual energy gathering formations could be activated without any limit. Huang Xiaolong picked a courtyard of his choice and directly entered into cultivation seclusion. He must cherish each day of cultivation before entering the Fortune Gate's headquarters, in order to improve his cultivation as much as possible. He had finished refining the 6th Ancestor God Realm Sea God spirits inside the Sea God Tower. Therefore, it was now time for him to refine the God King Realm Sea God spirits, and he needed Xiangsun's assistance to do that. At this point, he couldn't care too much about exposing his 3 avatars with their supreme godheads to Xiangsun. It's fine if Xiangsun learns about them. After all, Xiangsun was controlled by Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mistworm. Therefore, Xiangsun was absolutely loyal to him. Due to this, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried about Xiangsun leaking this matter out. Sitting cross-legged inside his courtyard, Huang Xiaolong summoned his 3 avatars. His 3 avatars sat around him, forming a 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation that resonated with the courtyard's ancient spiritual energy gathering formation. Xiangsun was indeed taken back and shocked when he saw Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars. With his judgment, he could see how heaven-defying Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars were. Each avatar's physique was incredibly strong, and their talents were equally strong as the main body. As for the 3 avatars' godheads, they should also be supreme godheads like Huang Xiaolong. 3 avatars with supreme godhead. Xiangsun had been living for billions of years. Forget about seeing something like this with his own eyes, he had never even heard of it. While Xiangsun was still processing his shock, there were tiny ribbons of lightning crackling on Huang Xiaolong's forehead as the Sea God Tower flew out. As Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars circulated their god force, a pure and vigorous energy from a sea god spirit flowed out from the tower. Xiangsun quickly focused himself. His god force coordinated to suppress the God King Realm Sea God spirit for Huang Xiaolong. This would make the spirit's energy much gentler, thus making it easier for Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars to absorb it. Even with Xiangsun's effort in suppressing the God King Realm's Sea God spirit, its energy was still violent and every wave was equivalent to endless waves crashing into Huang Xiaolong and his avatars. This energy was many times stronger than an Ancestor God Realm's Sea God spirit, and of higher quality. Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads spun to the limit of absorbing the Sea God spirit's energy. A golden halo enshrouded Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars. The chaos lightning chi from his golden dragon lightning pool surged out with vigor, tempering and strengthening Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' godheads. The 4 divine fires in his body also greedily absorbed the chaos spiritual energy from the void. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had passed. Huang Xiaolong gradually absorbed the early First Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit's energy with Xiangsun's help. Unfortunately, even after refining the early First Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit, his cultivation had merely risen to mid-Third Order Ancestor God Realm. Initially, he had expected to advance to peak mid-Third Order Ancestor God Realm. I wonder if there's news from the auction house. Huang Xiaolong thought as he stopped cultivating. Before he had entered seclusion, he had asked Feng Er and the rest to keep an eye on news from the auction house. Huang Xiaolong saw Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others as he stepped out from his courtyard. Manor Lord! Feng Er and the rest quickly stepped forward and saluted upon seeing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then asked, "Has the auction house announced the auction items? Did you find any clues about the space velocity stone?" He asked them with a tone of urgency. Huang Xiaolong was waiting nervously for Feng Er's reply. She smiled brightly and answered respectfully, "Manor Lord, we've got news that there would be space velocity stone at the auction." Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up upon hearing her answer. There is. The space velocity stones are really going to be auctioned. Thankfully, the few months of waiting in the high martial world had not proven to be unfruitful. Feng Er respectfully answered with a smile. That is so, Manor Lord. It's said that the space velocity stones came from a mysterious expert. To top it off, there are over 300 pieces, and this person has requested for these 300-plus space velocity stones to be sold in one batch. Moreover, a lot of other forces are interested in this batch of space velocity stones. Hence, we can estimate that the final price to be very high. Huang Xiaolong shook his head as a faint smile curved up the corners of his lips. That's not a problem. Price? He had an abundance of grade 7 spirit stones. Does the seller have any other requests? Huang Xiaolong asked. The seller only accepts spirit stones grade 7 and above. Feng Er replied. The highest bidder wins with no limits during the auction. Grade 7 and above. Huang Xiaolong's nerves eased. It won't be a problem as long as it wasn't grade 8 spirit stone. Gather everyone. We're going out for a walk. Now that it was confirmed that there would be space velocity stones at the auction, Huang Xiaolong was in a good mood. Thus he felt like going out for a walk. Feng Er and Gue Yi complied, then turned and left to gather the others. A few minutes later, everyone was gathered in the front hall. Huang Xiaolong was surprised to see that the little cow had grown bigger in these few months. It had been a long time since the little cow's body had grown, and this time not only her head, but her body, her legs, and her butt had grown bigger as well. Her golden horns were longer and thicker than before. Xianxia, you must have eaten too many godheads in these few months, since you have grown so fat now? Huang Xiaolong teased. The little cow grinned smugly. What? You're jealous? You can also munch on a few godheads. She had an extremely proud attitude. Huang Xiaolong was once again surprised by her reaction. In the past, the little cow would be dejected instead. Why was she looking smug and proud today? Could it be? Huang Xiaolong observed the little cow from left to right and from top to bottom. The little cow immediately covered her chest with her front hooves and asked timidly, What are you looking at? A strong feeling of speechlessness came over Huang Xiaolong. Xiang soon chuckled at the side. In these months, Senior Xianxia's strength must have risen significantly, which is why her body has also grown bigger. The little cow generously praised Xiang Sun. Xiang Sun is smart. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others quickly congratulated the little cow. Facing the hail of congratulations from all around, the little cow's chin rose to the sky, and her chest puffed up, like a leader embarking on a brilliant path. Huang Xiaolong gave the little cow a kick and said, Let's go. He mounted the little cow in a swift leap. The little cow's chin was no longer pointed towards the sky, and her chest was not puffed up anymore. Coming out from the residence, Huang Xiaolong's group strolled around the city without any determined destination. Huang Xiaolong noticed the atmosphere was livelier, and there were more people in the city compared to 3 months ago. Perhaps it was because of the auction? As he guessed, the passers-by in the streets were all talking about the upcoming big auction. I've heard that there would be a desolate era's divine dragon's giant egg at this time's Martial Dragon City's auction. Just a giant egg, not an actual desolate divine dragon. How long do you have to nurture until it grows into a mature divine dragon? The most interesting treasures this time are the dozen flaming white phoenix divine fruits. and the desolate era's thunderstorm divine robe. What? One of the world's 7 wonder fruits, the rank 3 flaming white phoenix divine fruit. On top of that, there will be more than 10 fruits. Those are truly treasures, ah. Consuming one is equivalent to refining and absorbing the power of 100 divine phoenixes, completely changing and tempering one's whole body. Even one's avatars reap the benefits of these fruits. Moreover, continuous consumption could give the consumer the power of a divine phoenix, and even change a person's physique into the powerful physique of an ancient divine phoenix. That thunderstorm divine robe is a low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact, ah. How many years have passed since the High Martial World auctioned a low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact? There's actually one this time. Several disciples of a sect were chatting and walking ahead of Huang Xiaolong's group, and their conversation stoked Huang Xiaolong's interest. Huang Xiaolong, Xiangxun, and the others were also astonished when they heard that the flaming white phoenix divine fruits were going to be auctioned. Huang Xiaolong was lucky to have refined the rank 10th ancestral dragon fruit, and the rank 8 7-colored metal fiend fruit of the 7 wonder fruits. Among the 7 fruits, every higher rank brought greater benefits than the fruit at a lower rank. Especially the top 3 wonder fruits were the most beneficial. Even for the mid-third order ancestor god realm Huang Xiaolong, his strength could rise significantly just by consuming one flaming white phoenix divine fruit. A feverish light glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The thunderstorm divine robe. The little cow muttered with a strange expression on her face. You know about the thunderstorm divine robe? Huang Xiaolong noticed the little cow's expression and asked. The little cow nodded and sighed heavily. In the past, this thunderstorm divine robe belonged to one of my younger generations. Now that the thunderstorm divine robe would be auctioned here, that means... Her words trailed off. Did that mean her younger generation had fallen? Rarely, someone would be willing to consign a low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact like the thunderstorm divine robe to an auction house, unless it was picked up after the owner had died. Huang Xiaolong's mood was a little low after hearing her words. Feng Er, go check out about the thunderstorm divine robe. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder at Feng Er, Guei, and the others. Feng Er and the others complied respectfully. Since it was related to Senior Xiaonuo's younger generation, even without Huang Xiaolong's order, they were going to inquire about it. At this time, inside a certain hall within the Gudu clan's main residence, Gudu Yu was sitting on the main seat as he listened to a subordinate reporting the latest news about the Martial Dragon City's big auction. And the person sitting a seat lower from Gudu Yu was none other than the escaped Blood Wolf Gang's head, Song Rue. A light flickered across Gudu Yu's eyes after Song Rue finished his report. One of the 7 wonder fruits, flaming white phoenix divine fruit, the thunderstorm divine robe. These are good stuff, ah. I must get these 2 things. Song Rue suddenly added. I've also heard that there are over 300 pieces of space velocity stones for sale. Gudu Yu smiled. What? You're interested in them? Oh right, with over 300 space velocity stones you could increase the speed of your Blood Wolf flying ship. But I'm curious. Who was that person who destroyed almost 100 of Blood Wolf Gang's flying ships and made you flee so miserably? Hatred warped Song Rue's face as Gudu Yu brought up the sour matter. I will take my revenge. He inscribed Huang Xiaolong's face with his divine sense onto a talisman, and then handed it to Gudu Yu. It's this person. I hope Brother Gudu can help me investigate this person. Gudu Yu received the talisman. His divine sense swept over the talisman. When he saw Huang Xiaolong's face, he was astounded. It's him! Song Rue was surprised seeing Gudu Yu's expression, thus asked, You know him? Gudu Yu nodded. He briefly recounted his encounter with Huang Xiaolong from 3 months ago at the finest grade house and Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall. After Gudu Yu finished, the malevolent air from Song Rue's body intensified. This punk has these many grade 7 spirit stones to buy top-grade Chaos Sea Spirit Stone, Giant Shark's Blood Essence, and Sword Wings only because he must have collected the grade 7 spirit stones from our Blood Wolf Gang's destroyed flying ships. Hateful. My hard work of collecting grade 7 spirit stones for the last couple of thousand years, along with those divine armors and divine artifacts are actually benefiting him. The more Song Rui talked about it, the more agitated he became. His face warped with hatred and fury, and his eyes glowed with a hint of scarlet. Goodyu appeased him. At that time, I was wondering why that kid has so many grade 7 spirit stones to buy such large quantities of top-grade chaos refining materials. Now I know that he actually robbed them from the Blood Wolf gang's wealth. He harumphed coldly and went on. But, don't you worry. I have already found out that the kid did not leave the Martial Dragon City. 3 months ago, he bought a luxurious residence in the city. Song Rui couldn't understand Huang Xiaolong's action. Is he planning to stay long-term in Martial Dragon City? Not likely. Goodyu spoke in a solemn voice. According to the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall supervisor Chen Yuan, that kid is looking to buy space velocity stones. That kid also went to the Flying Paradise Commerce looking for the same thing. He remained in the city most likely to buy the space velocity stones at the upcoming auction. Song Rui's brows furrowed as he doubted. He's also interested in those space velocity stones? Goodyu nonchalantly waved his hand and reassured Song Rui. It depends on whether he has enough money, even if he wants to buy the space velocity stones. There are numerous families preparing to bid for the space velocity stones. But you don't need to worry. I promise that you will get the space velocity stones. That means I will surely get it for you. Song Rui laughed. In that case, I'll thank Brother Goodyu in advance. Goodyu laughed. There is an equivalent price for me to bid this batch of space velocity for you. I want an additional 10% increase from your Blood Wolf gang's harvest. Additional 10%. Song Rui hesitated, then agreed solemnly. Fine. Goodyu smiled brightly, then raised his wine cup for a toast. 2 cups clinked in midair. Goodyu also promised Song Rui that he would deal with Huang Xiaolong once he left the high martial world after the auction. Still, that elephant by that kid's side is probably a 6th Order God King Realm Master. Song Rui cautioned Goodyu. Gooduyu's tone was boastful as he said, merely a 6th Order God King Realm. When the time comes, I will ask 2 of my Goodyu clan's Grand Elders to do it. Don't tell me that's not enough to deal with a 6th Order God King Realm. If Brother Song is still worried, I would ask 4 Grand Elders to act together. Song Rui laughed when he heard that. With Goodyu clan's 4 Grand Elders together, that punk's dead for sure. The Goodyu clan's Grand Elders were all 7th Order God King Realm Masters. In Song Rui's opinion, 4 7th Order God King Realm Masters were sufficient to handle Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong's group randomly entered a restaurant after they were done strolling around the city. They ordered a table full of dishes and wine to fill their bellies. When dusk fell, the group made their way back to the residence. Back at the residence, Huang Xiaolong summoned his 3 avatars and entered Cultivation. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was refining a mid-First Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit. Inside the Sea God Tower, there were over 20 God King Realm Sea God Spirits. 8 First Order God King Realm, 6 Second Order God King Realm, 4 Third Order God King Realm, and 3 Fourth Order God King Realm Sea God Spirits. There were also 2 Fifth Order God King Realm Sea God Spirits. Huang Xiaolong had planned to refine the First Order God King Realm Sea God Spirits in the beginning, then gradually refine stronger Sea God Spirits in the order of Second Order, Third Order, Fourth Order, and lastly, Fifth Order God King Realm. As Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars cultivated according to the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, vigorous energy instantly rushed out from the mid-First Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit inside the Sea God Tower. Huang Xiaolong's body trembled slightly as this vigorous energy flowed continuously into his body as well as his 3 avatars' bodies. The energy quality of a mid-First Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit was many times stronger than the 6 Ancestor God Realm Sea God Spirits that he had refined earlier. As Xianxia suppressed the God force of the mid-First Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit, the spirit's energy was continuously refined and absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. The days passed and Huang Xiaolong's strength improved day by day. Soon, 2 months passed by. There was a month left until the Martial Dragon City's big auction. On this day, Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating. Whether he could repair the giant shark flying ship or not depended on whether he could get his hands on the space velocity stones. Furthermore, the giant shark flying ship speed was going to determine his speed to reach the royal Buddha Great Worlds, and buy a God King Realms Buddha pellet for Li Lu. Hence, he needed to get his hands on sufficient spirit stones. Although the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure, Sandwave Sex treasures, and the Sea Tribe's 12 families' treasuries had a lot of grade 7 spirit stones, Huang Xiaolong had decided to condense spirit stones during the day and cultivate at night as a precaution. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he could condense about 100,000 high-grade 7 spirit stones per hour. This gave him 1,000,000 pieces of high-grade 7 spirit stones per day with 10 hours of condensation. A month's worth of accumulation was a shocking amount. Even though it slowed Huang Xiaolong's cultivation progress as his daytime was allocated for condensing spirit stones, he still successfully broke through to the peak early Third Order Ancestor God realm a day before the auction. He was much closer to breaking through to the late Third Order Ancestor God realm. The night before the auction, Huang Xiaolong did not cultivate as usual, but sat in the yard, munching on various kinds of chaos spiritual fruits and drinking elixirs with the little cow, Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, and the others, chatting about the divine world, hell, and even some strange stories from the lower realm. The little cow as Senior Xianxia had the most experience and knowledge, therefore, she naturally had the most to say, and her spit flying everywhere. Unknowingly, the night retreated and the day of the auction arrived. Huang Xiaolong meditated for a moment and stood up slowly as he looked at the rising sun. "Come on, let's depart." He leaped onto the little cow's back and stepped out from the residence with everyone else. The group headed to the location of the auction. The big auction was jointly held by the finest Great House, Myriad Flames Commerce Hall, Flying Paradise Commerce, and the other top trading houses in the center area of the Martial Dragon City. In truth, it was not far away from the residence Huang Xiaolong had bought. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the auction location. At the entrance, Huang Xiaolong ran into the finest Great House's supervisor Duanjin. Duanjin's face lit up when he saw Huang Xiaolong, and he greeted Huang Xiaolong. "I see brother has not left the high martial world. Haha. Looks like brother is going to show some power in the auction later." Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Supervisor Duanjin is joking. There are numerous patriarchs and experts present today. My turn is still far away." Right at this time, a voice sounded, "At least you know your own weight." Huang Xiaolong frowned at the sudden disturbance. He looked towards the source of the voice, so did Xianxia, and the others. The voice's owner was the Gudu clan's Gudu Yu. However, there was no Langu Ling heir or Gudu man. Instead, standing beside Gudu Yu was the Blood Wolf Gang's head, Song Rui. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed as he saw Song Rui. Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, and the rest were also locked onto Song Rui. Song Rui's attention was fixed on Huang Xiaolong, as he ignored Xianxia and the Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng. He sneered coldly, "Punk, you didn't expect this, right? We meet again." Huang Xiaolong ignored Song Rui. His attention was on Gudu Yu instead, and he spoke indifferently. "I indeed had not expected that a Gudu clan's disciple would be mingling with the Blood Wolf Gang pirates." Gudu Yu's expression clouded immediately. His words were a naked threat. "Kid, some words cannot be spoken casually as the calamity comes from the mouth, and people might die from it." Huang Xiaolong agreed. "You are right. Some words cannot be spoken casually as the calamity comes from the mouth, and people might die from it." One of the Gudu clan's disciples who was standing behind Gudu Yu pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong's face and reprimanded, "Punk, how dare you threaten our young master Gudu? Do you want to die?" Duanjun's soft chuckling broke the tense atmosphere. He invited them. "Since several guests are already at the entrance, please come in." Gudu Yu looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong and snorted coldly. "Kid, I know you're going to bid for the space velocity stones, but those 300+ space velocity stones are out of the reach for someone like you. Do you think a mere 100,000 or 200,000 grade 7 spirit stones are enough? What an idiot. Let me tell you, I'm the one who's going to get those space velocity stones." Gudu Yu strode away with a flick of his sleeve. Blood Wolf Gang's head Song Rui and the rest of the Gudu clan's disciples stepped inside the auction building after Gudu Yu. Huang Xiaolong watched Goodiyu and Song Rui's back, and a cold sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. A second later, he too stepped into the auction hall with Xianxia and the rest of the group. Upon entering the auction hall, Huang Xiaolong requested a high-class private room from one of the auction attending staff. One does not require any identity or status to request for a high-class private room, as long as they can afford the 10,000 low-grade 7 spirit stones. Yes, as long as one has money. Huang Xiaolong was led into a high-class private room after spending 10,000 low-grade 7 spirit stones. The number of this room was 6. The 4 walls inside each of the high-class private rooms were made up of precious stones. Spiritual fruits and wine were generously placed on the table. Inside the private room, guests could bid while enjoying these spiritual fruits and wine. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group settled down in high-class private room 6, Goodiyu received a report from his subordinate as he sat in the private room number 5. That punk actually spent 10,000 low-grade 7 spirit stones and entered the high-class private room 6? Song Rui repeated with a deep frown. It seems this punk's richer than we had estimated. Since that kid can casually spend 10,000 low-grade 7 spirit stones for one high-class private room, his pocket surely has 200 or 300,000 grade 7 spirit stones. Goodiyu didn't put this matter to mind. Instead he smiled and said to Song Rui, "It's merely a high-class private room. Don't think too much about it. Let me tell you frankly. Some years ago, I obtained an ancient treasure trove. In short, I have a lot of spirit stones, and I have prepared 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones." 10 million! Song Rui was astounded, then chuckled as he relaxed. "I am really astonished that Brother Goodiyu has prepared 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. I am worrying needlessly." Goodiyu smiled. "Therefore, there's zero worry about your space velocity stones being snatched away by that kid. I've already promised you that I would get you those space velocity stones. Other than the space velocity stones, the flaming white phoenix divine fruits and thunderstorm divine robe are bound to be mine. Under normal circumstances, 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones could absolutely win the bid for these 3 items." This was the reason why Goodiyu was so confident. Brother Goodiyu's strength will rise exponentially once again after getting the flaming white phoenix divine fruits and thunderstorm divine robe. "I congratulate Brother Goodiyu in advance," Song Rui said. Goodiyu smiled. "We'll have a good drink after the auction ends." Goodiyu paused briefly, then went on with a meaningful smile. "It's a pity, though, that I won't be able to see that kid's face. I really would like to see that kid's ugly expression when I successfully win those space velocity stones. My heart feels comfortable by just thinking of it right now." The two laughed softly. "I have heard that Brother Goodiyu would be reporting to the Solitude Emperor Palace soon. Am I right?" Song Rui smiled as he went on. "Brother Goodiyu's talent would surely attract the Solitude Emperor Palace's Grand Elders. Please look after this brother more in the future. Naturally, wait until I enter the Solitude Emperor Palace and get worshipped as a Solitude Emperor Palace's Grand Elder. As master, I would send people to the Longu clan for Longu Ling Heir's hand in marriage." The smile on Song Rui's face widened as he said, "That calls for a celebration. Who in the high martial world doesn't know you? You and Miss Ling Heir are a perfect pair. Brother Goodiyu's marriage will be the grandest wedding in the history of high martial world, and even the surrounding world surfaces experts would come to congratulate you." Goodiyu chuckled at the picture painted by Song Rui. Inside high-class private room 6, Huang Xiaolong was observing the situation in the auction hall below, as he sat on an armchair that was draped with chaos spiritual beast skin. As Huang Xiaolong had arrived early at the auction, there were still not many people in the auction hall below them. Barely 2/10 of the seats were filled up. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Xianxia, and the others were chatting casually. Roughly an hour later, most of the seats in the hall had been filled up, and soon, all seats were taken up. Not one empty seat was left. Another 15 minutes later, a silver-haired old man stepped onto the auction stage and introduced himself as Luofan. He was the auctioneer. The crowd whispered in excitement at Luofan's introduction. It seemed like Luofan had quite a big reputation in the industry, given the crowd's reaction. After Luo Fan finished introducing himself, he went through the auction rules and lightly mentioned the good stuff. The flaming white phoenix divine fruits and thunderstorm divine robe were enough to capture everyone's attention. At the mention of the flaming white phoenix divine fruits and thunderstorm divine robe, the crowd became very eager for the auction to begin. Subsequently, auction for the first item began. The auction's first item is a batch of golden lunar star pills, refined by Longwu clan's Grand Elder Longwu Bai. There are a total of 35 pellets in this batch, and each pellet is top-grade quality. The starting price is 50,000 high-grade 6 spirit stones. Luo Fan raised a jade bottle in his hand and spoke sonorously. Then, he opened the bottle and rays of golden moonlight and starlight shone out from the bottle's mouth. Inside the bottle were pellets of golden lunar star pills, emitting a thick herbal fragrance that had the quality to refresh the mind in just one sniff. 55,000 high-grade 6 spirit stones. Soon, someone already made a bid offer. 60,000 high-grade 6 spirit stones. Undulating shouts of bid rang in the hall. Huang Xiaolong watched on calmly. Even though these golden lunar star pills were on the upper ranks amongst low-grade chaos spiritual pills, he was not interested in them. Any of his chaos spiritual pills inside his golden dragon lightning pool space was many times better than these golden lunar star pills. At last, the golden lunar star pills were bought with 70,000 high-grade 6 spirit stones. The second auction item was an ancient chaos spiritual armor. As time passed, one after another auction items were bought off, and the atmosphere grew livelier and intense with shouts and gasps. Finally, a little over 2 hours later, Luo Fan's voice once again resounded in the hall. Our next auction item is the 362 pieces of space velocity stones. The moment Luo Fan's voice fell, the auction hall suddenly quieted down by half. Almost every pair of eyes in the hall zoomed towards the auction stage. Many guests were attending the auction just for these space velocity stones this time. Luo Fan smiled brightly as he saw everyone's reaction. I believe everyone is aware of the value of these space velocity. If space velocity stones are added to a flying ship's core formation, they can increase the flying ship speed. The flying ship will fly faster if more number of space velocity stones are added. Also, if a flying ship's core formation is damaged, the best repair material is also the space velocity stones. Luo Fan explained calmly. The auction hall had quieted down as the guests listened attentively. Luo Fan continued to introduce the space velocity stones' uses in more details. He ended the introduction with a few more sentences. As per the consignor request, these 362 pieces of space velocity stones are going to be auctioned together, and there is no starting price. All guests can offer voluntarily as long as it's low grade 7 spirit stones and above. Better yet, high grade stones. Now, the bidding begins. Please state your offer. Just as Luo Fan finished speaking, someone shouted immediately, 100 low grade 7 spirit stones. Suddenly, the auction hall erupted in laughter. However, no one mocked or ridiculed him as Luo Fan had stated there was no starting price. 1,000 low-grade 7 spirit stones. Another person shouted. 10,000 low-grade 7 spirit stones. Subsequently, the bidding price rose by the thousands at a rapid pace. Inside private room number 5, Guduyu watched in a relaxed manner. He was confident that he would win these space velocity stones in the end. The price had gone up to 100,000 low-grade 7 spirit stones in less than 5 minutes since the bid started. Guduyu said to Song Rue, "It's time we make our move." With that, he slowly called out to the auction hall below, 500,000 high-grade 7 spirit stones. 500,000. On top of that, high-grade 7 spirit stones. The lively shouting came to a sudden halt. The crowd was astounded as they looked in the direction of the private room number 5. Luo Fan was surprised as well. Although these space velocity stones were precious, he had estimated this batch of space velocity stones to fetch around 1 million low-grade 7 spirit stones. The exchange rate between low-grade 7 spirit stones and mid-grade 7 spirit stones was half the amount. The exchange rate between mid-grade 7 spirit stones and high-grade 7 spirit stones was also by half. Based on that calculation, These space velocity stones were worth 250,000 high grade 7 spirit stones. Now, someone had actually made a bid for 500,000 high grade 7 spirit stones. Twice as much. Song Rui grinned, looking at the astonished faces in the auction hall below them, and said, "Looks like all the people are frightened by Brother Gudu, but it makes me feel bad that Brother Gudu spent 500,000 high-grade 7 spirit stones. It's just 500,000 high-grade 7 spirit stones. I would get them for Brother Song even if they were to cost 600,000 or 700,000. Gudu said generously. A voice suddenly rang in the hall out of nowhere. 1 million? High-grade 7 spirit stones. 1 million. High-grade 7 spirit stones. Everyone was dumbfounded, then turned to look at private room number 6. Yes, Huang Xiaolong was the one who had made this out-of-the-world offer. Gudu and Song Rui both blanked for a second. Then an ugly expression crept up their faces, especially Gudu's face. His chest throbbed as if Huang Xiaolong had just punched him hard. It's that punk. He actually has 1 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. A gloomy light flickered across Song Rui's eyes. Even though he had robbed a lot of treasures in recent years, the amount of the grade 7 spirit stones from all of the Blood Wolf Gang's flying ships won't add up to 1 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Gudu said icily. Looks like we underestimated that kid, but I don't believe he can compete with me and have more spirit stones than me. 1.05 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Gudu called out. It was 50,000 higher than Huang Xiaolong's bid. Inside private room number 6, Huang Xiaolong called out without missing a beat. 2 million? High-grade 7 spirit stones. 2 million. The guests below sucked in a breath of cold air, as they were shocked and speechless. This, ruthless. Too ruthless. Even the corners of Luo Fan's eyes were twitching from shock. The 2 million price was 7 times more than the 250,000 he had estimated. Gudu was stupefied and dumbstruck. Did that kid call out 2 million, just now? He shouted 2 million. High-grade 7 spirit stones. Gudu asked one of his subordinates for confirmation. He was afraid he had heard something wrong. That subordinate hesitated but honestly answered Gudu. It is so, young master. It's 2 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Gudu was beyond speechless. He turned to look at Song Rui, and Song Rui nodded with affirmation. Gudu's head buzzed at Song Rui's confirmation. About 60 seconds passed before the crowd finally reacted in a furor. Luo Fan tried hard to calm his racing heart before speaking. The guest in private room number 6 offers 2 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Anyone else with a higher price? Luo Fan's voice echoed in the hall. Song Rui saw Gudu was still in a state of astonishment. Therefore, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Gudu, this matter, why don't we just forget it? Forget it." Gudu regained his senses despite his twisted expression. His fingers dug into the flesh of his palms as his eyes glimmered scarlet, and he shouted at the auction stage below, 2.01 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. 2.01 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Gudu bid surprised the crowd below. 3 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong's cold and calm voice rang again almost in an instant. 3 million. The crowd below went crazy again, and Luo Fan's legs weakened on the auction stage. Gudu's twisted expression now completely disappeared, as he fell into the chair with a gray face, as if all his energy was drained away. Huang Xiaolong bought the 362 pieces of space velocity stones by paying 3 million high-grade 7 spirit stones on the spot. The auction hall's staff respectfully sent the 362 pieces of space velocity stones to Huang Xiaolong at private room number 6. Huang Xiaolong breathed in relief as he received the space velocity stones. With these space velocity stones, he would be able to repair the giant shark flying ship, which will allow him to reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds in 7 to 8 years. As this matter was related to Li Lu, Huang Xiaolong was willing to pay even 5 million, or even higher if it would have come to that. The little cow said to Huang Xiaolong that Gudu clan's kid was being arrogant at the entrance when he called an idiot and told you that you won't be able to afford the space velocity stones. But now, he's got a face slap, and I wonder how swollen his face is looking. The others in the room laughed. At the same time, inside private room number 5, Song Rui said to Goodyu, "Brother Goodyu, in truth, there's nothing wrong in letting that punk buy the space velocity stones. We only need to take it back after we kill him." Goodyu nodded sullenly. "That's right. Let's see if he has enough spirit stones left to compete over the flaming white phoenix divine fruits and thunderstorm divine robe with me. That kid is really an idiot for spending 3 million high grade 7 spirit stones on several hundred space velocity stones." Song Rui sneered. "That's right. He is an idiot for paying 3 million high grade 7 spirit stones for several hundred pieces of space velocity stones. Everyone would think that punk is a big idiot when the word spreads outside. I really don't know which family's young master that punk is, but his elders at his home would die in anger when they hear about this." Goodyu laughed dryly, but the sharp gleam in his eyes was unmistakable. "That kid actually has so many high-grade 7 spirit stones on him." The sharp gleam turned into greed. Song Rui commented, "But since he has already spent 3 million, probably there isn't much left." Goodyu nodded in agreement. The auction continued. More than a dozen items were auctioned off, and finally it was time for the 2 last items to be auctioned. These were none other than the flaming white phoenix divine fruits and thunderstorm divine robe. The flaming white phoenix divine fruits were going to be auctioned first out of the 2 items. The auction hall's staff carried a crystal ball containing more than a dozen of flaming white phoenix divine fruits to the auction stage. The sea blue crystal box was made of ice essence crystal to preserve these flaming white phoenix divine fruits' fire element spiritual energy. 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits enshrouded in swaying flames were visible to the audience the moment the restrictions on the crystal box were lifted. Above each fruit was a coiling fire phoenix. These fire phoenixes were formed from years of the flaming white phoenix divine fruits' fire element spiritual energy accumulation. Our next auction item is one of the 7 wonder fruits of the world, the 3rd-ranked flaming white phoenix divine fruits. It can temper your physique, godhead, and even your avatar. On top of that, this fruit can improve your unique bloodline and raise its power. Luo Fan explained, and went on, "Of course, there are many more magical benefits of consuming the flaming white phoenix divine fruit. According to an old legend, it would become easier to break through to God King Realm after consuming it." Easier to break through to God King Realm. This immediately stirred the crowd's emotions. The eyes of all the Ancestor God Realm disciples shone green at that thought. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but sit a little straighter. The flaming white phoenix divine fruits actually have such a wonderful effect. Luo Fan fanned the crowd's excitement further by mentioning more miraculous benefits of consuming the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. However, he always stressed that it was according to a legend. Many of the magical benefits of this rank 3 flaming white phoenix divine fruit came from age-old rumors. After all, only a handful of people had consumed these fruits. Let us begin auctioning these flaming white phoenix divine fruits. The starting price is 3 million low grade 7 spirit stones. Luo Fan went on, "Now, please make your offer. 3 million low grade 7 spirit stones. That is just the starting price." Some family's disciples who had been fantasizing their glories a few moments ago saw their fantasy shattered before their eyes as their feet went cold. Inside private room number 5, Goodyu couldn't stop showing excitement on his face. His current cultivation was at 10th order Ancestor God Realm, but he believed that he would be able to break through to peak late 10th order Ancestor God Realm once he would get accepted into the Solitude Emperor Palace and receive the Solitude Emperor Palace's cultivation. At that time, consuming these flaming white phoenix divine fruits would help him to successfully break through to God King Realm. A God King. The more Goodyu thought about it, the more excited he became. In truth, he was bellowing with excitement in his heart. "These flaming white phoenix divine fruits are mine. Mine. No one can take them away." Driven by his excitement, Goodyu impulsively called out, 1 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. According to the spirit stones exchange rate, 1 million high-grade 7 spirit stones were equivalent to 2 million mid-grade 7 spirit stones, and accordingly, 4 million low-grade 7 spirit stones. Hence, Guduyu had raised the price by 1 million low-grade 7 spirit stones. 1.1 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Moments later, a voice sounded from private room number 1. 1.2 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. A voice came from private room number 3. For a moment, there were voices calling out bids from various private rooms. The price rose by 100,000 with each increment. In a short few minutes, the price had gone up to 2 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. At 2 million point, these people finally calmed down from their fervor and grew cautious in calling out bids, increasing the bid by merely 10,000, 20,000, or 30,000. The feverish light in Guduyu's eyes also dimmed a little. Even so, the price had risen to 3 million. 3 million high-grade 7 spirit stones were already 4 times higher than the starting price. Now everyone was more cautious with each bid. In the beginning, the price had risen exponentially in a few seconds, but at 3 million point, each bid had an interval of 3 to 4 minutes. Huang Xiaolong had remained silent since the start of the Flaming White Phoenix Divine Fruits auction. Another few minutes passed, and the bid rose to 3.5 million. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to call out his bid for the first time, the little cow suddenly cut him off and said, "Xiaolong, let this cow make the bid for you." Huang Xiaolong was surprised but still nodded in agreement. "What's your maximum budget for this item?" the little cow asked. "Within 10 million, Huang Xiaolong answered. The moment Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, the little cow stood up. She shook her butt and puffed her chest, and shouted with dominance, 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Her voice rumbled through the auction hall, dizzying the people around. Some even fell off their chairs. Waves of shock struck everyone's heads, as they were filled with disbelief. 10 million, high-grade 7 spirit stones. A high martial world's first-rank forces patriarch repeated with a stiff tongue. Guduyu, who had made the bid for 3.5 million, quivered subconsciously when he heard the little cow's 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones from private room number 6. Dead silence. Time seemed to freeze as eyes were fixed on private room number 6. Even the veteran auctioneer Luofan's mind went blank from shock. Whereas Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless as he looked at the little cow's domineering posture. Even though his budget was 10 million, was it necessary to throw his highest limit? Wouldn't it be better if he could buy it at 5 million? One should be thrifty when they could. After all, 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones had taken him 100 hours to condense them. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's darkened expression, the little cow looked at him innocently. Why would you want to waste time with them? Look, 10 million saves you a lot of trouble, and everything is settled in a second. 11 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Right at this time, a voice called out from private room number 7, which was right next to Huang Xiaolong's private room. The little cow looked wide-eyed silly. Huang Xiaolong burst out laughing at her expression. Xiangsun, Feng Er, and others snickered, except the void devil beast Su Baixing, who did not dare to laugh at the little cow for the sake of his butt. Xianxia, looks like your 10 million can't get the job done. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The little cow argued sadly. I'm old now, not as domineering as others. The others in the room laughed again. Inside the private room number 7, there was a pretty young lady who was exuding a noble air. Behind her stood 2 old women who had no presence at all, and it was as if they were dead. But a great expert could tell that these 2 old women were powerful experts. In truth, given misaptitude, you can smoothly break through to God King realm in a few years, even without the Flaming White Phoenix divine fruits. One of the old women stated. The pretty young lady smiled. Old Tong, these Flaming White Phoenix divine fruits must be very tasty. I haven't eaten them before. Seemingly, this young lady wanted to buy the Flaming White Phoenix divine fruits merely because she wanted to taste them. Old woman Old Tong smiled amiably. Fine, fine, fine. As long as you like it, my little princess. The pretty young lady flashed her a brilliant smile. She sounded innocent as she said, "I know old Tong loves me the most." Her eyes bent into crescents as she pouted. "Let's see who dares to fight with me." The two women chuckled warmly. Then, Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded from private room number 6. 12 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. 12 million. The crowd below was in an uproar. Inside private room number 5, Guduyu was beaming with confidence up until now as he had 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones in his pocket. But the bid of 12 million made him feel humiliated and extremely hateful. Also, inside private room number 7, the pretty young lady's mouth pouted higher when she heard Huang Xiaolong bid of 12 million. She called out, 13 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. 13 million. Gasps of shock and disbelief echoed through the auction hall once more. Inside private room number 6, Huang Xiaolong was frowning. Although the flaming white phoenix divine fruit ranked 3rd amongst the world's 7 wonder fruits, it was not as effective for a God King Realm Master. Thus, it shouldn't be this expensive. He had estimated to win these fruits by closing the bid at around 7 to 8 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. But this person had actually raised the price to 13 million. Judging from the person's voice, she would continue to raise the price and won't give up. Huang Xiaolong considered for a moment, then called out, 14 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. 15 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. As expected, the moment Huang Xiaolong made a bid, the young lady's voice followed to raise the bid. "Just learn from me and bid 20 million, the little cow said to Huang Xiaolong. "You won't be able to bid for the thunderstorm divine robe, but those flaming white phoenix divine fruits are very important to you." Huang Xiaolong nodded. His priority was to grow stronger. Therefore, no matter what, he needed to win the bid for these flaming white phoenix divine fruits. 20 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong stopped hesitating and shouted 20 million, as per the little cow's advice. 20 million. The crowd below exploded. This was frightening, even for the first-rank forces grand elders and elders, and even their patriarchs and sect chiefs were shaking. Chairs tumbled to the floor out of order. Luo Fan was trying his best to hold onto the edge of the table to avoid tumbling down in shock. The pretty young lady in private room number 7 was smiling, and her eyes bent into crescents. Just as she was about to raise the bid again, Old Tong stopped her. "Miss, we've brought 40 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. If we keep insisting on buying these flaming white phoenix divine fruits, we might not be able to get the thunderstorm divine robe." They were specifically attending this auction for the thunderstorm divine robe. The pretty young lady blanked for a second, but she relented in the end. "All right then." Then she let out a grumpy harumph and ordered, "Who's that jerk next door? Send someone to find out. He actually dared to compete with me for the flaming white phoenix divine fruits." Old Tong smiled helplessly but agreed. "All right, Mississippi. I'll send someone to find out more information about the person next door." In the end, Huang Xiaolong successfully won the bid for the 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits at 20 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong inwardly sighed in relief after securing the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. The auction supervisor personally sent the crystal box containing 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits to Huang Xiaolong, after he made the payment of million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Delight rushed to Huang Xiaolong's chest as he received the crystal box from the auction supervisor. After the supervisor left, Huang Xiaolong placed all 18 fruits into his golden dragon lightning pool space, as he planned to refine them later. Congratulations to the honored guest in private room number 6 for successfully bidding for the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. Our next auction item is our final auction item. It's a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, the Thunderstorm Divine Robe. Luo Fan's voice reverberated in the hall. The auction supervisor stepped up to the auction stage and placed a crystal box on the table. No one could see the Thunderstorm Divine Robe inside the crystal box, but could feel a raging tempest. That raging tempest inside the crystal box collided against the walls of the crystal box as it unleashed its destructive power within the crystal box. Luo Fan smiled widely as he began. I believe everyone can already guess that this raging tempest is the manifestation of the Thunderstorm Divine Robe. A low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, the Thunderstorm Divine Robe can transform into a tempestuous wind form and could be attached to any part of the body. Could be soft and gentle but also vigorous and violent. Can both attack and defend. On top of that, if you're powerful enough, you can cover 100,000 li radius area with unimaginably destructive thunderstorms. Luo Fan introduced the Thunderstorm Divine Robe's power and usage with a lot of vigor to the audience. The crowd looked at the crystal box with feverish eyes. Of course, in addition to these benefits, you can borrow the wind element power of the robe to increase your flying speed when you wear the Thunderstorm Divine Robe. But that depends on the individual situation. Therefore, the increased speed varies from person to person. Nonetheless, if they are strong enough, it could double a person's flying speed. Increase flying speed. Listening to this, all eyes in the hall shone brighter than before. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling tempted. Speed was one of the essential things when facing an enemy. Overall, Huang Xiaolong's speed was faster than average, but with the additional boost from the Thunderstorm Divine Robe, his speed would be even more shocking. Now then, we will start the auction for Thunderstorm Divine Robe. The starting price is 10 million low grade 7 spirit stones. Luo Fan concluded. The noisy auction hall suddenly quieted down. 11 million low grade 7 spirit stones. The guest from private room number 1 called out. 13 million low grade 7 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price was gone up to 20 million low grade 7 spirit stones. 20 million low grade 7 spirit stones was equivalent to 5 million high grade 7 spirit stones. Inside private room number 5, Guduyu shouted, 6 million high grade 7 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong, who had been silent until now, sneered at Guduyu's bid. 10 million high grade 7 spirit stones. 10 million high grade 7 spirit stones. The moment Huang Xiaolong acted, the lively auction hall turned cold. Guduyu immediately turned scarlet with bloodthirst upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's voice. He spat through gritted teeth. I must tear that scum with my own hands. 20 million high grade 7 spirit stones. It seemed like the young lady from private room number 7 was adamant to compete with Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, she instantly raised the price up to 20 million high grade 7 spirit stones. After hearing Huang Xiaolong's bid, the people below felt their limbs go cold. Huang Xiaolong frowned with a slight displeasure. Even though he had condensed quite a lot of high-grade 7 spirit stones, he was left with a little over 30 million high-grade 7 spirit stones, after purchasing the Space Velocity Stones and Flaming White Phoenix Divine Fruits. After a brief pause, Huang Xiaolong shouted, 30 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. 30 million. There was an uproar in the auction hall once more. Some families' patriarchs felt heaviness in their chests. A pile of 30 million high-grade spirit stones rivaled 1,000 zhang tall mountain that could squash a person to death. The pretty young lady from private room number 7 sonorously shouted, 40 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Several guests in the auction hall below had an impulse to faint and never wake up. Luo Fan wanted to hold onto the table with both of his hands, but he barely managed to do so, as his knees nearly buckled. He had initially thought it was already a good harvest if the Thunderstorm Divine Robe could fetch 10 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong shook his head after hearing the bid for 40 million. From private room number 7. The woman next door is really merciless, as she has the essence of this cow's domineering style from the past. The little cow praised unabashedly. Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes, which clearly meant, your style is not domineering, that's cowminering. In the end, the Thunderstorm Divine Robe was bought by the pretty young lady from private room number 7 for 40 million high-grade 7 spirit stones. With that, the curtains fell on the auction. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong, Xiangxun, and the rest stepped out from their private room. Just as Huang Xiaolong stepped out of the door, he came across Song Rui and Guduyu, who were coming out of private room number 5. Murderous cold gleams flickered across their eyes when both of them saw Huang Xiaolong. According to Guduyu, those Space Velocity Stones and Flaming White Phoenix Divine Fruits would have been his, if it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong. Not just that, but Goodyu had also believed that he could have bought the space velocity stones with 500,000 high-grade 7 spirit stones. But Huang Xiaolong had obviously spoiled his plan. Goodyu strode towards Huang Xiaolong with a menacing gaze. Kid, don't think that you're great for getting those space velocity stones and flaming white phoenix divine fruits. Everything will depend on whether you live to refine them. Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently, That's not for you to worry about. Anger exploded in Gooduyu's eyes as he spat. Let's hope you that can hide inside the Martial Dragon City forever. The Martial Dragon City was the Longwu clan's territory. Thus, Goodyu did not dare to attack Huang Xiaolong blatantly inside the Martial Dragon City. However, things would be different once Huang Xiaolong were to step outside of the Martial Dragon City. Go! Goodyu harumphed coldly as he turned around and left. Song Rue glared daggers at Huang Xiaolong before leaving. Xiaolong, do you want me to go up and directly resolve that fella? The little cow grumbled at Huang Xiaolong, while her gaze was fixed on Goodyu. Huang Xiaolong was speechless but retorted, We're in Martial Dragon City. The little cow snickered. Don't worry. Even if I smashed the whole Martial Dragon City, the Longwu clan's patriarch won't dare to let out a fart, given my younger generation grand disciple's relation with the Longwu clan's old ancestor. Huang Xiaolong was surprised, but he shook his head and said, Forget it. Even though the little cow might have been telling the truth, Huang Xiaolong didn't want any trouble. It was more urgent to repair the giant shark flying ship in order to reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds as soon as possible. He had already overstayed in the high martial world. Huang Xiaolong had barely taken 2 steps when a young lady walked out from private room number 7 and demanded, You're the one who won the bid for the flaming white phoenix divine fruits, right? In the next second, her demeanor changed, and she looking a little shy as she asked, could you sell one of them to me? I want to know the taste of the flaming white phoenix divine fruit. Feng Er, Gue Er, and Gue-san looked at her agape. The pretty young lady was wearing an innocent and naive expression as she looked at Huang Xiaolong, and her eyes were shining in anticipation. Anyone would have found it difficult to refuse her due to her expression. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased slightly, but he shook his head and replied, I don't lack money. Yes, what he lacked at that moment was strength. He could condense as many spirit stones as he wanted. Moreover, once he would break through to 4th Order Ancestor God Realm, he would be able to condense low grade 8 spirit stones. Money was going to be less of a problem once he entered the mid-level Ancestor God Realm. As Huang Xiaolong refused her request, the young lady stamped her feet and complained, Why are you so stingy? Fine then. This miss doesn't want it anymore. I've already checked you out, you're Huang Xiaolong, am I right? You are our Fortune Emperor Palace's Vientiane World Branch's disciple, and you're planning to register for the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong and the rest of his group were stunned. Even the little cow was surprised. This young lady must have had Huang Xiaolong investigated in the midst of the auction, in less than half a day's time. Her people had already managed to investigate Huang Xiaolong's background. It was not an easy task to investigate a stranger's background in the vast divine world in half a day's time. It seems this young lady's quite powerful. At the very least, she was able to use the influence of a powerful background. Moreover, the little cow had noticed that the young lady had mentioned Fortune Emperor Palace. Did that mean that this young lady was the Fortune Gate headquarters disciple? Wait till you come to the Fortune Emperor Palace. You won't know what hit you. The young lady wrinkled her small nose and announced, Remember, my name is Fang Xianxian. Old Tong, we're leaving. The young lady Fang Xianxian said to the 2 old women. Huang Xiaolong's mouth opened to say something, but in the end, he silently watched the young lady's group leave without saying a word. Fang Xianxian, Huang Xiaolong repeated under his breath. He remembered that Golden Brow ancestor had once mentioned that surname of the Fortune Emperor Palace's gate chief was Fang. Is that young lady related to the Fortune Emperor Palace? And was she the Emperor's disciple or related in any way? Hi hey! Xiaolong, you've provoked trouble this time. The little cow was clearly gloating. It looks like that girl is a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, with a very high status. She'll probably make your life miserable when you reach the Fortune Emperor Palace. If I were you, I would have definitely agreed to such a pretty girl's small request. Isn't it just one flaming white phoenix divine fruit? Huang Xiaolong glared at the little cow. I remember that it was you who had told me to get the flaming white phoenix divine fruit, even if it meant foregoing the thunderstorm divine robe. The little cow chuckled in embarrassment and shook her head. Did I? This cow's memory has always been bad. Can't remember it. Huang Xiaolong felt an impulse to kick her after hearing her explanation. Those two old women are quite strong. Although their strength couldn't be compared to my peak strength, their strength is still not far away from it. Xianxia said suddenly, as he had been paying attention to the two old women. His words astonished Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the others, and they stared at the two old women who were following behind Fang Xianxian. These two old women are very powerful experts. Once again, this proved that the young lady's status was high in the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong felt an onslaught of headaches. At a glance, it was obvious to him that the young lady was mischievous and playful. Huang Xiaolong could see dark clouds in his future as he would be targeted by her. He turned and saw the little cow's gloating expression. In the next second, his palm struck the little cow's forehead and he ordered, "Go back!" Now, there was only one thing he could do, go back and repair the giant shark flying ship. Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group was back at the residence. The moment they were all inside the residence, Huang Xiaolong activated all the attack and defensive formations of the residence. He then ordered Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, and the little cow to further strengthen their defenses by using a few more layers of defensive formations. Repairing the giant shark flying ship was not an easy task, and it was going to take a long time. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not want anyone interrupting their progress. Even though they were inside the martial dragon city, it was better to be safe than sorry. Caution was a good habit. It turned out that Huang Xiaolong's strength was weak for repairing a top-grade chaos spiritual artifact, like the giant shark flying ship. Therefore, at the end of the day, the task fell on Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng's shoulders. After learning that Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng would need 3 to 4 months to repair the giant shark flying ship, Huang Xiaolong decisively entered his room and began cultivating. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside his room and called out his 3 avatars. They positioned themselves into a 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation, and Huang Xiaolong took out one of the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. As one of the world's 7 wonder fruits at the 3rd rank, the flaming white phoenix divine fruits naturally contained a shocking amount of energy. Taking this into consideration, Huang Xiaolong practiced caution and did not refine too many of these fruits simultaneously, like he usually did with other things. Huang Xiaolong watched the flaming fruit floating in front of him. It was surrounded by 100 small fire phoenixes. He took a deep breath to calm himself, and after a few minutes he and his 3 avatars started circulating their god force according to the grand mist parasitic medium. Flames around the flaming white phoenix divine fruit danced wildly as if it was doused with oil, and when Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars swallowed it, there was a sea of flames around them. Huang Xiaolong felt like his body was being incinerated within the flaming white phoenix divine fruit sea of flames. Hot. This was his first sensation. Scorching hot. This was his second feeling. At one point, there was nothing but heat and pain. Pain. Excruciating pain. Huang Xiaolong felt pain from the flaming white phoenix divine fruit's burning flames even with his strong true dragon physique. Not mere pain, but excruciating pain. One could imagine how powerful the flames were. Enduring the scorching heat from the flames, Huang Xiaolong pulled himself together and focused to persistently circulate his god force according to the grand mist parasitic medium cycle after cycle. Waves of vigorous fire element energy from the enshrouding flames surged into every corner of Huang Xiaolong's body through his pores, nostrils, and even through the orifice of his ears. When this fire element energy entered Huang Xiaolong's body, Huang Xiaolong felt like his internal organs were being roasted over fire, and it intensified his pain. In his consciousness, his 3 supreme godheads were greedily absorbing the incoming fire element energy. and his three supreme godheads were vibrating and emitting rings of radiant lights, as if they were stimulated by this fire element energy. These radiant ripples of light were bathing Huang Xiaolong in a great halo. Fortunately, before Huang Xiaolong had begun cultivating, he had activated the room's defensive formation, or else, this radiant light would have alarmed the whole martial dragon city. As a large amount of vigorous fire element energy drilled into his body and his three supreme godheads, Huang Xiaolong's consciousness began to blur. After this, he continued circulating the grand mist parasitic medium by instinct. 1 hour passed. 2 hours. 10 days went by. The fire element energy continued to flow out from the flaming white phoenix divine fruits into Huang Xiaolong's body. Soon a month came and went by. After a month of continuous absorption, Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads and true dragon physique gradually adapted to the overwhelming amounts of fire element energy from the flaming white phoenix divine fruit. Thus, the pain assaulting Huang Xiaolong weakened and gradually disappeared. 2 months later, an unprecedented comfortable feeling filled Huang Xiaolong as warm energy flowed throughout his body. Wherever this warm energy passed through his body, it gave him an indescribably comforting feeling, almost making him groan. Few more days passed. The 100 fire phoenixes around the flaming white phoenix divine fruit seemed to be attracted by some kind of power within Huang Xiaolong and his three avatars. Due to this, they actually flew into Huang Xiaolong and his three avatars' bodies. It started with one fire phoenix spirit entering Huang Xiaolong's body. Half a day later, it was another fire phoenix. Huang Xiaolong's three avatars were also absorbing the fire phoenix spirits. In less than half a month, these 100 fire phoenix spirits were completely absorbed by Huang Xiaolong and his three avatars. Huang Xiaolong was still bathed by a radiant fiery light. 5 days later, the flaming white phoenix divine fruit seemed to have exhausted all of its fire element energy, and it combusted into flames then vanished from the world. The next day, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of foul qi like a dragon spewing fire. Huang Xiaolong immediately noticed his cultivation had risen to late Third Order Ancestor God Realm, and he was already close to entering peak late Third Order Ancestor God Realm. If refining a flaming white phoenix divine fire fruit for 3 to 4 months could yield this result, then he could break through to Fourth Order Ancestor God Realm in less than a year. But the repair progress of the giant shark flying ship had been hanging at the back of his mind. Therefore he stopped cultivating and stepped out of his room. He saw Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Subaixing were still repairing the giant shark flying ship, but were already in the last stages of repairs. Probably, the repair would be done in the next 10 days or so. Even though 10 days weren't much, Huang Xiaolong didn't waste time idling around. Instead, he resumed his cultivation. However, 10 days weren't enough for him to refine one flaming white phoenix divine fruit. Therefore, he resorted to swallowing a few top-grade chaos spiritual pills and cultivated. He took out 500 top-grade chaos spiritual pills and swallowed them all at once. Although 500 top-grade chaos spiritual pills could make Huang Xiaolong feel a bit bloated, his current true dragon physique had no problem handling the sudden vast energy. After refining 500 top-grade chaos spiritual pills, Huang Xiaolong consumed another 500 top-grade chaos spiritual pills the next day. 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong had refined 5,000 top-grade chaos spiritual pills. 5,000 top-grade chaos spiritual pills in 10 days. Had it been another late Third Order Ancestor God Realm cultivator with a high Emperor rank godhead, refining one top-grade chaos spiritual pill would have taken at least half a year. Accordingly, refining 5,000 top-grade chaos spiritual pills would have taken more than 2,000 years. But Huang Xiaolong had merely used 10 days. This speed was unprecedented, and never heard before. When Huang Xiaolong once again stepped out from his room after 10 days, Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Subaixing had finished repairing the giant shark flying ship. Huang Xiaolong asked them the condition of the newly repaired giant shark flying ship. Xianxia respectfully replied, to answer Master's question, in addition to fixing the giant shark flying ship, we also refined a new core formation with the extra space velocity stones. Due to this, the current giant shark flying ship is much faster compared to other top-grade chaos flying ships. Huang Xiaolong smiled happily at Xianxia's report, but he said to reconfirm, You mean the current giant shark flying ship speed is not far from a low-grade Grand Mist flying ship? Is that right? Xianxia solemnly answered. More or less. That's excellent. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were sparkling with ecstasy. In that case, will the giant shark flying ship take less than 7 or 8 years to reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds? Maybe 6 years or even 5 years would do. Everyone get ready. We'll leave Martial Dragon City in 2 hours. Huang Xiaolong said to Xianxia and the rest. Xianxia and the rest complied respectfully and went off to pack their belongings. At this time, Goodiyu and Song Rui were watching Huang Xiaolong's residence from a balcony not far across from Huang Xiaolong's residence. That kid has been hiding inside his residence ever since he came out from the auction? Goodiyu asked one of his subordinates. Yes, young master. We have been watching the residence night and day. We have not seen anyone leaving the residence. The subordinate answered respectfully. We can't do anything to that kid if he decides to hide inside until God knows when, Song Rui snarled. Goodiyu was frowning with displeasure. Wait for another 2 months. If they still continue staying inside after 2 months, I'll think of a way to make it difficult for them to stay inside the Martial Dragon City, and they would have no choice but to leave. Based on his association with Longu clan's core disciples, Goodiyu believed that he could force someone out of the city without exerting much effort, if it came to that. Right at this time, a subordinate by Goodiyu's side was agape with shock as he stared dumbly at the airspace above Huang Xiaolong's residence. Goodiyu and Song Rui were confused by the subordinate's reaction. They also turned to look across the street, and were shocked to see the giant flying ship in the airspace above Huang Xiaolong's residence that had appeared out of nowhere. The giant flying ship was resembling an ancient giant shark, and the long sharp fin was reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. In the next second, right in front of Goodiyu and Song Rui's shocked faces, that giant shark flying ship emitted a blue water-like rippling light and shot forwards, tearing through space and disappearing from the Martial Dragon City. Goodiyu blanked momentarily, but he reacted quickly. He jumped in anger while bellowing, "That kid's fleeing! Chase! Block him!" At the same time, he and Song Rui tore space and went after Huang Xiaolong's flying ship. Song Rui also reacted quickly, and threw out his blood wolf flying ship almost immediately. He and Goodiyu jumped aboard the ship and began chasing after Huang Xiaolong. Meanwhile, Goodiyu took out his communication talisman and contacted 4 of the Godu clan's Grand Elders. Goodiyu had already paved the road with these 4 Godu clan's Grand Elders earlier. Moreover, these 4 Grand Elders were quite close to Goodiyu, as they were Goodiyu's elders. Of course, they had agreed to help Goodiyu by making a deal with him. He had promised to give them all the spirit stones on Huang Xiaolong's body, whereas Goodiyu could keep the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. Soon after receiving Goodiyu's message, the 4 Godu clan's Grand Elders tore space and entered the void. They were directly headed towards Huang Xiaolong's flying ship. The moment Huang Xiaolong's flying ship had departed from the Martial Dragon City, other families' forces had also been on his trail along with Goodiyu's group. A total of several hundred experts were chasing after Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was well aware of his pursuers as he stood inside the giant shark flying ship's hull. A cold sneer rose at the corner of his lips as he thought, "Looks like more than a few people were yearning for his flaming white phoenix divine fruits and high-grade 7 spirit stones. Then they would have to bear the consequences. They can't blame him. People die for wealth, so these people must be prepared to die. Decrease speed and turn around." Huang Xiaolong commanded Xianxia and Su Baixing. Xianxia, Su Baixing, and the others were taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's order. But on second thought, they seemed to understand Huang Xiaolong's intention and complied respectfully. Goodiyu and Song Rui, who were at the front of the pack, dazed for a moment when they saw that Huang Xiaolong's giant shark flying ship was turned around to face them. In the next moment, they saw giant sword wings extending out from the sides of Huang Xiaolong's flying ship. There was a low humming noise as the flying ship flew towards them like a ferocious water beast. Goodiyu and Song Rui's expressions froze. "Out of the way!" Song Rui literally roared the words. He grabbed Goodiyu and leaped off the blood wolf flying ship. Almost at the same instant, the 2 of them leaped off the blood wolf flying ship, and a space-shaking boom thundered as the giant shark flying ship rammed into the blood wolf flying ship. The giant shark flying ship's head pierced into the high chaos-grade blood wolf flying ship like knife cutting through butter. But it did not stop there. It smashed the blood wolf flying ship down from high air into the mountain range below. Goodyu and Song Rui had just leaped off but were immediately struck in the back by the blood wolf flying ship's body. The two plummeted from high up in the air, uncontrollably vomiting blood. After ramming the blood wolf flying ship into the mountain range, the giant shark flying ship rushed onwards to the 100 experts at the back. Bang! 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 These forces experts were knocked away like flies by the giant shark flying ship. Those below God King realm cultivation exploded to their deaths from the impact, and their blood splattered to the ground. Even low-level God King realm master's physique couldn't withstand the collision with the giant shark flying ship. After all, the giant shark flying ship was a top-grade chaos spiritual artifact, and it regained its ferocious beast nature after it was repaired. Among the group of pursuers, there were only 2 mid-level God realm masters, who managed to dodge the giant shark flying ship, but their backs were dampened from cold sweat. Top-grade chaos flying ship. One of them stammered. Top-grade chaos flying ships were rare in the divine world. This grade of flying ship has not appeared in the high martial world for more than 10,000 years. But they had just seen one, moreover. That top-grade chaos flying ship belonged to the same fat sheep who had bought the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. Stop! How dare you! Right at this time, four figures accelerated forward while attacking Huang Xiaolong. 4 giant palm prints landed on the giant shark flying ship. The 4 people were none other than the Gudu clan's 4 grand elders. Inside the giant shark flying ship's control hall, Xianxia harumphed with disdain. He then let out a bellow, and his god force surged outwards and his trunk swept at the 4 incoming palm prints. Rumble! A resounding boom ensued. The 4 Gudu clan's grand elders wailed in pain as their bodies staggered backwards, as they lost their balance and smashed into the land below. The land cracked open with the impact. It was 1 against 4, but still all 4 of the Gudu clan's grand elders were repelled by Xianxia. Xianxia was a powerful existence that had lived for several billion years. Although his current strength was suppressed to God King realm by the petrification seals, still, his strength was far above the Gudu clan's 4 grand elders who had advanced to God King realm for merely tens of thousands of years. The 2 God King realm masters who had dodged the giant shark flying ship's attack were deathly pale after witnessing this scene, and their horror-struck eyes were fixed in the giant shark flying ship. Xianxia looked towards the 2 God King realm masters, as he raised his leg and kicked at them from across the space. The 2 God King realm masters crashed to the ground like meteors, as if they were hit by the weight of a divine mountain. Let's go! Huang Xiaolong ordered and manipulated the core formation. The giant shark flying ship burst forth at full speed and vanished in the blink of an eye. As Huang Xiaolong took over the flying ship's control and sped away, numerous figures flew up to the sky from the martial dragon city and its neighboring cities. Among them were Longu Ling Air and Gudu Man. They saw the numerous corpses scattered on the ground as well as the miserable remnants of the blood wolf flying ship, and paled. Second brother! Gudu Man screamed and hastened to Gudu Yu's side. What happened? Longu Ling Air couldn't help asking after seeing the blood-stained Gudu Yu. Gudu Yu couldn't speak due to his severe injuries. It was Song Rui who answered. It's that kid who bid the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. He suddenly went amok and hit the martial dragon city's experts. Brother Gudu and I were affected by his attack. He naturally glazed over the fact that he and Gudu had planned to rob Huang Xiaolong's flaming white phoenix divine fruits, and turned the story to make it look like Huang Xiaolong had gone amok and attacked them instead. Longu Ling Air and Gudu Man's faces were clearly full of shock. Top-grade chaos flying ship. Him! Longu Ling Air remembered the face of the young man who had won the flaming white phoenix divine fruits from the auction. Gudu Man was shrieking. That person is simply abhorrent. He attacked the people of Martial Dragon City indiscriminately because he has a top-grade chaos flying ship. Sister Ling Air, your Longu clan absolutely must not let him escape. Longu Ling Air's brows creased slightly at Gudu Man's words. She was not going to rely on Song Rui's words like "Gudu man," and assume that Huang Xiaolong had really gone amok to attack the martial Dragon City's people indiscriminately. There were too many loopholes in Song Rui's explanation. Thus, Langu Ling Er did not respond to Gudu man's words. She looked away and her eyes caught sight of the 4 Gudu clan's grand elders. She exclaimed in surprise, "He has a high-level God King Realm Master by his side?" Gudu man noticed the 4 Gudu clan's grand elders at Langu Ling Er's exclamation, and was equally shocked. "Yes, that big elephant by his side is an 8th Order God King Realm Master," Song Rui confirmed. In Song Rui's opinion, only an 8th Order God King Realm Master could parry the Gudu clan's 4 God King Realm Grand Elders' attacks in a single strike. Langu Ling Er and Gudu man nearly staggered at his words. 8th Order God King Realm Master. The fact that Xianxia was an 8th Order God King Realm Master did not shock them as much as the fact that Huang Xiaolong actually had an 8th Order God King Realm mount. What is that black-haired young man's identity? Both of them wondered about the same thing. Langu Ling Er looked in the direction in which Huang Xiaolong's giant shark flying ship had left, and she had a feeling that she and that black-haired young man would be meeting again. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong was completely unaware of what was going on in these two women's minds. By this time, the giant shark flying ship had traveled through the high martial world's outer space barrier and was speeding away in the dark space. The repaired giant shark flying ship was twice faster than before, and it was barely raising any ripples or sound as it moved. After setting the flying ship's destination to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds, Huang Xiaolong left the core formations control to Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, increasing the giant shark flying ship's speed, whereas he went inside a cultivation room and began cultivating. Since Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached late 3rd Order Ancestor God Realm, he was aiming to break through to 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. This would allow him to condense low-grade 8 Spirit Stones. Using low-grade 8 Spirit Stones to fuel the giant shark flying ship's core formation would further raise the flying ship's speed. Even though this increase in the speed was not as significant, it might still enable him to return to the Vientiane world 1 or 2 years earlier. Huang Xiaolong sat down cross-legged upon entering the cultivation room number 1. He summoned his 3 avatars and formed the 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation. Subsequently, a spark of lightning appeared on Huang Xiaolong's forehead as a flaming white phoenix divine fruit flew out. Like before, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars began cultivating with the Grand Mist parasitic medium. The flaming white phoenix divine fruit's fire element energy roiled and filled the whole cultivation room in a sea of flames. Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were submerged under the roiling flames. Huang Xiaolong's consciousness slowly slipped away due to the waves of scorching pain. He continued to absorb the flaming white phoenix divine fruit's fire element energy purely based on his instincts. The first time Huang Xiaolong had refined a flaming white phoenix divine fruit, the scorching pain had lasted for a month, before diminishing gradually. This time around, it subsided in 20 days. The time had greatly shortened. As the pain diminished, Huang Xiaolong was once again enveloped inside a cocoon of comfortable warm feeling. Huang Xiaolong felt completely relaxed. So did his 3 avatars. A month later, the 100 fire phoenix's spirits around the flaming white phoenix divine fruit entered Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' bodies one by one. 2 months later, the flaming white phoenix divine fruit's fire element energy was completely absorbed by Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars. While the fruit turned into ashes and disappeared from the world, Huang Xiaolong had taken more than 3 months to refine the first flaming white phoenix divine fruit. But for the second flaming white phoenix divine fruit, it had taken him a little over 2 months. As Huang Xiaolong's strength kept improving, so did his refining speed. Huang Xiaolong did not stop after he finished refining the second flaming white phoenix divine fruit. Another spark of lightning flashed from Huang Xiaolong's forehead, and the third flaming white phoenix divine fruit appeared in front of him. Subsequently, when the third flaming white phoenix divine fruit disappeared from the word, Huang Xiaolong took out the 4th one. Likewise, he moved from the 4th to the 5th flaming white phoenix divine fruit. 9 months later, Huang Xiaolong had finished refining the 5th flaming white phoenix divine fruit. During this time, a light suddenly shone out of Huang Xiaolong's body, accompanied by muffled crackling noises. Huang Xiaolong's various elements God Force lit up every corner of the cultivation room. It glimmered like waves, and whispered an unidentifiable music that resembled ancient drums, or the roars of 1,000 divine beasts. It was also accompanied by the long cries of the phoenixes, and the clashes of swords from an ancient battlefield. This went on for days. However, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were still submerged in the waves of lights. A surreal blue dragon coiled in the air. Archdevils gathered, and meditating golden Buddhas appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. Primordial divine dragon, archdevil, and golden Buddha appeared baying his respective avatars. The 3 avatars, primordial divine dragon, archdevil, and golden Buddha, had the same aura as Huang Xiaolong's main body, yet they were slightly different at the same time. It was as if the 3 avatars' manifestations were still in their infancy, but would surpass the main bodies once they matured. Another 10 days passed before Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and stood up. Popping noises came from his bones, and it resembled the rumbling divine thunder shaking the world. Finally, he had broken through to 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. Even though it was only 4th Order Ancestor God Realm, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling a little excited. Was his current strength 4 to 5 times stronger than the time he had left the High Martial World? Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads spun at high speed, and God Force roared throughout his body as he punched out. Fist Force passed through the giant shark flying ship's body towards the vast space outside, forming a river of energy fluctuations. The Fist Force struck an uninhabited planet in the far distance, and then rumbled. A big pit appeared on the surface of the uninhabited planet. This pit was bottomless, with spiderweb crack lines at its edges. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his fist, and nodded with satisfaction at the result. With his current power, he could now defeat anyone under 7th Order Ancestor God Realm. After this, Huang Xiaolong headed to the flying ship's control hall. "Congratulations, Master!" Since Huang Xiaolong had not concealed his cultivation, Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing could tell that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. One could imagine their astonishment at Huang Xiaolong's break through to 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. How long has it been since Huang Xiaolong broke through to Ancestor God Realm? It seems less than a decade. A decade. Now, Huang Xiaolong's already 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. Even though Xianxia was astounded, excitement and hope sprouted in his heart. If Master's cultivation speed continues at this rate, it won't be long before he breaks through God King Realm. At that time, he can resolve the petrification seals inside my body. Huang Xiaolong asked the 2 of them, "What is our current location?" "Master, we have reached the fire and ice world. We can reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds in roughly 4 years with this speed," Xianxia replied respectfully. Huang Xiaolong said with a little bit disappointment, "Roughly 4 years? That's still too slow." Subsequently, he twirled his fingers in the air, and Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing saw spirit stones raining down from the void. All these spirit stones were low grade 8 spirit stones. 8 low grade 8 spirit stones. Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing exclaimed as they stared at the pile of several thousand low grade 8 spirit stones, and their eyeballs nearly dropped out of their sockets. Up until now, only the little cow had been aware of the fact that Huang Xiaolong could condense spirit stones through spiritual energy from the void. Therefore, Xianxia and Su Baixing were dumbstruck as they watched a pile of low-grade 8 spirit stones appear out of nowhere. Don't use high-grade 7 spirit stones to fuel the giant shark flying ship anymore. Instead, use these low-grade 8 spirit stones, Huang Xiaolong said to both of them. Both were dumbstruck once again. "Mossmaster, did you say you used these low-grade 8 spirit stones to fuel the giant shark flying ship's core formation?" Void Devil Beast Su Baixing gulped loudly and asked for confirmation. These were low-grade 8 spirit stones. Needless to say, grade 8 spirit stones were rare in the divine world. Even big families' God King Realm Masters would keep any grade 8 spirit stones for cultivation, rarely willing to spend them. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong was actually asking them to use grade 8 spirit stones to fuel the flying ship. What a waste. What extravagance. This was it. This was wasteful. This was extravagant. Even Xiangsun couldn't help having the same feeling. Huang Xiaolong grinned seeing Xiangsun and Su Baixing's dumbstruck expressions, and said, "In the future, you can tell me how many low grade 8 spirit stones you need, and don't worry about them running out of supply." As he said this, he reached out into the void once again, and pieces of low grade 8 spirit stones rained down from the void. Huang Xiaolong's continued to condense low grade 8 spirit stones, and they kept raining down from the void. A few hours later, almost every corner of the flying ship's control hall was filled with low grade 8 spirit stones before Huang Xiaolong stopped. Xiangsun and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing were agape staring at their surrounding low-grade spirit stones. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's heart quivered non-stop. Huang Xiaolong said to the two of them, "Take half of these low-grade 8 spirit stones for your own use, and use the rest to fuel the flying ship. Take half of them to use." At this point, even Xiangsun was trembling uncontrollably. "Mossmaster, are you giving half of these for our use?" Xiangsun asked. Huang Xiaolong laughed seeing the expressions on their faces and said, "You two heard right. You can take half of these for your use, and use the other half to fuel the flying ship. Half of the low grade 8 spirit stones here should be enough to last us until the Royal Buddha Great Worlds, right? Definitely enough to reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds," Xiangsun replied with confidence. Huang Xiaolong added, "Wait until we've reached the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. I will give both of you higher grade spirit stones for cultivation, so there is no need to worry about running out of these spirit stones." Higher grade spirit stones. The two God King Realm Masters were stupefied as they thought to themselves, could it be mid-grade 8 spirit stones? Huang Xiaolong turned and left the control hall. The little cow, Feng Er, and others were each cultivating inside respective cultivation rooms. Thus Huang Xiaolong did not interrupt their cultivation. He returned to his cultivation room and continued cultivating. Huang Xiaolong released the 1,000-plus magic beasts, ghosts, and evil spirits that he had subjugated at the extraterritorial devil battlefield to let them cultivate inside the remaining cultivation rooms. After all, there were a lot of cultivation rooms left inside the giant shark flying ship. The giant shark flying ship was a top-grade chaos flying ship, and cultivating inside the flying ship yielded better results as compared to the Shumi Temple. Sitting cross-legged inside cultivation room number 1, Huang Xiaolong once again summoned his 3 avatars and formed a 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation. Then, he took out his 6th flaming white phoenix divine fruit and began refining it. By the time Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars circulated their god force according to the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium to refine the flaming white phoenix divine fruit's fire element energy, Xiangsun and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing finally recovered their senses in the control hall. Is this real?" Void Devil Beast Su Baixing stared at the piles of low grade 8 spirit stones around him and asked Xiangsun, still doubting that he was dreaming. Xiangsun stepped up with doubt in his eyes, and raised one foot and stepped onto one of the low grade 8 spirit stones. Noises came from under Xiangsun's foot, but the stones were still intact when he lifted his foot. "It's real." Xiangsun sucked in a breath of cold air, then answered. The hall fell into silence. A dozen minutes later, fueled by low grade 8 spirit stones, the giant shark flying ship speed increased further. It turned into a streak of light across the space, carrying Huang Xiaolong and the others towards the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. In the vast starry space, the giant shark flying ship continued to fly onwards, leaving one world surface after another behind them, and these world surfaces grew smaller than a grain of sand with the distance. Inside cultivation room number 1, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were devouring the flaming white phoenix divine fruit's fire element energy every second, every minute. By the time Huang Xiaolong refined his 8th flaming white phoenix divine fruit, he could no longer feel any scorching pain and adapt to the fire element energy right away. This was perhaps due to the accumulated fire phoenix spirit's fire element energy inside his body. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, inside cultivation room number 1, The fiery flaming white phoenix divine fruit in front of Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars dimmed gradually, and finally the whole fruit disappeared from the world. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating. Close to 2 years of cultivation, he and his 3 avatars had finally finished refining the remaining 13 flaming white phoenix divine fruits. He had won 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits from the auction, but now, they were consumed completely and not even their skins remained. Huang Xiaolong used his divine sense check internally and found that after refining 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits, whether it were his internal organs, 3 supreme godheads, or his true dragon physique, all had strengthened significantly. There was also a faint flow of fire element energy throughout his body. This was the phoenix power that had emerged in Huang Xiaolong's body after refining 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits, and it could increase the power of Huang Xiaolong's attack and defense to a certain degree. And his cultivation had risen from the initial 4th Order Ancestor God Realm to peak late 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. However, Huang Xiaolong felt pity that he had not managed to advance to 5th Order Ancestor God Realm. The next question is, where are we right now? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Just as he was about to step out of the cultivation room, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the front of the giant shark flying ship. Alarmed, Huang Xiaolong jumped to his feet and strode to the control hall. At the same time, the little cow, Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui Sen also came out from their respective cultivation rooms. Master! Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing quickly went up to Huang Xiaolong upon seeing him. What's going on? Huang Xiaolong demanded. There are people fighting ahead of us, and there are quite a lot of people. Judging from the energy fluctuations, they are probably God King Realm Masters. Xianxia answered. Huang Xiaolong's heart eased slightly. Suddenly, the echoes of a wail reached their ears. Seemingly, there was a demonic beast injured. At the same time, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing cried out, "It's a disciple of my clan!" He was excited, agitated, and anxious all at once. The Void Devil Beast clan's disciple. The others were a little surprised at Su Baixing's words. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised by Su Baixing's sudden exclamation. They had actually bumped into a Void Devil Beast clan's disciple there, in the middle of nowhere. The Void Devil Beast clan had always lived in Hell's Azura world, and rarely appeared in the Divine world. Go check it out, Huang Xiaolong said solemnly. Since it was related to Su Baixing's clan's disciple, he couldn't ignore the matter and leave with ease. Yes, everyone respectfully complied. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing looked gratefully at Huang Xiaolong and thanked him. Thank you, Master. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, indicating it was all right. Thus, Xianxia directed the giant shark flying ship towards the source of the energy fluctuations. As a precaution, Xianxia activated the flying ship's defensive formation. At the same time, dim ripples of light spread from the head to the tail of the flying ship, and it quietly vanished from sight. If no expert was specifically using his divine sense to examine the surroundings, he probably wouldn't be able to detect the giant shark flying shark's presence. The giant shark flying ship soon reached the source of the energy fluctuations. When they came upon the battle scene, everyone inside the giant shark flying ship's control hall was astonished. There were more than 10 sex experts besieging 3 magical beasts. 3 blood-drenched magic beasts were laden with various sword cuts, blade slashes, and axe marks on their bodies. There were also irregular claw marks, fist and palm imprints on them. Their condition looked tragic. These 3 magical beasts were the disciples of the Void Devil Beast clan. Su Baixing was furious and anxious at the same time, as he saw the miserable conditions of his clan's disciples. But without Huang Xiaolong's order, he couldn't act recklessly. Master, what do we do? Su Baixing asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong gave Su Baixing a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, they will be fine." Su Baixing nodded heavily. Xianxia, check if there are any experts hiding in the surroundings? Huang Xiaolong commanded Xianxia. Xianxia complied and spread out his divine sense to survey the surroundings. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the group of sex experts. He noticed an emblem consisting of 9 dragons on 2 people's robes, and his eyes narrowed. The 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. These 2 people's attires were similar to that of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy, whom Huang Xiaolong had seen before. Thus, he was certain that these 2 were the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples. The little cow added, other than the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, there's also experts from the Solitude Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace. 4 of the Emperor Palaces, Feng Air, Gui, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Inevitably, they would have to offend these 4 Emperor Palaces experts in order to save the 3 Void Devil beasts. Even the existence who would have surpassed God King Realm Cultivation would have the guts to become enemies with 4 Emperor Palaces simultaneously. As if she was afraid that Huang Xiaolong was ignorant about the Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace, the little cow quickly explained, although the Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace cannot be compared to the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace or Solitude Emperor Palace, both of them are still Emperor Palace forces within the top 100 rankings. Even though the Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace were weaker in comparison to the former 2 forces, they were still considered giants in the divine world. Huang Xiaolong frowned at the little cow's words. Master, there are no hidden experts in the surroundings. At this point, Xianxia retrieved his divine sense and reported to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and a gleam of cold light flickered in his eyes as he ordered, "Get ready to rescue those beasts at my command." Everyone complied with hesitation, but there was obvious gratefulness in Su Baixing's eyes. In less than a minute, Huang Xiaolong suddenly let out a low bellow, "Attack!" As soon as Huang Xiaolong's voice rang, Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, who had been waiting for Huang Xiaolong's order, made their moves. Both of them exerted their most powerful attacks right from the beginning. Xianxia's God Force and Su Baixing's corrosive Devil Qi rushed out like a deathly tsunami from the giant shark flying ship, and swept towards the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace and the other 3 Emperor Palaces experts. The 4 Emperor Palaces experts were completely taken by surprise. Not to mention Xianxia and Su Baixing's strength overwhelmed them to the point of rendering them powerless, even to escape. All of them were struck by Xianxia and Su Baixing's attacks in the blink of an eye. Boom! Bang! Explosions rang consecutively. The 4 Emperor Palaces experts exploded. However, after the 4 Emperor Palaces experts exploded, their scattered pieces of flesh, bones, and blood actually reconverged, squirming together as if a person was about to grow out. Xianxia snorted disdainfully. Then, his mouth opened wide and blew out black infernal divine fire, wrapping around the scattered flesh and everything else that remained. Su Baixing too opened his mouth wide and spat out a grayish-green fireball. This grayish-green fire was one of Su Baixing's divine arts that was more powerful than the average God King Realm Master's internal fire. In a second, the 4 Emperor Palaces experts' converging pieces of flesh exploded again, whining in agony. "Who the hell are you all? We are disciples of Solitude Emperor Palace. If you dare to kill us, you won't have a single place to hide in the divine world. We're disciples of 9 Dragons Emperor Palace." The 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace's disciples shouted angrily as well. Their tones were equally threatening to that of the Solitude Emperor Palace's disciples, as they warned Huang Xiaolong about the consequences of killing them. There would be no place in the divine world for him to hide. Huang Xiaolong watched silently. The 9 Dragons Epoch Body. One of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's peak late Third Order God King Realm disciples made a last, desperate attempt, and executed the 9 Dragons Emperor's unique technique. Overwhelming dragon force surged out from 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple's body, shaking the encirclement of Xianxia's black infernal divine fire. Xianxia snorted coldly. He let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the surrounding energy bubbled up like boiling water as sound waves shot straight at the 4 Emperor Palace's disciples. Then again, even though Xianxia was a great master since the Desolate Era, and Su Baixing was helping him, It took them a good half an hour to thoroughly annihilate the 4 Emperor Palace's disciples. Things happened too suddenly for the 3 void devil beasts to react. For a moment they were unsure of how to react, but in the end, they decided to stay instead of running away. After Xianxia annihilated the disciples from the 4 Emperor Palaces, Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand and collected their spatial rings and divine artifacts, whereas the little cow hurriedly collected the godheads with a gleeful expression. Kiddo Xianxia, good job. Now this cow has godheads to munch on. The little cow generously praised Xianxia. Xianxia was a little shy from her praise. Let us go out to meet them, Huang Xiaolong said as he put away the spatial rings into his ghost Buddha ring. He flew out from the flying ship, while the little cow followed right behind him. When the 3 void devil beasts saw Su Baixing coming out with Huang Xiaolong, all 3 were stunned. Excitement rose to their faces, and they took a few steps in Su Baixing's direction. You are? Su Baixing raised a claw and made a gesture towards the void. An ancient and mysterious emblem flew out. When the 3 void devil beasts saw the emblem flying out from the void, they quivered with excitement, then immediately knelt down before Su Baixing, greeting him loudly, "Greetings to the Lord Envoy." Before Su Baixing was suppressed and sealed under the Devil Prison Mountain. He had been the Void Devil Beast clan's envoy. He held a very high identity and status in the clan. All rise. Su Baixing could barely contain his excitement when he met the 3 disciples of Void Devil Beast clan. After being suppressed under the Devil Prison Mountain, he was meeting them after several billion years, as he had been suppressed under the Devil Prison Mountain for a very long time. The 3 void devil beasts complied respectfully before coming to a stand. Just as Su Baixing was going to ask why the 3 of them were besieged by the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace, roaring sound waves and overwhelming pressure suddenly roiled towards them from the distant starry space. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut by the sudden assault. It's the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's experts. The 3 void devil beasts shouted in unison, with horror-struck expressions. Get back inside the flying ship and leave this place right away, Huang Xiaolong ordered swiftly. The rest responded, and hastened into the giant shark flying ship. The 3 void devil beasts followed closely behind Su Baixing. Push the flying ship's core formation to the limit, Huang Xiaolong barked an order. Through the days spent together, Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing had developed a tacit understanding. They cooperated seamlessly and raised the flying ship's speed to the limit. The giant shark flying ship shuttled forward and disappeared from the spot in a split second. Xianxia and Su Baixing activated all of the giant shark flying ship's defensive formations as it turned invisible and merged with the space. Not long after the giant shark flying ship left, 4 figures arrived at the scene with wind whistling on their tails. As soon as these 4 people arrived, they could smell the faint rusty blood scent and the 4 Emperor Palace's experts' remnant auras. Their faces darkened with fury. Damn! One of them swore. Someone actually dared to kill our 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples. Die, die, die! Issue an order to lock down the surrounding space. The murderer must be found. Once we catch that person, I'll make that person understand the terrifying consequences of killing my Solitude Emperor Palace's disciples. I'm going to annihilate his whole tribe. The 4 experts' angry swearing seemed endless. The 4 Emperor Palace's disciples that Xianxia had annihilated were all respective Emperor Palace's genius disciples, and each one was related to the 4 Emperor Palace's elders in one way or the other. They were bound to be punished if they failed in finding the murderers. The 4 figures flickered into a blur, chasing after Huang Xiaolong. However, half a day later, they failed to find any clues of Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts. The giant shark flying ship continued to fly forward in the vast space towards the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. The flying ship's core formation was going through low grade 8 spirit stones at an alarming speed. Maintaining a top-grade chaos flying ship at its fastest speed at all times naturally consumed a shocking amount of spirit stones with every passing second. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't concerned about this. The three void devil beasts stared dumbfoundedly at the rapidly disappearing piles of low grade 8 spirit stones, feeling dryness in their throats. Su Baixing, lead them to the cultivation rooms. The spiritual energy gathering formations inside these rooms will help heal their injuries faster. Huang Xiaolong said to Su Baixing. Yes, master. Su Baixing choked slightly, as he was extremely grateful to Huang Xiaolong. Master? The three void devil beasts looked at Huang Xiaolong, clearly astounded by what they heard. However, the three of them wisely did not ask any questions and obediently followed Su Baixing. Each chose a cultivation room and entered them respectively, then swallowed the chaos healing pills that Su Baixing had given them to start the healing process. The giant shark flying ship flew onwards at high speed. Roughly 2 weeks later, the giant shark flying ship passed by a deserted planet. Huang Xiaolong and the others could finally sigh in relief, as no one was chasing them. They had successfully broken away from the 4 Emperor Palace's forces' lockdown and pursuit by flying at a high speed in the giant shark flying ship. As they had maneuvered their way out, they had seen the 4 Emperor Palace's flying ships patrolling and searching for them along the way. A day had passed since they had seen any of the 4 Emperor Palace's flying ships. Therefore, they could dare to assume that they were safe. However, as a precaution, Huang Xiaolong had Xianxia fly the ship at the fastest speed. Another 10 days passed when the giant shark flying ship stopped above an uninhabited planet. The 3 void devil beasts' injuries had healed significantly after almost a month of healing inside the cultivation room, along with using the chaos-grade healing pills. At least, they no longer looked miserable from the outside. Master! Su Baixing led the 3 void devil beasts and saluted Huang Xiaolong respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded at Su Baixing, then looked at the 3 void devil beasts standing behind Su Baixing. He asked their names and why the 4 Emperor Palace's experts were besieging them. All 3 hesitated and looked at Su Baixing for help. Su Baixing strongly replied, "What the master asks, you answer. No need to conceal anything." The 3 of them compiled at Su Baixing's command. The 3 introduced themselves to Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the others. Their names were Su Ying, Su Jiang, and Su Shi. They also recounted all the details about why the 4 Emperor Palace's experts were besieging them. Several million years ago, the Void Devil Beast clan's old ancestor had suddenly left the clan, claiming that he had wanted to go look for something in the divine world's Devil Abyss. But the Void Devil Beast clan's old ancestor had sunk into the Devil Abyss without any news for several million years. Following this tragedy, a rumor had circulated in Hell's Aura world that the Void Devil Beast clan's old ancestor had fallen into the Devil Abyss. Due to this, the Void Devil Beast clan was repeatedly harassed by its enemies, weakening the clan over time. In several million years, the clan was stripped down from a hegemon force in the Hell's Azura world to a second-rank force. However, not long ago, 2 of Void Devil Beast clan's powerful enemies, Black Ant Clan and Demonic Bone Clan, had joined forces to attack the Void Devil Beast Clan, to completely wipe them out. The Void Devil Beast Clan that was reduced to a second-rank force was unable to withstand the Black Ants Clan and Demonic Bone Clan's attacks. Numerous Void Devil Beast Clan's disciples were injured and had died, while only a handful of disciples had managed to escape. But these disciples could no longer stay in Hell's Azura world, thus they had to leave and find refuge in another world. The 3 of them and quite a few of the Void Devil Beast clan's disciples had fled to the divine world. They originally had planned to migrate in order to improve their cultivation and find an opportunity to avenge their clan. But not long after they had come to the divine world, disciples of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace found them. Every part of a Void Devil Beast was a treasure. Their blood and the beast core could be used to refine top-grade chaos spiritual pills. Their skin and bones were rare materials to forge top-grade chaos spiritual armors. Therefore, they were hunted by the 4 Emperor Palace's experts. As the 3 went on, their voices choked intermittently. Tears were running down from Su Baixing's eyes. Su Baixing clenched his paws. A violent murderous aura surged from his body as he bellowed to vent the angst in his heart. Black Ant Clan, Demonic Bone Clan, Also the Solitude Emperor Palace, 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace. It was hard to control the storm of emotions for Su Baixing after learning that his clan was annihilated. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Xiangsun, Feng Er, and the others were dismayed and despondent. A heavy silence filled the hall. One of the 3 void devil beasts, Xu Yong, cried woefully. In the beginning, there were still more than 300 of us, but in the last few years, the 4 emperor palaces have killed most of our kins, and now there's only the 3 of us left. The others either died at the hands of the 4 emperor palaces experts or died after they were captured and taken back to the 4 emperor palaces. Su Baixing's eyes were red-rimmed with tears as he asked Su Yong's group, "Do you know Su Baiqiang, Su Baifeng, and Su Huanying?" Xu Yong and the other 2 void devil beasts were surprised by Su Baixing's question. Xu Yong answered, "Lord Envoy knows our grandfather Su Baiqiang and Su Baifeng? Su Huanying is my great-grandfather." "What? Big brother and second brother are your grandfathers?" Su Baixing asked excitedly. "Su Baiqiang and Shi Baifeng are my big brother and second brother. And Su Huanying is my father." Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi looked at Su Baixing with disbelief and excitement as they hesitated, and asked, "Then, Lord Envoy, why you are?" "My name is Su Baixing. I entered the divine world several hundred years ago, but I was sealed within one of the world surfaces in the divine world. I was rescued by Senior Xianxia some years back," Su Baixing briefly explained. You are our granduncle?" Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi blurted out in astonishment. The Void Devil Beast clan's old records had mentioned Su Baixing as one of the rare geniuses of the Void Devil Beast clan, but Su Baixing had suddenly disappeared several 100 million years ago. In truth, Su Baixing was sealed within one of the divine world's world surfaces. "Yes, I am Su Baixing," Void Devil Beast Su Baixing confirmed, ecstatic as he continued. "I had not expected you to be big brother and second brother's younger generations." Even Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, Feng Er, and the rest were amazed by the coincidence. Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi suddenly plopped down on their knees before Su Baixing and cried loudly, "Granduncle, grandfather, and the rest, the rest." Su Yong's voice choked. "Grandfather and the others had fled to the divine world with us, but 1 year ago, when we are chased by the 4 Emperor Palace's experts, grandfather and great-grandfather fought with the 4 Emperor Palace's experts to save us." At this point, there was no need to say anything further. Su Baixing's face turned pale as he tried to say, "You're saying that my big brother, second brother, and my father, they... He was afraid to complete the sentence. "Since then we've lost contact with grandfather and great-grandfather. We don't know what happened to grandfather and great-grandfather, but it is likely that they," Su Jiang said despondently, and his face was filled with grief. "Most likely, their grandfather and great-grandfather had fallen. The worst ending was they were killed by the 4 Emperor Palace's experts. A little better was they were captured by the 4 Emperor Palace's experts, but the chances of them escaping were very slim." Hatred and wrath roiled in Su Baixing's eyes as he roared loudly, "I want revenge! I want revenge!" His breathing became heavy and tumultuous. But, right at this time, a hoof smacked heavily on Su Baixing's head, and a scolding ensued. "Revenge? Revenge your head!" Su Baixing was dumbstruck on the spot, but only for a second. Fury erupted in his heart as he turned around. When he saw who it was like a bucket of ice water was being poured over his head. He felt wronged and cried out sadly, "Senior Xianxia." The one who had smacked his head was none other than the little cow. Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi were stupefied as they looked at the little cow. Is this cow the Senior Xianxia that their granduncle had mentioned earlier? Had this cow rescued their granduncle? The little cow asked Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi. "Just now, you 3 mentioned that Su Changtian has come to the divine world's devil abyss several million years ago, right?" Su Changtian, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Sushir blanked for a second at her question but soon reacted as they realized that the little cow was using the full name of their Void Devil Beast clan's old ancestor. All three were enraged by the disrespect shown by the little cow. Their Void Devil Beast clan's old ancestor was a venerable existence in their hearts. But this little azure cow was talking about their old ancestor by using his name without the honorifics. Even if you rescued granduncle, you cannot be so insolent. Su Baixing's heart dropped to his stomach when he noticed the enraged expressions on the three kids' faces. He swiftly snapped at them. "What are you three doing? Senior Xianxia is a friend of our old ancestor." Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi were dumbfounded. What? For real? The little cow looked at the shocked expressions on the three Void Devil Beasts' faces and harumphed inwardly. A light glimmered at her neck as a golden ring appeared from the light. It was exuding boundless devil chi from the bell-like black hole that was on top of the golden ring. Seeing this golden ring, the three Void Devil Beast clans juniors trembled. Even their words were shaking. Golden Void Bell Ring. The Golden Void Bell Ring was the Void Devil Beast clan's supreme artifact. It was also Su Changtian's most used artifact, as the Void Devil Beast clan's core disciples. Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi naturally recognized it. "Speak, and tell me everything you know in detail," the little cow drawled lazily. "Tell me the situation after Su Changtian sneaked into the divine world." Huang Xiaolong was speechless looking at the little cow's lazy, nonchalant manner. This old cow. Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi quickly converged their anger and respectfully complied. They quickly recounted what they knew to the little cow without any concealment. Even though the three of them were Void Devil Beast clan's core disciples, there was a lot that they didn't know about Su Changtian. In short, they only knew Su Changtian had sneaked into the divine world's devil abyss to look for some kind of treasure. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow exchanged a silent glance. Treasure? The two thought of the ancient heavenly emperor's treasure, the ancient heavenly court. The two of them knew the ancient heavenly court treasure was somewhere in the depths of the devil abyss. And it was very likely that Su Changtian has entered the devil abyss for the ancient heavenly court. After all, with Su Changtian's identity, there was no other treasure that could tempt him into the devil abyss regardless of the risks and dangers. Then again, this was merely Huang Xiaolong's guess. Only Su Changtian knew if he was searching for the ancient heavenly court in the devil abyss or something else. But our great-grandfather might know what the old ancestor was searching for in the devil abyss. Xu Yong suddenly added. My father might know? Su Baixing repeated. Yes, granduncle. Before the old ancestor left for the devil abyss, he had gathered great-grandfather and several others to tell them something. Therefore, I think great-grandfather should have definitely known. Xu Yong explained. Huang Xiaolong frowned. He had a feeling that Su Baixing's father was already killed by the four Emperor Palace's experts. Still, better to make sure. Master, I want revenge, Su Baixing said to Huang Xiaolong, and his voice was filled with intense hatred towards the four Emperor Palaces, Black Ant Clan, and the Demonic Bone Clan. I want to annihilate the four Emperor Palaces, Black Ant Clan, and Demonic Bone Clan. Huang Xiaolong spoke with certainty. Don't worry. We will help you collect the Void Devil Beast clan's debt of blood. Su Baixing looked gratefully at Huang Xiaolong and fell to his knees, heavily knocking his forehead against the floor and said, Thank you, Master. Huang Xiaolong told him to stand up. It's easier said than done to avenge the Void Devil Beast clan. The little cow struck them with reality. Put aside the Black Ant Clan and Demonic Bone Clan. Just the four Emperor Palace's branch forces would be enough to annihilate you several times repeatedly. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. Right, it was easier said than done to annihilate the four Emperor Palaces based on his current strength. The four Emperor Palaces were giants that had existed since the Desolate Era, standing tall for billions of years with their roots deeply entrenched in the divine world. Even the current heavenly court would find it troublesome to uproot the four Emperor Palaces. Determination shone within the depths of Huang Xiaolong's eyes. If we cannot destroy the four Emperor Palaces in 10,000 years, then we will do it in 100,000 years. If 100,000 years are not enough, then 1,000,000 years. Others might not succeeded in undertaking this task, but Huang Xiaolong had the confidence to accomplish it. He was confident because he had 3 supreme godheads and the grand mist parasitic medium. Moreover, he had the chaos golden dragon lightning pool, the blood-eye devil steel, and the knowledge about the whereabouts of the ancient heavenly court treasure in the devil abyss. However, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi were inwardly shaking their heads. All 3 were thinking that Huang Xiaolong was naive to the point of being ridiculous. The 4 emperor palaces had been in existence for tens of billions of years, and the scope of their power was out of Huang Xiaolong's imagination. How could Huang Xiaolong destroy such an immense existence within 100,000 years of effort? Then again, even though they felt Huang Xiaolong was being naive to the point of sounding ridiculous, none of them dared to show their true feelings. After all, even the little cow and their granduncle Su Baixing were referring to Huang Xiaolong as their master. Still, the 3 of them were confused and stumped. What did this man do to make the little cow Su Baixing, Xiangsun, and the others acknowledge him as master? They could see that Huang Xiaolong was merely a peak late 4th order ancestor god realm junior. In some world surfaces, a peak late 4th order ancestor god realms were considered to be powerful experts. However, the same cultivation in the vast divine world was nothing more than a commoner with a little strength. They could grab this level of juniors within the Void Devil Beast clan blindfolded. In the next second, they saw Huang Xiaolong extend his palm out, and, lo, grade 8 spirit stones rained down from the void. Fly at the ship's fastest speed, onwards to the royal Buddha Great Worlds. Huang Xiaolong ordered. Yes, master. Xiangsun and Su Baixing complied crisply. Xu Yong and the other 2 felt a parchness in their throats. Fly at the fastest speed? Granduncle, does that mean that we're going to use these low grade 8 spirit stones to fuel the flying ship's core formation throughout our journey? Xu Yong couldn't stop himself from asking. Their reactions were similar to how Xiangsun and Su Baixing when they had first seen Huang Xiaolong making piles of low grade 8 spirit stones. Simply too wasteful, too extravagant. Not to mention, flying at the fastest speed meant bigger consumption of spirit stones. Su Baixing answered firmly. You all will get used to it soon, as you keep following master. Get used to it. In these past years, Su Baixing had grown used to a lot of things, since he had started following Huang Xiaolong. Xu Yong and the other 2 exchanged silent glances. Master has said that we would use even higher grade spirit stones to fuel the flying ship after arriving at the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. Therefore, these low grade 8 spirit stones are no big deal, Su Baixing added. Even higher grade spirit stones. All 3 Void Devil Beast clans juniors were extremely speechless. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong had returned to the cultivation room number 1 and cultivated. He felt more pressured to raise his strength, strive forward, and cultivate harder, after learning about the Void Devil Beast clan's genocide. Since Huang Xiaolong had finished refining all 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits, he could only go back to refining the sea god spirits inside the sea god tower. To refine the sea god spirit, he needed Xiangsun on his side to suppress them from resisting. Huang Xiaolong summoned his 3 avatars, and all 4 circulated their god force according to the grand mist parasitic medium as they began refining the sea god spirit's pure and robust energy. This time around, Huang Xiaolong chose a sea god spirit with a mid-first order god king realm strength. Under the suppression of Xiangsun's god force, the mid-first order god king realm sea god spirit's pure energy flowed abundantly into Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' bodies. As his strength had increased after refining the flaming white phoenix divine fruits, his true dragon physique and 3 supreme godheads' endurance had greatly increased as well. Therefore, he and his 3 avatars were refining the mid-first order ancestor god king realm sea god spirit twice as fast, taking no more than a month. Even though Xiangsun had already witnessed Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed, he was still flabbergasted as he watched the mid-first order god king realm sea god spirit's pure energy rush into Huang Xiaolong's body like tidal waves, while Huang Xiaolong absorbed it entirely without a sliver of waste. Was Huang Xiaolong merely a peak late 4th order ancestor god realm? Since when did a peak late 4th order ancestor god realm's cultivation speed become this frightening? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xianxia would have thought that this speed was only restricted to a god-king realm cultivator. After Huang Xiaolong finished refining the first mid-first order ancestor god realm sea god spirit, he went on to the next one without a break. This time also it was a mid-first order god-king realm sea god spirit. 4 months later, Huang Xiaolong began refining a late first order god-king realm sea god spirits. 7 months later, it was a peak late first order god-king realm sea god spirits. When Huang Xiaolong was refining a peak late first order god-king realm sea god spirit, a light enveloped Huang Xiaolong, as consecutive muffled booms sounded from his body. Huang Xiaolong's momentum soared, and a robust supreme god force surged and roiled, crashing against the 4 walls of the cultivation room. The sturdy giant shark flying ship's body hummed from the clashes, and even Xianxia swayed slightly as he stood inside the cultivation room. Xianxia looked at Huang Xiaolong in astonishment. 5th order ancestor god realm. Whereas Huang Xiaolong, who had just broken through to the 5th order ancestor god realm, exuded a pressure stronger than the average 8th order ancestor god realm cultivators. It was many times stronger. In that case, did it mean that when it was time for Huang Xiaolong to step into high-level ancestor god realm, like 7th order ancestor god realm, he would? Xianxia was scared thinking of it. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong continued cultivating and absorbing the sea god spirit's energy even after he had advanced to 5th order ancestor god realm. The giant shark flying ship rapidly consumed low-grade 8th spirit stones as it flew towards the royal Buddha Great Worlds. The whole journey was smooth and peaceful. 2 years passed unknowingly as everyone was immersed in their cultivation. During these 2 years, Huang Xiaolong had remained inside the cultivation room number 1 for this entire duration, without taking a single step outside. This was because he had completely entered an ethereal state in cultivation. By this point, Huang Xiaolong had already refined all 8 first-order God-King Realm Sea God spirits. In fact, he had also refined the 6 second-order God-King Realm Sea God spirits, and all 4 third-order God-King Realm Sea God spirits. Inside the Sea God Tower, there were only 4 fourth-order God-King Realm Sea God spirits, and 2 fifth-order God-King Realm Sea God spirits. Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating after he finished refining the last third-order God-King Realm Sea God spirit. He roughly estimated the time, and guessed that they had probably reached the royal Buddha Great Worlds. Huang Xiaolong checked his internal condition using his divine sense. A second later, he nodded with satisfaction. A little over 2 years of cultivation, and he had broken through to peak mid-5th order ancestor god realm. Just half a step further, and he would be able to advance to late 5th order ancestor god realm. Most of all, Huang Xiaolong had not expected that to encounter abundance of energy from the 3rd order God-King Realm Sea God spirits. Huang Xiaolong got up to his feet and stepped out from the cultivation room with Xianxia. There was a complicated expression on Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi's faces when they saw that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to peak late 5th order ancestor god realm. As he came out from his cultivation room, in the control hall, Huang Xiaolong asked Su Baixing about their flight situation. Su Baixing respectfully answered, "Master, if everything goes well, we would arrive at the Royal Buddha Great Worlds in 10 days or so." Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction as Su Baixing informed him that they would be arriving at the Royal Buddha Great Worlds in 10 days or so. Huang Xiaolong decided that to condense some spirit stones for expenses during this remaining travel time. Now that he had broken through to the 5th order ancestor god realm, he was able to condense the mid-grade 8 spirit stones. He planned on condensing a little more mid-grade 8 spirit stones in case he would come across the God King's Buddha pellet in an auction. There was no harm in being better prepared, even though a God King's Buddha pellet would cost less than the 18 flaming white phoenix divine fruits, and the amount of spirit stones inside his spatial ring was sufficient. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong planned on using these extra funds to buy some top-grade chaos spiritual herbal ingredients to refine some top-grade chaos spiritual pills. He had almost finished refining the sea god spirits from inside the sea tower. And even though he had quite a lot of top-grade chaos spiritual herbs inside the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space, they were not going to last him long at his current consumption speed. Huang Xiaolong needed to refine a large amount of top-grade chaos spiritual pills. Therefore, he needed an even larger amount of top-grade chaos spiritual herbs. After all, he had the pill-blending tower. As long as he had sufficient alchemy materials, he would not fall short of top-grade chaos spiritual pills. More importantly, he didn't need to waste time refining them himself. With that thought lingering in his mind, Huang Xiaolong once again returned to Cultivation Room number 1. However, this time he was going to condense mid-grade 8 spirit stones. With a single point of his finger in the air, mid-grade 8 spirit stones fell from the depths of the void, and soon Cultivation Room number 1 was filled with spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong put them away into his ghost Buddha ring, then continued to condense more spirit stones. When the cultivation room was once again filled with mid-grade 8 spirit stones, Huang Xiaolong once again put them away into his ghost Buddha ring, and continued to repeat this process multiple times, regardless of day or night. 2 weeks came and went just like that. Huang Xiaolong had already lost count of how many spirit stones he had put away into the ghost Buddha ring during this time. He only knew that he had almost filled the ghost Buddha ring to its brim. Huang Xiaolong stopped condensing the spirit stones roughly after 2 weeks. He took a look inside his ghost Buddha ring and shook his head because it struck him that he needed to reforge the ghost Buddha ring. He realized that he could also reforge godly MT Shumi along with the ghost Buddha ring. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, the ghost Buddha ring and the godly MT Shumi's grade was a little low. The ghost Buddha ring had once belonged to the ghost Buddha sect chief, and he was only a high-level ancestor god realm cultivator at the 7th order ancestor god realm. At his current strength, Huang Xiaolong believed that he could significantly raise the grade of the ghost Buddha ring and godly MT Shumi if he reforged them. Huang Xiaolong pondered as he walked out from the cultivation room. Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others were already waiting outside, and so were Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi. But Huang Xiaolong did not see the little cow. Xianxia is still cultivating? Huang Xiaolong asked curiously. Xiangsun respectfully replied, "Yes, Senior Xianxia is still cultivating inside Cultivation Room number 2. Do you want me to call her?" Huang Xiaolong said seriously, "No need to do that. We will just wait for her to come out." Xianxia should have known that they were close to arriving at the Royal Buddha Great Worlds around this time. But since she hadn't come out, Huang Xiaolong knew that it must be because she was at a critical point of her breakthrough. Delaying by a few days won't matter as they had already arrived at the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. 10 days passed in waiting. Huang Xiaolong was condensing mid-grade 8 spirit stones inside Cultivation Room number 1. When sudden booming noises sounded as the entire giant shark-flying ship shook slightly. Huang Xiaolong stiffened for a second. He halted his condensation. He had decisively stopped condensing spirit stones, as the booming noises were coming from Cultivation Room number 2. Looks like Xianxia has successfully broken through. Huang Xiaolong came out from his cultivation room, and as he had expected, he saw the little cow swaggering smugly outside of Cultivation Room number 2. That look on her face said it all. Her demeanor made Huang Xiaolong speechless. The more time he was spending with her, the less he was able to see through her. How does she cultivate? Why does it seem like the faster his cultivation rose, so did the little cow's? She was never far behind. Seconds later, the little cow stood in front of Huang Xiaolong with her tail swinging cheerfully as she said, "Say, master, even if my chest is a little voluptuous, you don't need to stare at me like that. It makes me feel shy." Puff fff. Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi splattered saliva all over the floor from shock. Then again, as void devil beasts, even their saliva was valuable. Su Baisheng looked over his shoulder and glared at them. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, laughing faintly as he said to Su Baisheng, "It's all right." Then he looked at the little cow and scolded. "You would feel shy with your old thick face? I have seen all parts of you. Let's go. We've arrived at the Royal Buddha Great Worlds days ago, and everyone had been waiting for you to come out." The little cow followed after Huang Xiaolong, whining with dissatisfaction. I'm finished. You've seen everything. How am I going to get married in the future?" Huang Xiaolong felt speechless at her response, but he still managed to retort. "You think you can get married? I don't think there's a single bull in this universe who would dare to marry you." The little cow harumphed proudly. Who says I have to marry a bull? Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second. She doesn't plan to marry a bull? That had never occurred to him. When you become the Lord of Hell, this cow will announce that she's looking for a partner, and at that time, the number of divine beasts, ancient sect chiefs, and archdevils from the thousands and millions of world surfaces would come looking to seek my hand in marriage, she said smugly. Huang Xiaolong had an impulse to pretend that he didn't know this cow. But the little cow's words reminded Huang Xiaolong of the old man, whom he had met when he obtained the godly Mt. Shumi. That old man had also asked him what he would do after he would become the Lord of Hell. Now that the little cow had brought the matter up, could it be that he really would be the Lord of Hell in the future? Xianxia, you really think that I would become the Lord of Hell? Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist asking this to the little cow. Su Baisheng, Xu Yong, Su Jiang and Su Shi were absolutely shocked as they looked at the little cow. The Lord of Hell. That was an existence that ruled over Hell's Azura world, spirit world, and ghost world. The supreme existence. However, it had been countless billions of years since the three worlds had come into existence that there had only been one Lord of Hell so far. Since this Lord of Hell had disappeared more than 10 billion years ago, no one had been able to rise to that position. The little cow grinned. In your opinion, could you become the Lord of Hell? Huang Xiaolong wanted to lift his foot and kick her for this counter-question. Probably can. The little cow quickly answered her own question. Still, that depends on your luck in the future. Only then did Huang Xiaolong put down his foot. But the little cow's answer was no different than air itself. It was as if she hadn't answered his question at all. What does it even mean by depends on your future luck? In that case, anyone could be the Lord of Hell. After everyone had alighted, Huang Xiaolong put away the giant shark flying ship into the Golden Dragon lightning pool space, and then tore through the Royal Buddha Great Worlds barrier and entered the Royal Buddha Great Worlds with the rest of his group. Looking down from above, they could see a cluster of world surfaces hanging over the horizon of the Divine World's starry space. These world surfaces were exuding a golden luminance, a luminance that could only be achieved when a world's surface's Buddhist energy had reached a certain degree of purity. Xianxia, you've been here before, so you lead the way, Huang Xiaolong said as he leaped onto the little cow's back. Head to the Royal Buddha world first. The Royal Buddha Great Worlds consisted of tens of thousands of world surfaces. Each world surface was bigger than the Vientiane world. Therefore, it was difficult to predict the amount of time that Huang Xiaolong would need to visit all of them, if he decided to do so. Thus, Huang Xiaolong decided to first head to the biggest world surface located at the center of the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. The Royal Buddha World. According to the little cow, the auction houses in the Royal Buddha World would normally auction God King's Buddha pellet. At Huang Xiaolong's order, the little cow sped forward with Huang Xiaolong on her back, and flew towards the Royal Buddha World. Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, and the rest followed behind them. Even though they had entered the Royal Buddha Great World's territories, it was still going to take them a month's time to reach the Royal Buddha World. Using the giant shark flying ship would have saved them time, but Huang Xiaolong chose to fly instead, as the flying ship would have attracted unwanted attention and they were going to get delayed by only 1 month, which was not too much of a significant delay according to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong could also cultivate and continue condensing some mid-grade 8 spirit stones along the way as they traveled. The group had flown for 6 days when Huang Xiaolong said, Xianxia, stop at the world surface in front of us. We will rest for a day, then continue our journey tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong pointed at a world surface up ahead. All right, the little cow replied. 2 hours later, the group descended upon one of the mainlands of the world's surface and entered one of its cities. The city wasn't big, but it looked heavily populated. Moreover, the features of the people in this city were slightly odd. Huang Xiaolong could see quite a few beastmen and half-beastmen in this city. Since ascending to the divine world, this was his first time coming across beastmen and half-beastmen. These beastmen and half-beastmen reminded Huang Xiaolong of the lower realms, like the 10 Directions mainland in the martial spirit world. He had once been the Lord Beast God of the 10 Directions mainland's beastmen tribes and elf tribes, but that seemed like a very distant time from his past. Subconsciously, his thoughts wandered back to his family in the lower realm, and of course, Shi Xiaofei. They are all offspring of the Heavenly Beast clan. The little cow added as she saw that Huang Xiaolong was curiously looking at the beastmen and half-beastmen. The Heavenly Beast clan? Huang Xiaolong was somewhat surprised. The little cow went on. During the Desolate Era, the Heavenly Beast clan was one of the most powerful and glorious clans. When the ancient Heavenly Emperor was still around, the Heavenly Beast clan's patriarch was the ancient Heavenly Emperor's right-hand man, who was extremely loyal and faithful. It's a pity that not long after the ancient Heavenly Emperor went missing, the Heavenly Beast clan's patriarch also went missing. Soon after that, the Heavenly Beast clan began to decline. Several billion years have passed, almost bringing the Heavenly Beast clan to its extinction. Although these beastmen and half-beastmen have the Heavenly Beast clan's bloodline, it's thin and not very pure. Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, Su Baixing, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, Su Shi, Feng Er, and the rest were surprised by the Heavenly Beast clan story. Huang Xiaolong sighed inwardly. No matter how strong and powerful a clan is, it is not exempt from the merciless passage of time. Everything fades away, and the Heavenly Beast clan as well as the Void Devil Beast clan were an example of this. However, Huang Xiaolong wondered if the Heavenly Beast clan's patriarch had met his demise and gone missing at the hands of the current Heavenly Emperor. The current Heavenly Emperor would have naturally targeted the Heavenly Beast clan after getting rid of the ancient Heavenly Emperor, as they had been extremely faithful to the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Huang Xiaolong's group continued to walk along the street. The buildings along the streets were decorated with various stupas, Buddha statues, and other Buddhist items. "Ei!" Huang Xiaolong exclaimed softly when he spotted a group of disciples a short distance away, as they were clad in the robes of Fortune Gate's disciples. He hadn't expected to run into Fortune Gate's disciples here. "Feels strange." The little cow smirked and added, "In fact, there's a Fortune Gate branch here in the Royal Buddha world named Royal Buddha Branch. This Royal Buddha Branch is among the top 10 strongest Fortune Gate branches, and the branch building is located in this Royal Buddha world. This city is not that far from the Royal Buddha world surface, hence, it's common to see the Fortune Gate's disciples here." Huang Xiaolong was astonished. The Royal Buddha Branch. Since the Fortune Gate had more than 10,000 branches all over the divine world, one could imagine how strong the top 10 branches were. This group of Fortune Gate disciples was walking in Huang Xiaolong's direction, but as Huang Xiaolong was not wearing his Fortune Gate's disciple robe, he avoided attracting their attention. These Fortune Gate's disciples brushed past Huang Xiaolong's group nonchalantly. However, their conversation stoked Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. "I didn't expect the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief's luck to be so good that he actually found an ancient Buddhist sect's treasure some days back. Tsk. I would have become rich if I could have gotten that ancient Buddhist sect's treasures. I've heard that the ancient Buddhist sect's treasures have High God King Realm Master's Buddha Pellet, God King's Buddha Paste, numerous high grade 7 spirit stones, a number of grade 8 spirit stones, and loads of ancient Buddhist sect's high grade and top grade chaos spiritual pills." "That's right, In a few months, the Royal Buddha world is holding a big auction. It said the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief is planning to auction several high-level God King Realm Masters Buddha Pellet at that time." "Really?" "I'm afraid it's true, however, even if he takes it out to auction, it's got nothing to do with us. Can you afford it? Don't daydream about these items." Junior brother Tao Yuan. "I've heard that your master is entertaining an important guest since the last few days. They are the people from another branch called Blue Emperor Yin something. He is an old friend of my master. He is visiting with his disciple, but I don't know the reason behind their visit." The little cow watched as the group of the Fortune Gate's disciples walked away, and then she turned to wink at Huang Xiaolong. "Looks like we've come at the right time. Li Lu's God King's Buddha Pellet is waiting for us." Huang Xiaolong grinned boyishly, as he was obviously in a good mood. Although a God King's Buddha Pellet was going to be auctioned in the Royal Buddha Great Worlds, it usually did not appear every year. Sometimes it only appeared once in a decade. So Huang Xiaolong had really come at the right time. However, Huang Xiaolong had fallen into contemplation after hearing the name of the Blue Empyrean being mentioned by the Fortune Gate's disciples. Could it be the Vientiane branch's Blue Empyrean ancestor? Had Blue Empyrean and Wang Wei come to the royal Buddha Great Worlds? More than a decade ago, Wang Wei had left the Vientiane world for unknown reasons. Since then, he had not returned to the Vientiane world, and now what were he and his master Blue Empyrean doing here in the royal Buddha Great Worlds? I wonder what's Wang Wei's cultivation right now, Huang Xiaolong mumbled to himself. Even though he didn't hold much of a grudge against Wang Wei, he had never had a good impression of Wang Wei. Wang Wei was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and a character nastier than Zhufeng. Xiaolong, since we found Li Lu's Buddha pellet, should we go eat meat and drink wine now? The little cow smiled widely. The Buddha wine and Buddhist beast meat here are a delicacy. Huang Xiaolong laughed. You know nothing but eating. Let's go eat meat and drink wine. But, Xianxia, how do you know there's Buddha wine and Buddhist beast meat here? You've been here before. There was a time when I used to be idle and ventured out in the divine world, hell, Buddha world, and demon world. This cow has left prints in a lot of big worlds. In the past, I had also entered the ancient heavenly emperor's treasury, and even left a few hairs inside it as memorabilia. Left a few hairs inside the ancient heavenly court's treasury as memorabilia. Whilst astounded, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi nearly spit out in laughter. Xiang Sun, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others found this funny and astonishing at the same time. Huang Xiaolong asked helplessly, After that? That sugar baby-looking ancient heavenly emperor was outraged. He collected my hair and chased me for a fight, the little cow revealed casually. Other than Huang Xiaolong, everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, Senior Xianxia, what happened next? Xu Yong asked compellingly. The little cow added, We fought an intense battle for several days and nights. At the end, I felt like the battle was too bland, thus left. Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi were clearly beyond shocked from their expressions. But they also had admiration for the little cow in their eyes. This cow is someone who felt bored while battling with the ancient heavenly emperor. Then she had just left because of that. How many people would stumble to the ground if this news were to leak out? Even Xiang Sun and Su Baisheng's eyes were full of stars as they looked at the little cow. Senior Xianxia, then, how did you end up getting reincarnated to start cultivating from the scratch again? Su Baisheng was genuinely curious. With the little cow's strength from the past life, why would she reincarnate and start from the bottom? The little cow paused for a moment, then answered doubtfully. I think it was fun, so I dispersed my cultivation and reincarnated and started cultivating from the bottom again. Can't I do that? The others looked at the little cow, agape with shock. You will not get a share in the Buddha wine and Buddhist beasts meat later. You can stand and look from the side. The little cow said to Su Baisheng. Su Baisheng pleaded pitifully, Senior Xianxia, What I? The little cow widened her eyes and glared fiercely at him. Su Baisheng could only purse his lips in silence. What is the God King's Buddha paste? Huang Xiaolong suddenly remembered one of the items mentioned by the Fortune Gates disciples. The little cow said, In the old days, some experts would use God King realm Buddhist cultivators' bodies and combine them with countless chaos spiritual herbs. After that they would refine these living God King realm cultivators' bodies for several decades in the furnace, forming a kind of miraculous paste. Refined using God King realm Buddhist cultivators' bodies? Huang Xiaolong was astonished. Refined alive? Yes, refined alive. Only then it is effective. The little cow answered. Huang Xiaolong and the others had a harrowing feeling. That's too cruel. Moreover, during the refining process, that Buddhist cultivator wouldn't die, but would be tortured by the furnace fire for several decades, even several hundred years before he or she died. The little cow went on. However, this kind of refining technique is more or less lost. Very few people know this technique, therefore, most of the time, the God King's Buddha paste could only be found inside ancient Buddhist sects' treasuries. A chill ran down everyone's spines as they imagined their bodies being burned inside a furnace fire for several decades, or even several hundred years before they could die. The Buddha paste, is better than chaos spiritual pills? Asked Feng Er. The little cow nodded and said with a matter-of-fact tone, many times better than chaos spiritual pills. Why else would there be people willing to spend so much effort in refining it? However, there are significant differences between Buddha pastes, as these were refined using the bodies of God King Realm Buddhist cultivators ranging from low-level to high-level. Obviously, the Buddha paste refined from the low-level God King Realm Buddha cultivator is less effective as compared to the Buddha paste refined from mid-level and high-level God King Realm Buddhist cultivators' bodies. Nonetheless, Buddha paste is more effective than a sea god's spirit. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. This God King's Buddha paste actually has better benefits than refining a sea god's spirit. In that case, I must get it during the auction. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group finally tasted the Buddha wine and Buddhist beast's meat, of which the little cow had been singing praises for some time now. They were indeed delicious. The wine was mellow but fragrant. However, Su Baixing could only drool while watching from the side. They stayed at the restaurant for a full day, and Huang Xiaolong bought all the remaining Buddha wine and Buddhist beast's meat. The group continued on their way to the royal Buddha world, occasionally stopping for a day at the world surfaces along the way. A month later, they finally arrived at the royal Buddha world. As Huang Xiaolong's group entered the royal Buddha world, everyone was truly surprised by the flowing, buoyant Buddhism chi. This royal Buddha world's Buddhism chi is almost as rich as the Buddha world's Buddha mountain. Isn't it? Xianxia exclaimed. However, the little cow contradicted. Looks like you haven't been to Buddha mountain. Xianxia paused for a second, but soon nodded in agreement. Our 10,000 elephant clan from hell and the Buddha world's blue Buddha clan are archenemies. So I haven't had the chance to visit the Buddha mountain. The little cow chuckled. Fortunately, you didn't go strolling casually around Buddha mountain. The moment you would have dared to appear at the Buddha mountain, no matter how good you are in concealing your presence, you would have been discovered. In the blink of an eye, you would have gotten incinerated to your bones. During the desolate era, many of your 10,000 elephant clan's experts used to think they were powerful enough to tour around Buddha mountain. In the end, they died without even knowing what hit them. That's right, my second uncle was killed at Buddha mountain. Xianxia lamented. My grandfather had become furious when he had found out that my second uncle had been killed there. Thereafter, he had led a group of 10,000 elephant clan's experts, killing all the way to Buddha world. But it wasn't long before they were almost annihilated by the Buddhas serving under the Lord Buddha. In the end, my great-grandfather had to rush over and save my grandfather. Is Buddha world this strong? Huang Xiaolong asked. Very strong, the little cow answered with conviction. The divine world, Buddha world, hell, devil world, and the demon world are known as the 5 great boundaries. Several billion years ago, after the Lord of Hell went missing, hell had no leader. The Asura world, ghost world, and spirit world were kicked out from the 5 great boundaries. Although the 10,000 elephant clan was the strongest clan in hell's Asura world, they were too weak to be even compared to the Buddha world. The divine world, Buddha world, hell, devil world, and demon world. Huang Xiaolong repeated. These were the 5 great boundaries amongst innumerous world surfaces. Was the ancient heavenly emperor stronger, or the Lord Buddha? Huang Xiaolong asked out of curiosity. The little cow shook her head and said, hard to say. The two had never battled, but in my opinion, the ancient heavenly emperor with his ancient heavenly court supreme treasure would have been a bit stronger. The ancient heavenly court. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong had a strong desire to own the ancient heavenly court supreme treasure. They talked as they flew, and soon arrived at the center mainland of Royal Buddha world, the Royal Buddha mainland. They had already inquired, and learnt that the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief had consigned his high-level God King Realm Master's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste to an auction house in the main city of Royal Buddha mainland, the esteemed Buddha city. Needless to say, the Royal Buddha mainland was big. Even though they had arrived at the Royal Buddha mainland, it would take them another 3 to 4 days' journey to reach the esteemed Buddha city. As the auction was scheduled to take place after 3 months from now, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to rush to the esteemed Buddha city. so he decided to stay a couple days in a city along their way to the esteemed Buddha world. Upon entering the city, Huang Xiaolong planned to find a place to settle down first. Huang Xiaolong's group strolled along the city streets and came upon a square at one side of the street. The square was surrounded by layers and layers of people. Huang Xiaolong stopped a person who was hurrying to the square and inquired about the gathered crowd. This person was extremely displeased after being stopped by Huang Xiaolong and said, "The Fortune Gate is recruiting core disciples? You two want to register? I see your talent is only SOSO. I advise you against joining if it's just for fun. 1,000,000 people register, but they are only accepting 1,000 core disciples." As Gui saw this person's bad attitude, he was about to step forward, but he was stopped by Huang Xiaolong, indicating to everyone not to act recklessly. The person sneered mockingly as he looked at Gui. "Kid, you don't like what I said? Do you know who I am? This person has got a big tone." Huang Xiaolong thought as he smiled and asked curiously, "And you are?" That person chuckled meaningfully. "Telling you my identity might scare you to death. I am the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief's second disciple, is my elder cousin brother's third uncle's grandfather." Elder cousin brother's third uncle's grandfather. Everyone was flabbergasted for a second, then erupted into a fit of laughter. Even Huang Xiaolong laughed loudly, which was a very rare thing to see. The little cow said while laughing, "Oh, this cow is so scared. Your identity is really big." That person raised his chin smugly and said, "Of course, if anyone bullies you in the future, you can come to me." "Good, we'll come to you for sure," Huang Xiaolong said seriously. 10 seconds later, Huang Xiaolong's group laughed again as they watched that person hurry away. "Do you want to go take a look?" the little cow asked, referring to the Fortune Gate's Royal Buddha branch's core disciples recruitment process. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, as he didn't have the slightest interest in seeing the recruitment process. When Huang Xiaolong's group was about to leave, a group of Fortune Gate's disciples appeared in their line of sight. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed slightly when he recognized one of the people from this group. There was a tall young man chatting amiably with other disciples with a spring in his step. It had been a long time since Huang Xiaolong had seen him, and he was none other than Wang Wei. As if sensing Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Wang Wei raised his head and looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction. In that instant, their gaze met with one another's. Wang Wei was clearly surprised when he recognized Huang Xiaolong, as he had not expected to see Huang Xiaolong there. A smile bloomed over Wang Wei's face and he walked towards Huang Xiaolong, like he was pleasantly surprised running into a good old friend. Other Fortune Gate's disciples stopped and looked curiously as they followed Wang Wei. Wang Wei stopped in front of Huang Xiaolong with a big sunny smile and said, "Junior brother Huang, long time no see I really didn't expect to run into you here. Didn't you go off to the extraterritorial devil battlefield? Were you able to find junior sister Li Lu?" "Found junior sister Li Lu?" Wang Wei still doesn't know the latest news about Li Lu? It was likely so. In these years, Wang Wei had not been back to the Vientiane world. Thus, it wasn't strange that he didn't know about what had happened at the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate, much less heard that Huang Xiaolong had subjugated the Sea Tribe and 10,000 Elephant Clan. "I also hadn't expected to encounter senior brother Wang here, and we've already found Li Lu," Huang Xiaolong answered with a smile. "I've heard that senior brother Wang left the Vientiane world not long after I went to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. It seems like senior brother Wang came to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds." "Junior brother Wang Wei. This is?" A Fortune Gate's disciple with a big round face came swaggering over condescendingly, and asked Wang Wei with a finger pointing at Huang Xiaolong. Wang Wei answered, "Senior brother Liang Ming, this is our Vientiane world's Fortune Gate branch's younger generation's most talented genius disciple, junior brother Huang Xiaolong. You may not know that when junior brother Huang entered our Vientiane's Fortune Gate branch less than 40 years ago, he was merely a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. But if I have to make a guess, currently, he is already a peak late 10th order ancient god realm." According to Wang Wei's estimation of Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed, he had guessed Huang Xiaolong's cultivation to have probably reached the peak late 10th order ancient god realm. Liang Ming and the rest of the Fortune Gates disciples looked at Huang Xiaolong and were a little bit surprised. What? Less than 40 years? You're saying that this kid broke through to peak late 10th order ancient god realm from peak late 10th order heavenly god realm in less than 40 years? Liang Ming exclaimed in disbelief as he scrutinized Huang Xiaolong from head to toe. This degree of talent was monstrous. There were numerous genius disciples in their Royal Buddha's Fortune Gate branch, and many of them were emperor-rank godhead geniuses. But if what Wang Wei had said was true, even their Royal Buddha Fortune Gates branch did not have such a genius. Not even their chief disciple senior brother was at this level. It's probably peak late 10th order ancient god realm. Wang Wei went on. At the time when I left Vientiane world, he had already broken through to peak late 7th order ancient god realm. More than 20 years have passed since then, therefore it's likely that he has broken through to the peak late 10th order ancient god realm. In truth, Wang Wei wasn't very sure if Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had indeed reached the peak late 10th order ancient god realm like he had guessed. Then again, estimating based on Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed, at the very least, he would have broken through to the late 10th order ancient god realm. However, one of the Fortune Gate's late 10th order ancient god realm disciples refused to believe Wang Wei's words that Huang Xiaolong was already a peak late 10th order ancient god realm. Therefore, he swung his fist at Huang Xiaolong while shouting, "Brat! Take my invincible fist!" Wang Wei and Liang Ming did not try to stop him. Especially, Wang Wei had no such intention. He focused fully on Huang Xiaolong as he really wanted to know the level of Huang Xiaolong's current strength. Just as that Fortune Gates disciple's invincible fist was a split second from hitting Huang Xiaolong's face, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and slightly enclosed his palm over the disciple's fist, and completely halted the disciple's action. The Fortune Gates group was dumbstruck. That Fortune Gates disciple's face turned beet red. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't free his fist from Huang Xiaolong's palm. "You smelly brat, let go!" Failing to free his fist after several attempts, the disciple roared furiously at Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, he struck out with his other palm at Huang Xiaolong's chest. Obviously, he was trying to cover his embarrassment with anger, and was intending to kill Huang Xiaolong. But before he could do anything, Huang Xiaolong pinned his left palm in the air. Huang Xiaolong exerted a little bit of force from his left hand's fingers, and in the next second, the disciple screeched in pain. His companions were extremely enraged by this. "You motherfucker! Release junior brother Chun immediately!" An enraged disciple swung his fist at Huang Xiaolong. He was a first-order ancestor god realm. Robust fist force shook the space with a resounding boom. Seeing that his fist was about to land on Huang Xiaolong's chest, Gui slapped his palm across that disciple's face, sending him tumbling in the air. The disciple's wail was cut short as he crashed to the street and stopped moving altogether. Wang Wei and Liang Ming were astounded at this result, and their gazes were locked onto Gui. Soon, the rest of the Fortune Gates disciples reacted, and swiftly spread out to encircle Huang Xiaolong's group. The biggest threat was Gui. Liang Ming said to Wang Wei, "Junior brother Wang Wei, how do you want to deal with this matter? Since this punk is a brethren of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate, I'll give you some face and let you deal with this matter." His tone was filled with hostility. Wang Wei had a troubled expression on his face as he looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Junior brother Huang, you're too impulsive. Junior brother Chen was merely testing your strength right now, and it was nothing more than a friendly sparring. How could you injure him? Also, this subordinate of yours is too brazen. How could he injure junior brother Lin so heavily? How about this? You apologize to junior brother Chun, senior brother Liang Ming, and senior brother Lin. Beg senior brother Liang Ming and the others to forgive you. As for your subordinate, just leave him to be dealt with by senior brother Liang Ming." Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly as he watched Wang Wei's performance. "What? Just beg for forgiveness? That's not enough. I want this punk on his knees and kowtow 1,000 times. Then kneel here for 1 day and 1 night. That's right, and kill his subordinate. What's there to talk about? Just a slave. How dare he injure our junior brother Lin?" The Fortune Gate's disciples clamored loudly. Listening to the Royal Buddha's Fortune Gate branch's angry clamors, Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the rest of Huang Xiaolong's group felt it was funny as well. They were not going to act without Huang Xiaolong's instruction. Thus, they simply watched Liang Ming and his companions like they were watching jumping clowns. Liang Ming raised his hand to silence the clamoring disciples. Then, Liang Ming looked at Wang Wei and said, "Since junior brother Wang Wei made such suggestions, I would give you face." He glanced at Huang Xiaolong as he went on. "As long as you kneel and kowtow 1,000 times as an apology, it's fine. I don't need you to kneel for 24 hours. As for your subordinate, hand him over to me, and I will take him back to the punishment hall for judgment. This is very fair, right?" Wang Wei grinned. "Fair, absolutely fair. I thank senior brother Liang Ming." In short, he was thanking Liang Ming for upholding his dignity by agreeing to meet Huang Xiaolong such light punishments, since it was his request. Liang Ming nodded loftily. Wang Wei turned to Huang Xiaolong and urged him, "Junior brother Huang, didn't you hear it? Now, quickly." Huang Xiaolong brusquely cut him off. "Wang Wei, seeing you after such a long time, I can see that you're no different than a dog now." Wang Wei dazed, but his face turned ugly in the next second. Huang Xiaolong had insulted him and called him a dog. A brutal glint flickered and disappeared in Wang Wei's eyes. Liang Ming and the other Fortune Gates disciples whooped in laughter. Liang Ming was still laughing as he said, "Junior brother Wang, looks like this kid doesn't accept your kindness. Would you like us to teach him a lesson on your behalf?" Wang Wei declined gloomily. "No need. I'll do it myself." In Liang Ming's opinion, though Guiyi had shown some strength, it was nothing to be wary of. He alone was enough to kill Huang Xiaolong and his group easily. Liang Ming nodded. "All right then, but don't kill this punk's dog slave so fast." "Don't worry," Wang Wei reassured Liang Ming. He then took several steps closer to Huang Xiaolong until he was 2 meters away from him. He stood still and watched Huang Xiaolong coldly as he said, "Huang Xiaolong, I didn't dare to do anything to you in the past, as Golden Brow and Blood Knife were covering for you in the Vientiane world. But now, here in the Royal Buddha world, do you think you can still be as brazen as in the past? Maybe you don't know that I broke through to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm more than a decade ago." Wang Wei proudly released his body's momentum at the end of his sentence. "Monstrous as your talent is, and even if you have already broken through to peak late 10th Order Ancient God realm, you're still nothing more than an ant in my eyes. An ant that I could squash to death with a finger any time I want." Wang Wei looked at Huang Xiaolong in a lofty manner, then pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong. "Now, I will let you taste the terrifying power of a 7th Order Ancestor God realm." Wang Wei's finger force was akin to a giant light beam that aimed to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's chest in the blink of an eye. Wang Wei wasn't surprised at all that Huang Xiaolong failed to dodge his attack, but his eyes widened in disbelief in the next second as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong wasn't sent flying after taking his attack. Instead, he was still standing there unscathed. "He doesn't seem to be hurt?" "You!" Wang Wei looked at his own finger, then at Huang Xiaolong's chest. The fingerprint was still there. Liang Ming and other Fortune Gates disciples were stupefied at this result. "Is this your 7th Order Ancestor God realm strength?" Huang Xiaolong asked nonchalantly as he patted on the fingerprint smudge on his robe. "Now that I've experienced it, I have to say it really isn't that terrifying." His tone changed slightly as he went on. "Are you sure you've advanced to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm?" Wang Wei's face was red, almost purple from Huang Xiaolong's taunt. Huang Xiaolong suddenly punched out. This punch purely carried his true dragon physique's force without a shred of his supreme godhead's god force. Wang Wei raised his palm to block, but Huang Xiaolong's fist hit his palm and crushed the bones of his hand. Wang Wei's mouth was wide opened as he screamed and keeled over in pain, while his body was sent crashing into a shop's front door on the other end of the street. Liang Ming and the Fortune Gates disciples were rooted stupidly on the spot as they watched this. They knew very well that Wang Wei had indeed broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm. Furthermore, Wang Wei had also mentioned that Huang Xiaolong's strength was merely at the peak late 10th Order Ancient God realm. Therefore, they were all wondering as to how Wang Wei, who was a 7th Order Ancestor God Realm Master, was sent flying by a peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm like Huang Xiaolong. You're not a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. Liang Ming was astounded as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. I never said that I'm a peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. Not a peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. Since he knocked out Wang Wei with a single punch. This mid-8th Order Ancestor God Realm? Late 8th Order Ancestor God Realm. But didn't Wang Wei say that Huang Xiaolong had only entered the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate branch less than 40 years ago? 40 years. Great waves of shock hit Liang Ming and the rest of Fortune Gate's disciples' hearts. At this time, Wang Wei climbed up from the street. Blood was still flowing out from his mouth as he looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief, as if he was looking at a terrifying monster. In the end, he blurted out, "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible." In truth, anyone who would meet Huang Xiaolong after a gap of 30 years would be equally shocked to discover that Huang Xiaolong had suddenly jumped from lower level of Ancient God Realm to a higher level of Ancestor God Realm strength, where he could defeat the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm Master. Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at Liang Ming. Now, do I still need to kneel down and give you 1,000 kowtow? Liang Ming kept silent and his face darkened nastily. Punk, you are in the royal Buddha world, so don't be brazen. One of the Fortune Gate's disciples shouted angrily. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Just as his voice fell, Feng Er, Gui Er, and others made their moves. Barely a second had passed, and all the 20-plus Fortune Gate's disciples were knocked back in various directions, including the late 7th Order Ancestor God Realm Liang Ming. Huang Xiaolong had no interest in beating up the Fortune Gate's disciples anymore. He turned to the little cow, Xianxia, and the rest and said, "Let's go!" When passing by Wang Wei's side, the little cow kicked Wang Wei right at the center and sent him flying once again. Not a bad kick. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had dared to fight in the city just because the strongest ancestor of Royal Buddha World's Fortune Gate branch was only a mid-level God King Realm Master. Therefore, with Xianxia and Su Baixing on his side, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to give face to Wang Wei and Liang Wei. A while later, Liang Ming and the others finally got up to their feet and looked venomously in the direction Huang Xiaolong had left. Huang Xiaolong, is it? If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Liang. Liang Ming vowed through gritted teeth. Senior brother Liang, what do we do now? One of the disciples asked. Go back to the branch first. Huang Xiaolong bought a luxurious residence from a trading house, as the auction was going to take place after 4 months. He needed a place to stay until the auction and was obviously not short of the spirit stones. The residence was very big and located at the center of the city, right next to the auction house. This would make it extremely convenient to get to the auction house later. Upon arriving at the new residence, Huang Xiaolong went straight to the room of his choice and began cultivating. He hoped to break through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm by the time he would have returned to the Vientiane world. Once his cultivation would advance to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, he could then manipulate the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation and enter its space for cultivation. On top of that, if he could break through to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm by that time, he could use the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's lightning chi to expel the evil spirit from Li Lu's body. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside his room and summoned out his 3 avatars. Tiny ribbons of lightning flickered on his forehead as the Sea God Tower flew out from the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's space. This time, Huang Xiaolong was going to refine a 5th Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit instead of a 4th Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit. Huang Xiaolong believed that he could withstand the vast and robust energy from a 5th Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit, since he was at peak late 5th Order Ancestor God Realm cultivation, and his current true dragon physique. Then again, even if he could withstand the robust energy from a 5th Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit, he still needed Xianxia to help him suppress the Sea God Spirit. Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars circulated their god force according to the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium as they began to refine the 5th Order God King Realm Sea God Spirit. Under Xianxia's suppression, Robust energy flowed out continuously from the fifth-order God-King realm Sea God Spirit into Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' bodies. Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars devoured the Sea God Spirit's energy, which enhanced and strengthened his own God force. 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye. At the end of these 2 months, Huang Xiaolong's body suddenly started quivering as bright light spread out from his body, and his momentum soared like tidal waves. Late fifth-order ancestor God realm. The breakthrough was extremely smooth. However, Huang Xiaolong did not stop absorbing the fifth-order God-King realm Sea God Spirit's energy. He continued to cultivate in seclusion for another month, until he and his 3 avatars had completely refined the fifth-order God-King realm Sea God Spirit's energy. In the past, when Huang Xiaolong had first refined an early first-order God-King realm Sea God Spirit, it had taken him a full 3 months, but now he was able to refine a fifth-order God-King realm Sea God Spirit in 3 months. One could imagine the growth in Huang Xiaolong's refining speed. Not to mention, even an average 10th-order God-King realm master would take more than 3 months to refine a fifth-order God-King realm Sea God Spirit. Huang Xiaolong's strength had risen significantly after he had finished refining the fifth-order God-King realm Sea God Spirit, and he was close to advancing to peak late fifth-order ancestor God realm. His 3 avatars had already broken through to high-level ancient God realm, and had reached an early 8th-order ancient God realm. At this rate, by the time Huang Xiaolong would have broken through to 7th-order or 8th-order ancestor God realm, his 3 avatars would have probably broken through to ancestor God realm. After exiting his room, Huang Xiaolong went searching for Feng Er to inquire about the outside news from the last 3 months. He was a little surprised to hear there had been no movements on Liang Ming and Wang Wei's side. As far as he knew, Liang Ming and Wang Wei weren't the type of people to let the matter slide without doing anything. He had expected Wang Wei and Liang Ming to have made up some stories upon returning to the Fortune Gate branch, and to have him captured by the Fortune Gate's experts. Although suspicious, Huang Xiaolong didn't put this matter to his heart. More importantly, this had allowed him to cultivate in peace while waiting for the day of the auction to arrive. In the remaining 1 month before the auction day, Huang Xiaolong chose to continue cultivating by swallowing chaos spiritual pills instead of refining the remaining 4 Sea God spirits. During the day, he concentrated on condensing mid-grade 8 spirit stones, and took a stroll around the city in the late afternoon to purchase large amounts of top-grade chaos spiritual pills and chaos spiritual herbs. Almost every evening, Huang Xiaolong returned from his stroll, with a lot of newly bought chaos spiritual herbs inside his spatial ring. Huang Xiaolong selected some chaos spiritual herbs and threw them into the pill blending tower. A few days later, the pill blending tower spat out a large number of top-grade chaos spiritual pills. With Huang Xiaolong's late 5th-order ancestor God realm cultivation, the pill blending tower was able to churn out 3,000 top-grade chaos spiritual pills in one night. That amounted close to 100,000 top-grade chaos spiritual pills in 1 month. 100,000 pills. Based on this speed, the amount of top-grade chaos spiritual herbs and relevant materials inside his Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space weren't going to last long, hence, Huang Xiaolong was sweeping through the shops selling alchemy ingredients like a tornado. Other than alchemy ingredients, Huang Xiaolong also bought top-grade chaos spiritual pills in large amounts. In short, he bought any chaos spiritual pills and chaos spiritual herbs that helped improve his cultivation, and threw those into the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space. Within a month, Huang Xiaolong had almost bought all available top-grade chaos spiritual herbs and chaos spiritual pills in the city center. Although this action was surely going to attract many people's attention, he wasn't bothered much by it. After all, he was going to leave the Royal Buddha Great Worlds immediately after the auction was going to end. Moreover, he was also not worried about people tailing him, as he was confident in the giant shark flying ship's current speed. On this fine day, the sun was radiant, and Huang Xiaolong was looking around in the city as he sat on the little cow, with Xiangxun, Su Baisheng, and others by his side. Next day was the day of the auction, therefore, Huang Xiaolong wanted to relax for the day. He was strolling idly, not really purchasing like he had done during this whole 1 month. Young noble Huang. Young Master Huang. Along the way, various people greeted Huang Xiaolong with enthusiastic smiles. During this 1 month, Huang Xiaolong had almost swept clean all the city center shops' top-grade chaos spiritual pills and top-grade chaos spiritual herbs. Hence, these shop owners' enthusiasm wasn't unexpected. Huang Xiaolong nodded at them in return. I must get the God King's Buddha paste in the auction tomorrow. I want to get those God King's Buddha pellets. Almost all the pedestrians on the street were talking about the auction. I really can't figure out why the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief is selling the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste. I've heard that he's going to take out 6 pieces of God King's Buddha paste for auction. Isn't it better to use it for his own cultivation? You may not know this, but the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief needs a batch of grade 8 spirit stones. That's why he's auctioning these 2 items. Grade 8 spirit stones. No wonder so many families, patriarchs, and forces are scrambling to collect grade 8 spirit stones. They are aiming for the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste. In that case, not many forces will be able to afford them. Although the God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha paste are rare treasures, there are 2 other rare treasures in the auction this time. The auction house has not yet revealed these treasures, but these are surely going to be more precious than the former 2 items. The surroundings conversations continued to enter Huang Xiaolong's ears. However, Huang Xiaolong had been aware of this news since 20 days. After Huang Xiaolong had learned about the other 2 superior treasures, when compared to the God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha paste, he had become curious about them. Could it be number 1 and number 2 of the 7 wonder fruits? Xianxia took a guess as he listened to the surrounding conversations. In the last auction, Huang Xiaolong had come across the flaming white phoenix divine fruits. So, it was obvious Xianxia was thinking on those lines. The little cow shook her head. Not possible. No one would be stupid enough to take out the world's number 1 and number 2 wonder fruits for auction. Perhaps a desolate era treasure? Su Baixing guessed. Maybe we'll know tomorrow, said Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong had been out on a frenzy spree buying various top-grade chaos spiritual herbs and chaos spiritual pills, he had merely spent 1,000 high-grade 7 spirit stones. He had piled up all the grade 8 spirit in big mounds inside his spatial ring. This time he wasn't worried about insufficient funds. One day went by in the blink of an eye, and a new day was welcomed by a chilly morning. However, the esteemed Buddha city streets were crowded with pedestrians moving towards the auction house located at the city center. In order to prevent unexpected delays along the way, Huang Xiaolong and his group had set off early for the auction house. However, when Huang Xiaolong stepped out of his residence, he saw a group of Fortune Gates disciples standing in front of the residence from across the street. Both Liang Ming and Wang Wei were part of that group. Wang Wei was standing behind a stalwart middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had icy blue eyes and was exuding a coldness and almost negligible breathing. Blue Empyrean? The name flashed through Huang Xiaolong's mind as his eyes narrowed. Although he had never seen Blue Empyrean in person, Huang Xiaolong was certain that this person was Blue Empyrean, based on Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's descriptions. Standing beside Blue Empyrean was a short, middle-aged man. He was just a little over 1.5 meters, but his limbs were thick and muscular. As they stood next to each other, the contrast between them was even more obvious. The more Huang Xiaolong looked, the funnier he felt, and the more he wanted to laugh. As Huang Xiaolong stepped out of his residence, Liang Ming immediately stepped forward and said to the short, middle-aged man, "Master, it's that kid." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong with a hostile and hateful gaze. The short, middle-aged man was none other than Liang Ming's master, one of the Royal Buddha World's Fortune Gate Branch's Grand Elders, Chun Jifa. Chun Jifa looked fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. He then turned and said to Blue Empyrean, "Junior brother Blue Empyrean, this kid is your Vientiane World's Fortune Gate Branch's disciple. Are you going to handle this matter, or you want me to do it?" Blue Empyrean replied matter-of-factly, "Since it's my Vientiane World's Fortune Gate Branch's disciple, I will handle this matter." Chun Jifa nodded his head and remained silent. Blue Empyrean's gaze once again fell back on Huang Xiaolong and said, "So, your Golden Brow and Blood Knife's disciple, Huang Xiaolong? Vientiane World's Fortune Gate Branch's All Islands Great War Champion. Huang Xiaolong said instead of answering. If there is nothing important to discuss, I need to rush to attend an auction. Blue Empyrean, Wang Wei, and other Fortune Gates disciples were taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's attitude. Blue Empyrean's face turned sullen in an instant. Disregard. This was naked disregard. He was one of the Vientiane world's Fortune Gates branch's ancestors, but was actually disregarded by a junior like Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had done it in front of the Royal Buddha World's Fortune Gate branch's disciples and Grand Elder. Blue Empyrean's eyes narrowed dangerously, and an icy glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you're being presumptuous. Wang Wei shouted and pointed his finger at Huang Xiaolong as he was beyond enraged. Do you know that this is my master? How dare a measly disciple like you be so presumptuous in front of my master? Wang Wei was extremely agitated, as if Huang Xiaolong had committed an unpardonable crime. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he exclaimed, "Oh, he's your master, ah. Excuse me, I have never seen him before, so I didn't know it was him. You have 1 minute to state your business. If there's nothing important, please move out of my way. I need to get to the auction house." This auction was very important for Huang Xiaolong. If he did miss this auction, who knows when he would come across another auction with God King's Buddha pellet. Not to mention, he was keen on the God King's Buddha paste for using it to improve his strength. At this time, Chun Jifa interjected with a snicker. Kid, it seems you still haven't understood your current situation. Since a mere Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch's disciple has dared to disregard an ancestor of his own branch, I'm genuinely curious to know if you're reckless, naive, or you have something up your sleeve. His gaze swept over Xianxia, Su Baixing, Xu Yong, and others standing behind Huang Xiaolong as he continued, "Are they your backing?" He snickered mockingly, then added, "Don't tell me all of them are God King Realm Masters?" Liang Ming and the rest of the Fortune Gates disciples laughed loudly in ridicule. In their eyes, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong, a Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch's insignificant disciple, to have God King Realm Masters as his subordinates. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Chun Jifa and Liang Ming before saying to Xianxia and the rest behind him, "Let's go. Go." A cruel light flickered across Blue Empyrean's eyes. Huang Xiaolong, even if you're Golden Brow and Blood Knife's disciple, you're just a disciple. How dare you rebel against your elder? I'm going to abolish your cultivation as a lesson. Even if Golden Brow and Blood Knife find out about this later, they won't have anything to say about this. With that said, he reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong. In this simple movement, there were 10,000 streams of vigorous qi shooting out towards Huang Xiaolong with bone-piercing momentum. It was obvious that if Blue Empyrean were to really grab Huang Xiaolong, his bones would be crushed to pieces. A dark, malicious gleam shone in Blue Empyrean's eyes as he watched Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was that close to being grabbed by Blue Empyrean's hand, when a cold harumph sounded in everyone's ears. Then, a giant claw imprint cut across space, shattering the Blue Empyrean's claw force and striking Blue Empyrean. Blue Empyrean was taken aback. His confident expression turned fearful as he sensed the overwhelming force targeting him. Just as he was about to dodge it, the giant claw imprint landed on his body. Rumble! A resounding boom shook the street. Wang Wei, Liang Ming, Chun Jifa, and the others could see a pit made by a giant claw, right where Blue Empyrean had stood. The claw print pit was more than 10 meters deep, and Blue Empyrean's body was sprawled at the bottom of it. The one who had acted to shield Huang Xiaolong wasn't Xianxia, nor was it Su Baixing. Instead, it was Xu Yong. Xu Yong was a third-order God King realm. Therefore, it was very easy for him to deal with Blue Empyrean, who had just broken through to God King realm. Xu Yong had healed from his heavy injuries, and his strength had also significantly risen from the time he was being attacked by the 4 Emperor Palace's experts. Su Baixing raised a leg and stomped hard into the pit where Blue Empyrean was lying, and everyone heard a shattering sound coming from under Su Baixing's claw. Wang Wei watched with a pale face while Su Baixing turned to Xu Yong and said, "As you follow by Master's side, attacks must be swift and ruthless. Don't leave any loose ends. At the very least, opponents must be crippled. Attacks must be ruthless." Su Yong's earlier attack had not abolished Blue Emperor's strength. Thus Su Baixing had taken this opportunity to educate Xu Yong and the other two juniors as he added a kick to Blue Emperor. Xu Yong lowered his head, as he had made a note of this lesson, and answered, "Yes, Granduncle." "Granduncle. Master." Liang Ming and Wang Wei stared at Huang Xiaolong with fear and horror. So did Chen Jifa. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept across Liang Ming, Wang Wei, and Chen Jifa's faces. He finally looked at Wang Wei as he said slowly, "I gave you a chance the last time. Pity that you didn't appreciate it." Wang Wei was suffused with terror, feeling Huang Xiaolong's glance on him. He was tongue-tied, but managed to blurt out a broken sentence. Junior brother Huang. No, senior brother Huang. Spare me." However, he didn't get to finish his words. Huang Xiaolong's fist greeted Wang Wei's chest, sending him flying and crashing in the distance. Wang Wei's vitality was barely noticeable before hitting the ground. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his fist, then looked at Liang Ming, Chen Jifa, and the rest of the Fortune Gates disciples. At Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Liang Ming and Chen Jifa stepped back subconsciously. "Can I go to the auction now?" Huang Xiaolong asked coldly. Yes. Chen Jifa squeezed a smile that looked uglier than crying. "Come on," Huang Xiaolong said to Xianxia and the rest. He leaped onto the little cow's back and the group walked away. Chen Jifa and Liang Ming exhaled in relief only after Huang Xiaolong's group went out of their sight at the end of the street. Their backs were dampened with cold sweat. Master Wang Wei and his master Blue Emperor. What? A long time passed, before Liang Mai asked Chen Jifa with much difficulty. Chen Jifa's gaze fell upon the deep pit not far then. Then it shifted to Wang Wei, who was lying sprawled on the street. In the end, he heavily sighed and said, "Let's bring them back to heal first." But he could already see that Blue Emperor and Wang Wei's cultivation had already been abolished. Unless there is an emperor who is willing to heal them, these two are going to spend the rest of their lives as wastes. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong reached the auction house's main entrance. Huang Xiaolong's group was about to enter the auction house, when the crowd around the entrance suddenly stirred. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder curiously, following others' gazes, and saw a group of experts enshrouded in golden luminance headed by a young man walking towards the main entrance of the auction house. It's the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Shao. The Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Shao is following behind that young man? Who is that young man? Could he be someone from the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace? Everyone in the crowd whispered in low voices with their companions. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto an imposing-looking middle-aged man, walking behind the young man. This middle-aged man is the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief, Chen Shao? The Venerable Buddha Sect was one of the biggest sects in the Royal Buddha world, and it ranked above the Thousand Autumns Buddha Sect. Huang Xiaolong had not expected the auction to attract the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Shao. Huang Xiaolong's gaze then shifted to the young man at the front of the group. Though the Venerable Buddha Sect was one of the biggest sects in the Royal Buddha world, they were still a liege force of the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace amongst many others. Yet this young man was being accompanied by the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Shao. This showed that this young man had a high status in the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace. Does this mean that the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace's people are also interested in the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste? If that's the case, then we won't have a chance even if we have collected enough grade 8 spirit stones. Who would dare to compete with the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace? It's people from the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace. Maybe they're here for the auction's last two superior treasures, and not the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste. As the people continued discussing, Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Shao arrived at the auction house's main entrance as he accompanied the young man. However, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Xianxia, and the rest had been standing at the main entrance, indirectly blocking the young man and the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Zhao's group's path. Chen Zhao's brows furrowed when he noticed Huang Xiaolong's group in the middle of their path. At this point, one of the Venerable Buddha Sect's disciples shouted at Huang Xiaolong's group, "Make way!" Without missing a beat, Huang Xiaolong turned and stepped into the auction house. Xianxia, Su Baixing, and the rest naturally followed after him into the auction house. For a second, everyone witnessing this was dumbfounded. The Venerable Buddha sect's disciple's face was extremely ugly at Huang Xiaolong's action. Just as he was going to stop Huang Xiaolong, the young man casually waved his hand and said, "It's all right." The Venerable Buddha sect's disciple respectfully complied and obediently returned to the back of the group. That black-haired young man seems to be the one that has been buying top-grade chaos spiritual pills and top-grade chaos spiritual herbs. Is that young noble Huang? It seems to be him. In the recent 1 month, almost all the top-grade chaos spiritual pills and top-grade chaos spiritual herbs were bought by him. On top of that, he also bought them with high-grade 7 spirit stones. I wonder who he is? He also dared to walk into the auction house before the Venerable Buddha sect. Some disciples furtively pointed at Huang Xiaolong as they discussed. Many sects and families' disciples had seen Huang Xiaolong's shopping spree during the month's period. Chun Xiao and the young man were surprised hearing the disciples' whispers. Almost all the top-grade chaos spiritual pills and top-grade spiritual herbs in the city center shop were bought by that black-haired young man. The crucial question was that the total amount of spirit stones required to make such a purchase was an astonishing amount, and definitely not something even a first-rank force could afford. Young noble Huang? The young man repeated the title with a stroke of curiosity. It seems like this person is going to be a competitor when I will be bidding for the God King's Buddha pellet. Young Lord Huang is joking. Even if he has some spirit stones, he won't have the guts to compete against young Lord Huang. Chun Xiao smiled flatteringly as he said to the young man. The young man Wang Tong smiled meaningfully. Not necessarily. In this world, there are always some people that become arrogant and reckless because they have some money. Chun Xiao laughed softly. Young Lord Huang is right, but that depends on who the other side is. Even a primordial divine dragon has to lower its head for young Lord Huang to ride on it. Wang Tong grinned. Your words are not wrong. With that said, he walked in through the auction house's entrance with Chun Xiao, and the others followed after him. As the auction house's private rooms were specially reserved for the higher echelons of Royal Buddha World's forces, Huang Xiaolong's group could only find a place in the auction hall this time around. As Huang Xiaolong's group was delayed slightly due to Blue Empyrean and Wang Wei's group, the seats at the front and middle section of the auction hall were already taken. Huang Xiaolong's group sat on the seats on the 7th row close to the edge. These were not too secluded nor too eye-catching. After everyone was seated, they waited quietly for the auction to begin. More and more experts trickled into the auction hall, gradually filling all the seats. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance of a woman's body drilled into Huang Xiaolong's nose, as a young girl leaned slightly towards him and took the seat next to him. Uncle, is this seat next to you empty? The young girl smiled sweetly as she greeted Huang Xiaolong politely. Uncle, the little cow Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, and the others blanked for a moment. The little cow couldn't contain her laughter. Little sister, there's no one sitting, you can take that seat. The pretty young girl's eyes lit up, and her gaze was attracted by the little cow. Uncle, from which auction house did you buy this little cow? So pretty. Puff. Xiangsun spurted in laughter, losing all his image. So did the others. On the other hand, the corners of the little cow's mouth were twitching with frustration. Pretty? This was the first time someone had used the adjective pretty to describe her. Hello, my name is Bei Xiaomei. The pretty young girl generously introduced herself to Huang Xiaolong's group. Hello, Feng Er, Gue Er, and Gue-san greeted her with a smile. This little lady was quite cute, making them wonder what family she was from. Bei Xiaomei asked Huang Xiaolong, Uncle, are you also interested in bidding for the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste? Huang Xiaolong didn't expect her to ask this question, but answered frankly, yes. In truth, the matter was not worth concealing, as Li Lu needed the Buddha pellet to suppress the evil spirit in her body, whereas he needed the Buddha paste to improve his strength. Bei Xiaomei pouted and grumbled, I knew it. I knew that there would be a lot of people coming to this auction for the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste. Her delicate brows wrinkled. My allowance is surely not enough for this auction. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. This girl has brought her allowance to buy God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste? She's really cute and innocent. Uncle, do you think my 10 million low grade 8 spirit stones allowance will be enough to buy the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste? Bei Xiaomei turned and asked Huang Xiaolong another question. 10 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Allowance. Feng Er, Gui Er, and the others nearly choked on their saliva. Even Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were startled. The little cow took another look at Bei Xiaomei from head to toe, and her eyes glimmered. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow observed Bei Xiaomei carefully. This young girl, with an allowance of 10 million low grade 8 spirit stones, was surely not a disciple from a regular family. She was definitely someone with a higher status as an Emperor Palace's disciple. "Wyr, are you all staring at me like that?" Bei Xiaomei felt shy as she noticed that Huang Xiaolong's group was looking at her like she was an extinct creature. 10 million low grade 8 spirit stones are too little, right? If I had known about this auction earlier, I could have borrowed some spirit stones from my big sister. Everyone was beyond speechless at her grumbling. "Is your big sister very rich?" Su Baixing asked casually. Bei Xiaomei nodded hard as she answered, "Yes, my sister is Bei Xiaoji. She's very, very rich." Bei Xiaoji. Su Baixing and Feng Er looked at her even more strangely. Even Huang Xiaolong had a weird expression on his face, as he thought that the name Bei Xiaoji was very, unique. "Not that. It's Bei Xiaoji." Realizing everyone had misunderstood her big sister's name, Bei Xiaomei reiterated and explained. Only then did everyone understand. Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the others had never heard of Bei Xiaoji's name. In this vast divine world, even Emperor Palace's forces exceeded 10,000 in number. Hence it wasn't strange that they had never heard of Bei Xiaoji. But Huang Xiaolong and the others were surprised when they heard the little cow exclaim, "Your sister is Bei Xiaoji?" Everyone looked at the little cow curiously. The little cow knows Bei Xiaoji? Bei Xiaomei's beautiful eyes blinked beautifully at the little cow as she asked, "Little cowie, you know my big sister? Little cowie?" Green veins throbbed visibly on the little cow's forehead, but she finally managed to restrain herself from running amok. She nodded at Bei Xiaomei and admitted, "I know her, but are you really Bei Xiaoji's younger sister?" She gave Bei Xiaomei another look from head to toe, as if she didn't believe Bei Xiaomei at all. Bei Xiaomei puffed up her voluptuous bosom in an imposing manner and said, "What's real or not? I am her younger sister, period." The little cow asked another question. "Your father is Bei Lengyang?" This time around, it was Bei Xiaomei who widened her eyes in astonishment and looked at the little cow from head to toe, and from left to right for a long time before saying, "Little cowie, you actually know my father Bei Lengyang?" There were a lot of people in the divine world who had heard her big sister Bei Xiaoji's name, but only a handful of people had heard her father Bei Lengyang's name. The majority of emperor palaces also didn't know their father. The little cow harumphed angrily as Bei Xiaomei continued to call her little cowie. "What's so shocking about someone knowing your father Bei Lengyang's name? In the past, even your father used to respectfully call me senior." Bei Xiaomei's mouth was agape as if she had just heard something unbelievable. She weakly pointed her finger at the little cow and asked, "My father calls you senior." She added as an afterthought, "Senior little cowie?" Everyone exploded in laughter. The little cow's face turned green, and she decisively shut her mouth. Huang Xiaolong chuckled loudly. However, judging from the little cow's reaction, it seemed that Bei Xiaomei had quite the background. Based on his understanding, if the little cow could still remember Bei Xiaoji and Bei Lengyang's names, then they were likely to be people with high statuses in the divine world. The little cow did not say a thing, but Bei Xiaomei was already pulling Huang Xiaolong's hand and asking him a ton of questions. However, all her questions were related to the little cowie. She had become extremely curious about the little cowie, since the little cow knew her father's name. In the end, Huang Xiaolong fell silent, as he was not able to keep up with Bei Xiaomei's tens and thousands of questions. "Uncle, come on, tell me, where did you buy this little cowie? I want to buy one too." Bei Xiaomei shook Huang Xiaolong's arm persistently. "How about this, you sell little cowie to me? okay? Uncle, what is this little cowie's name? Why does she know my father's name? Bei Xiaomei's voice continued to ring in Huang Xiaolong's ears, but soon, a voice sounded from the auction stage that was at the other end of the hall. The auction begins. The voice echoed through the entire auction house building, drowning Bei Xiaomei's voice. Huang Xiaolong sighed in relief inwardly, as Bei Xiaomei's bombardment of questions had stopped finally. Now, we start with the first auction item, the God-killing Excalibur. This God-killing Excalibur is the ancient God-killing divine sex supreme treasure. Though it has suffered minuscule damage, it is still very powerful. Minds of those within the Excalibur's domain would be affected, suppressing the opponent's strength. The auctioneer introduced. Bei Xiaomei grumbled. They have the face to take out a broken high-grade chaos spiritual artifact for this auction. They really lack culture. If I had known that these things could be auctioned, I would have brought a bunch of them. Huang Xiaolong and the others were totally dumbfounded. In the end, a certain sex Grand Elder successfully won the bid for the damaged Excalibur for less than 1 million low grade 7 spirit stones. The second auction item was brought to the auction stage. The second item was also a treasure sword named Azure Peak Sword, also left behind by an ancient sect. The sword's body was bluish-green in color, and it was exuding a penetrating sword chi and murderous aura. The Azure Peak Sword was many times better than the God-killing Excalibur. One after another, items were brought to the stage, and undulating shouts of bids rang in the auction hall. Huang Xiaolong had remained silent so far as the auction had progressed since he didn't lack the divine armors, chaos spiritual pills, or chaos spiritual herbs. He had piles of these things inside his spatial ring. Huang Xiaolong pondered whether he should find a time to sell them off as these things were of no use to him. Putting them inside his spatial rings was only eating up space. Bei Xiaomei was also disinterested in the auction's God-killing Excalibur, Azure Peak Sword, and the likes, hence had remained silent. The hour passed by quickly. Next, we're auctioning something that was consigned by the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief. 3 God King's Buddha pellet and 10 pieces of God King's Buddha paste. The auctioneer announced after selling off a divine armor successfully. Huang Xiaolong immediately became focused. Bei Xiaomei's disinterested face brightened immediately. The slightly noisy auction hall went quiet. Inside private room number 1, Venerable Buddha sect chief Chen Xiao, who was accompanying Wang Tong, chuckled happily at the auctioneer's announcement. We've waited for so long. It's finally here. Wang Tong's gaze swept over the auction hall below them, and he noted the burning light in everyone's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Looks like there would be quite a lot of people bidding for this auction." His gaze then fell upon Huang Xiaolong. Due to the little encounter at the auction house's main entrance earlier, he had been paying special attention to Huang Xiaolong from time to time. Chen Xiao followed Wang Tong's gaze and saw Huang Xiaolong in the auction hall below them, and smiled widely. But those people are soon going to find out that the Buddha pellet and Buddha paste cannot be coveted by the small and insignificant people like them. Wang Tong merely smiled. According to the Thousand Autumns Buddha sect chief's requirements, these 3 God King's Buddha pellets and 10 pieces of Buddha pastes will be auctioned together. Furthermore, only grade 8 and above spirit stones will be accepted. The auctioneer added. The crowd stirred, as no one had guessed that the Buddha pellets were going to get auctioned together with the Buddha pastes. The auction price of both items was going to be astonishing. Among these 10 pieces of God King's Buddha pastes, 5 of them were refined from low-level God King Realm Masters, 3 mid-level God King Realm Masters, and 2 high-level God King Realm Masters. Each of these 3 Buddha pellets is from a late 7th Order God King Realm Master, an early 8th Order God King Realm Master, and a mid-8th Order God King Realm Master, respectively. The starting price is 5 million low grade 8 spirit stones. The moment the auctioneer announced the starting price, the people attending the auction sucked in a breath of cold air. 5 million low grade 8 spirit stones. A grand elder from a royal Buddha world's big family stammered. This price was not scary, but it was fucking scary. The exchange rate between high grade 7 spirit stones and low grade 8 spirit stones was 10 to 1. 50 million low-grade 8 spirit stones were equivalent to 5 million high-grade 8 spirit stones. Xianxia saw that the people sitting below them were shaken by the bidding price, and laughed as he said to Wang Tong, 5 million low-grade 8 spirit stones have already scared them so much. Didn't I already say that the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste are not something that people of lower status and characters could afford? Wang Tong smiled. It's time we make a bid. A meaningful smile flashed over Chen Zhao's face as he said, let me act on behalf of young Lord Wang for this small task. Fine, these people recognize your voice, and my voice is not necessarily more useful than yours. Wang Tong agreed. Chen Zhao said some perfunctory words, and then leisurely shouted, 5.1 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. The slightly astonished and rowdy crowd quieted down at the fall of Chen Zhao's voice. It's the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Zhao. As expected, the Venerable Buddha Sect is rich, but I've heard that he's here with the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace's young lord. I think he's bidding on behalf of him. Who will dare to bid after this and offend the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace? How are you going to live in the Royal Buddha Great Worlds if you were to do that? Similar conversations took place among the people in the auction hall. Most of the people were wary of the Venerable Buddha sect's backing by the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace. Therefore, no one dared to make a bid for a moment. The corners of Wang Tong's lips rose to see this effect. See, didn't I say your voice holds more weight than mine? He said to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao humbly replied, young Lord Wang is praising me. He glanced below, in Huang Xiaolong's direction, then added, that kid doesn't have the guts to utter a sound anymore. Wang Tong shook his head as he saw that Huang Xiaolong had remained silent. It seems you are right. Even if he has some spirit stones, he won't have the guts to compete with me. At this time, the auctioneer on the auction stage spoke sonorously. The guest in private room number 1, the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief Chen Zhao bids 5.1 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Anyone with a higher bid? The auctioneer deliberately emphasized, Venerable Buddha Sect Chief. Chen Zhao nodded with satisfaction as the auctioneer was being tactful. If there's no higher bid, then, the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste go to the Venerable Buddha Sect Chief. In less than 3 seconds, the auctioneer quickly added. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to make a bid, Bei Xiaomei had already shouted out her bid, 6 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Everyone was surprised by her tender voice. Bei Xiaomei bid attracted everyone's attention, and inquiring gazes fell on her. Wang Tong and Chen Zhao were greatly surprised as they watched this from inside the private room number 1. Chen Zhao's brows wrinkled slightly as he stated, I am sure that kid made a little girl bid on his behalf as he couldn't dare to open his own mouth. Clearly, he had misunderstood the whole situation. But then again, as Bei Xiaomei was sitting beside Huang Xiaolong, this misunderstanding was reasonable. Wang Tong chuckled nonchalantly, not really taking offense. That's fine as well, this is more interesting. Since the other side has already shouted 6 million, we can't be too stingy. Chen Zhao answered, understood. He then looked outwards and offered, 7 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. 7 million. Everyone was shocked to hear that the Venerable Buddha Sect's Chief Chen Zhao had raised the bid price by 1 million, thus bringing the total to 7 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Shocked everyone. Bei Xiaomei pouted and grumbled under her breath. That old man is so annoying. Then she raised her voice and called out, 8 million. 8 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. 8 million. The crowd was in a furor of excitement from the smell of gunpowder in the air. Chen Zhao sneered at Huang Xiaolong when he heard Bei Xiaomei's bid of 8 million. This kid has got some spirit stones for sure. Wang Tong smiled as if his mood wasn't affected at all by this and said, it's all right, merely 8 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Our Royal Buddha Emperor Palace can easily afford it. He signaled Chen Zhao to continue bidding. 9 million. Chen Zhao no longer hesitated after receiving Wang Tong's signal and called out his bid loudly. Bei Xiaomei puffed her cheeks with anger when she heard Chen Zhao's bid of 9 million. She had only brought 10 million low-grade 8 spirit stones with her, which had brought down her chances of winning this bid to 0. 10 million. Bei Xiaomei shouted with all her energy. At the same time, she glared angrily in the direction of private room number 1. Chun Zhao's face turned a little ugly at this. In the beginning, Chun Xiao had been under the impression that as long as he were to make a bid, the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste would be theirs in 5.1 million, as no one would dare to challenge his bid. He hadn't expected a little girl to push the price to 10 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. That kid's courting death. Chun Xiao glared coldly at Huang Xiaolong. He was still thinking that Bei Xiaomei was instructed by Huang Xiaolong to make her bids. Wang Tong shook his head at Chun Xiao. The corners of his lips rose, as he said in a low voice, "It's fine. Continue to play with him." Chun Xiao nodded, then called out 11 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. 11 million. The crowd below them gasped in astonishment. 11 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Not high-grade 7 spirit stones, but low-grade 8 spirit stones. Even a prominent family in the royal Buddha sect wouldn't be able to take out 11 million low-grade 8 spirit stones that easily. Bei Xiaomei sat down like a defeated cock, looking disheartened. "Uncle, do you have any low-grade 8 spirit stones that you could loan me? I just need 5 million. Bei Xiaomei suddenly turned and asked Huang Xiaolong with pitiful eyes. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Bei Xiaomei was disappointed as she mumbled, "I knew you couldn't possibly have 5 million. Look at your attire. How could you have 5 million low-grade 8 spirit stones?" Huang Xiaolong was speechless at her response. He automatically checked his attire. It was extremely ordinary without any ancient divine armor. Therefore, Bei Xiaomei could hardly be blamed for thinking that way. 12 million. Low-grade 8 spirit stones. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong made his. The noisy crowd all turned sharply to look at Huang Xiaolong, including Bei Xiaomei. Bei Xiaomei's eyes widened stupidly, and she asked him, "Uncle, didn't you just say that you don't have money?" "I didn't say that I lacked money, but I said that I didn't want to loan any of it to you," Huang Xiaolong replied frankly. Generous as he might have been, he was not so generous as to loan a stranger 5 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. The divine world wasn't small, therefore, where was he going to find Bei Xiaomei to get back his money in the future? Moreover, Huang Xiaolong himself needed to buy God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha paste. Naturally, he couldn't loan money to a competitor. Bei Xiaomei dazed for a moment, then glared at Huang Xiaolong indignantly and complained, "Uncle, you're too stingy." Huang Xiaolong didn't feel like he was stingy at all, but at the same time he thought of Fang Xianxian, as she had also mentioned that he was stingy. "I also want to bid for the Buddha pellet and Buddha paste." Huang Xiaolong refuted. Bei Xiaomei couldn't retort his words. 13 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Chun Zhao's voice came out from the private room number 1 again. Chun Zhao's deathly glare was fixed on Huang Xiaolong as he shouted loudly. 14 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong made his bid without hesitation. Chun Zhao's face turned uglier by the second, but he turned to Wang Tong inquiringly. At this point, even Wang Tong couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to actually bid 14 million. 14 million had greatly exceeded the worth of the Buddha pellet and Buddha paste for him, but if he were to stop bidding now, it would shame the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace's reputation. I, Royal Buddha Emperor Palace's Wang Tong, will bid 15 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. After some internal struggle, Wang Tong gritted his teeth and said sullenly. He had deliberately emphasized the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace while making his bid. "If that kid doesn't retreat tactfully and dares to contend with me, then..." A sharp gleam flickered across his eyes. Under Wang Tong's cold glare, Huang Xiaolong once again called out a bid without any apprehension. 16 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. 16 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Tong's eyes as Huang Xiaolong had still dared to bid against him, even though he had used the Royal Buddha Emperor Sex banner. The private room's temperature fell sharply due to the killing intent from his body. Chun Xiao was also exuding a murderous aura as he ordered one of the venerable Buddha sect's disciples standing behind him. "After this auction ends, send people to keep watch over that kid's movements, and report to me immediately when he leaves the esteemed Buddha city." "Yes, sect chief." The auctioneer gestured to everyone to calm down and questioned Huang Xiaolong. This friend? Are you sure it's 16 million low grade 8 spirit stones? Are you certain that you're not playing around? You must know the severe consequences if you bid falsely and are unable to pay the required amount. Everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, as many of them were filled with doubt. There were no changes in Huang Xiaolong's calm expression. Usually, an auctioneer would never ask such a question to a guest. It was obvious that this auctioneer was simply trying to express goodwill towards the royal Buddha Emperor Palace by asking such a question to Huang Xiaolong. After all, hadn't Huang Xiaolong just slapped Chen Xiao and the royal Buddha Emperor Palace in their faces by making this lump sum bid? Huang Xiaolong simply waved his hand, and countless spirit stones immediately fell from the air onto the floor, rumbling loudly. These rumbling noises continued for a few seconds, as if the whole auction hall was crumbling down. Within seconds, a hill spirit stones appeared in front of everyone, exuding startling spiritual energy, which greatly astounded the other guests. Here are 16 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Check it. If no one offers a higher price, then those God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha pastes are mine, right? Huang Xiaolong questioned flatly. The auctioneer finally reacted a moment later, but shock was still written clearly all over his face. He glanced towards private room number 1, waiting for Chen Xiao or Wang Tong to speak. 30 seconds passed, but there was still no movement from private room number 1. Finally, the auctioneer had no choice but to announce that Huang Xiaolong had won the bid for the God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha paste. In front of the hushed auction hall crowd, an auction hall staff collected the 3 high-level God King Realm Masters Buddha pellet and 10 pieces of high-level God King Realms Buddha paste and handed them over to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic as he looked at the God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha pastes. He could use these to suppress the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body. Uncle, the God King's Buddha pellets? Can you sell one to me? Bei Xiaomei asked Huang Xiaolong in a small voice, but eyes were filled with anticipation. Huang Xiaolong leaned back and looked at the little cow with an inquiring look. The little cow nodded. It's not for sale, Huang Xiaolong answered. Bei Xiaomei's face crumbled in disappointment. I will give it to you as a gift instead, Huang Xiaolong subsequently added. While Bei Xiaomei was still dazed, he took out 1 late 7th Order God King Realms Buddha pellet and placed it on Bei Xiaomei's palm. Bei Xiaomei held the Buddha pellet in her palm and looked at Huang Xiaolong, without being able to react for a dozen seconds. Suddenly, a sweet smile bloomed over her face, and her delicate finger lightly tapped Huang Xiaolong's forehead as she said, "Thank you, uncle. Wait till I go back. I promise to send you a lot of spirit stones," Bei Xiaomei said with certainty. Huang Xiaolong smiled and didn't really put her words to heart. Spirit stones? He could absolutely become the richest person in the divine world if he decided to use all of his cultivation time to solely condense spirit stones for 10,000 years. The auction moved on to the next item. Huang Xiaolong and Bei Xiaomei stopped talking. No sound came from Chen Xiao and Wang Tong from the private room number 1. Almost another hour had passed when the auctioneer announced, "Next are the 2 superior treasures, also the final 2 auction treasures." In an instant, everyone straightened up their backs. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he watched. Inside private room number 1, there was a flash of excitement in Wang Tong's eyes. Finally, it's time for these 2 items. He was specifically attending this auction for these 2 superior treasures. Although the auction hall had not released any information related to the 2 superior treasures, he had managed to find out some information through the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace's connections. Watching the looks of anticipation around him, the auctioneer smiled and said, "I believe everyone wants to know the names of these 2 superior treasures." An auction hall staff walked up to the stage and placed a spatial ring on the table on the auction stage. The auctioneer opened the spatial ring, and inside its space was a flying ship, resembling a primordial divine dragon. Though it was inside the spatial ring's space, everyone could sense the shocking dragon might and spiritual energy from the primordial divine dragon. All eyes lit up at this sight. Could it be a top-grade chaos flying ship? Huang Xiaolong had the same thought. This flying ship that everyone is looking at right now is a heritage treasure of an ancient dragon clan settlement called the Cauldron Dragon Flying Ship. In the old days, this Cauldron Dragon Flying Ship was a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Other than its fast speed, inside this flying ship is an ancient grand spiritual energy gathering formation, a pill refining hall, and inside the pill refining hall is a top-grade chaos cauldron. There is also a cultivation room where the ancient dragon clan's techniques are inscribed on its walls. The auctioneer introduced the auction item. That's actually a low-grade Grand Mist flying ship. The crowd was shocked. A furor exploded. Even Huang Xiaolong's breath quickened unknowingly. Bei Xiaomei too had an amazed expression on her face. The little cow became more spirited, while Xiang Sun, Su Baixing, and others' eyes shone with desire. However, this Cauldron Dragon flying ship was dealt with some damages to the core formation in the past from a peerless master, affecting its speed slightly. Even so, the Cauldron Dragon flying ship speed is faster than the general top-grade Chaos flying ships. Other than the speed being slightly affected, its other functions are unaffected. Everyone can be reassured about this, said the auctioneer. Everyone in the hall blanked for a second. Even though the flying ship speed was affected, it was still a low-grade Grand Mist flying ship. This was a fact, therefore. There was still desire for the flying ship in everyone's eyes. Huang Xiaolong turned and asked the little cow, "Xianyo, do you have a way to repair the Cauldron Dragon flying ship?" "There is." The little cow nodded. Huang Xiaolong was still immersed in delight when the little cow added, "But the materials needed to repair this flying ship can only be found at Heaven's Avenue." Huang Xiaolong's delight shattered, leaving behind only depression in his heart. Heaven's Avenue? How long would it take before he could have an opportunity to go to Heaven's Avenue? After introducing more wonderful functions of the Cauldron Dragon flying ship, the auctioneer went on, "The bid begins now at 12 million low grade 8 spirit stones. 12 million low grade 8 spirit stones." All experts sucked in a breath of cold air, while Bei Xiaomei mumbled something under her breath. 13 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Wang Tong's voice sounded slightly urgent from private room number 1. 13.1 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Almost immediately after Wang Tong's bid, another voice sounded. However, it wasn't Huang Xiaolong, but it was someone from private room number 3. It was a woman with a very cold voice. Everyone was stunned for a second. Other than Huang Xiaolong, there was still someone so tactless as to compete against Wang Tong. Wang Tong couldn't believe his ears. "Young Lord Wang, should we investigate the person in private room number 3? Chun Xiao inquired. Wang Tong's eyes narrowed coldly. "Find out and report to me immediately." People were provoking him again and again during this auction. Not just him but the prestige of Royal Buddha Emperor Palace. Chun Xiao complied. 13.2 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Wang Tong subsequently shouted. His expression was extremely gloomy. "You want to play? This young lord will accompany you to the end." 13.3 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Barely a second passed, and the female guest in private room number 3 made a bid. Her voice was still frosty as ever. The female guest doesn't seem anxious at all, as she is increasing the price by 100,000 every time. "Uncle, you're not bidding?" Bei Xiaomei turned her head sideways and asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled confidently as he answered, "There is no hurry." Since the little cow had a way to repair this Cauldron Dragon flying ship, Huang Xiaolong was naturally going to bid for it. As for the materials required for repairing the ship, he was going to think of a way to get those from the Heavens Avenue after securing the ship. 13.4 million. Wang Tong's voice was extremely sullen as he added, "Low grade 8 spirit stones. 13.5 million. 13.6 million. The two voices echoed endlessly in the hall. Even though each increment was only 100,000, in a short time, the price had already reached 16 million. The other families' patriarchs and sect chiefs could feel their hearts quivered as they listened to the non-stop rising price. 16 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Some big families couldn't even dream of gathering that many spirit stones. even if they were to sell every pot and iron they had. When Wang Tong and the woman from private room number 3 raised the price to 16 million, the auction hall below them went deathly quiet. Bei Xiaomei supported her chin with her palms, looking extremely disinterested. Huang Xiaolong could hear her mumble, "Boring. 17 million low grade 8 spirit stones." Wang Tong suddenly raised his voice and shouted from private room number 1. It was looking like the dogged chase by the woman from private room number 3 had pushed Wang Tong into a corner, which had prompted him to increase the bid by 1 million in one go. 17.1 million low grade 8 spirit stones. The woman from private room number 3 maintained a lackadaisical manner in bidding. Huang Xiaolong suddenly interjected, 20 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong's sudden interjection dumbfounded everyone. Wang Tong blanked for a moment, then fixed a venomous cold glare at Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong had remained silent since the God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha pastes, he had thought that Huang Xiaolong was finally going to be obedient and wouldn't bid against him anymore. Who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong was so tactless? 21 million low grade 8 spirit stones. When everyone's attention was on Huang Xiaolong, a thick male voice sounded from private room number 8. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased slightly, but Bei Xiaomei immediately became spirited and flashed Huang Xiaolong a radiant smile as she taunted, "Uncle, do you have enough money? Why don't I give you my 10 million? Huang Xiaolong was surprised and asked her, "You're not afraid I won't pay you back?" Bei Xiaomei pursed her lips at Huang Xiaolong's question. "It's just 10 million low grade 8 spirit stones. It doesn't matter even if you don't pay it back." Huang Xiaolong almost broke out in cold sweat. Why does Bei Xiaomei's words sound as if he was being stingy? After all, he had refused her request to lend her 5 million low grade 8 spirit stones. "No need. I still have spirit stones." Huang Xiaolong then turned towards the auction stage and shouted, 25 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong had increased the price by 4 million in one go. Wang Tong clenched his fists tightly, and his killing intent intensified after hearing Huang Xiaolong's bid. "Damn!" he spat through gritted teeth. This time he hadn't brought enough spirit stones, but according to his estimation, that cauldron dragon flying ship was merely worth 20 million low grade 8 spirit stones. But now Huang Xiaolong had brought the price up to 25 million. There was a gloomy expression on Wang Tong's face, as he was contemplating whether he should continue to bid or stop. If he kept insisting on winning the cauldron dragon flying ship, he wouldn't have enough spirit stones to bid the second superior treasure. In comparison, he was more interested in the latter treasure rather than the cauldron dragon flying ship. While Wang Tong hesitated for a brief moment, the female guest from private room number 3 cried out, 25.1 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Still an increment of 100,000. A cold light glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he shouted, 30 million low grade 8 spirit stones. 30 million. The crowd exploded in a furor. Even Bei Xiaomei's eyes widened in surprise. "Uncle, you're very rich." Counting the amount spent on God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha pastes, the total amount had already exceeded 40 million. Taking the whole divine world into consideration, not many people could afford 40 million low grade 8 spirit stones as a one-time expenditure. After the waves of shock, all gazes turned to private room number 1 and private room number 3, as well as private room number 8. Each person was guessing if Wang Tong, the woman in private room number 3, and the man in private room number 8 would continue to bid. Some time passed, but none of them uttered a single word. The auctioneer determined 3 times that no had a higher bid than 30 million, and after that the cauldron dragon flying ship went to Huang Xiaolong. At that moment, the various families and the other forces' female disciples' outlook towards Huang Xiaolong had changed completely. Huang Xiaolong put away the cauldron dragon flying ship, while looking blasé the whole time. Although the cauldron dragon flying ship was more valuable than the God King's Buddha pellets and Buddha pastes in others' eyes, their importance was reversed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Thus, he was not as excited about the cauldron dragon flying ship as he was about the Buddha pellets. The next auction item is the last superior treasure for today's auction. The auctioneer's voice rang in the hall, attracting everyone's attention back to him. A staff went up to the auction stage and placed a black wooden box on the auction table. The auctioneer opened the black wooden box and took out a black jade token, nestled quietly inside the box. The black jade token was exuding a black halo. Other than this, there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead was extremely sensitive towards darkness element energy, and he could sense the startling darkness element energy contained within this black jade token. This darkness element energy was of the highest quality Huang Xiaolong had ever come across in his lifetime. There was a slight difference between this black jade token's darkness element energy when compared to the blood-eyed devil steel's darkness element energy. This is... The little cow suddenly exclaimed from next to Huang Xiaolong and jumped up from her seat. Purple lightning sizzled in her eyes from excitement. The little cow's excitement surprised Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, you must get this token even if you go bankrupt, the little cow urged Huang Xiaolong anxiously. The rest of Huang Xiaolong's group was shocked by the little cow's reaction. Is this jade token that precious? Huang Xiaolong asked with confusion. Precious? Get it first, and I'll tell you the rest later, the little cow promised. Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow and nodded, as he trusted her. Everyone, don't judge this jade token by its ordinary appearance. Our auction house's appraisers have determination that this black jade token is something from the Grand Mist era, the auctioneer explained, seeing the doubt in everyone's eyes. At the auctioneer's explanation, the crowd was once again in an uproar. It's actually an item from the Grand Mist era, from the primordial ancient times to the desolate era, the chaos era, then the Grand Mist era. This jade token was at least 100 billion years old. Hearing that, Huang Xiaolong straightened his back. An item from the Grand Mist era. He had refined the Grand Mist aura and the purple Grand Mist aura, and both of these things were from the Grand Mist era. The Grand Mist era dated back to 100 billion years in the past. This period was so long ago that the general high-grade and even top-grade chaos spiritual artifacts from that time would have been corroded by now, and even a God-King Realm Master's body from that time period would have already turned to ashes. The sea could have turned into fields in 100 billion years' time. 100 billion years ago, the ancient heavenly court had yet to come into existence, and now the ancient heavenly emperor had already fallen. Inside private room number 1, Wang Tong's breathing had quickened, and he was barely able to contain his excitement as he mumbled to himself, "It's really a Grand Mist era item." Despite originating from the Grand Mist era, if that jade token was able to stay intact until now, it surely must be a treasure, a peerless treasure. I must get this, it must be mine. The auctioneer nodded with satisfaction at the guests' reactions and went on. I believe that even if I don't explain further anymore, everyone understands what the Grand Mist era means. This jade token could still exist after 100 billion years, and according to our auction house's appraisers, this jade token is an item from hell. An item from hell. The crowd gasped in shock and excitement. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all, as he had already guessed that from the darkness element energy that he had sensed earlier. This jade token contains vigorous and abundant darkness element energy, a very high-quality darkness element energy. Friends who have darkness element godhead, your strength would soar by refining and absorbing the darkness element energy from this jade token. The auctioneer tempted everyone. Moreover, it is verified by our appraisers that if you can successfully refine this jade token, it will protect its master as well as attack enemies. To top it all, the jade token's material can nourish one's body and godhead continuously. Though it is difficult to determine the materials used for forging this jade token, we are certain it is one of the rare and precious materials that was available during the Grand Mist era, which exudes a mysterious darkness chi that benefits the physical body and godhead. Everyone's breathing grew heavier, and the light in their eyes grew brighter. But Huang Xiaolong noted one point to himself. This jade token might be a superior treasure, but its usefulness is dependent on whether you can refine it or not. If you fail to refine the jade token, this jade token was nothing more than a piece of antique that could only be appreciated. Bei Xiaomei asked the auctioneer loudly, "Is this jade token very hard to refine? Your auction house has researched it for so long, but was no one able to refine it?" Others also looked inquiringly at the auctioneer. The auctioneer looked a little awkward, but he tried to sound as smooth and confident as possible. Regardless, this jade token is an item from the Grand Mist era. It naturally requires a certain ancient secret technique. Our auction house has yet to discover this ancient secret technique, but even if we couldn't find it, it doesn't mean that this jade token cannot be refined. Once you find the method to refine this jade token, you would realize that this black jade token is an astounding treasure. The mysterious darkness element chi from the jade token in itself makes it more than a valuable treasure, as it can nourish one's body and godhead. If no one from your auction house could refine this jade token, then how do you know that the mysterious darkness element chi could benefit the physique and godhead? One of the family's patriarch asked the auctioneer. I understand that everyone doubts this matter like Patriarch Chun, but rest assured, it is true because my auction house is fully backing this claim, the auctioneer explained. Subsequently, other guests also raised similar questions about the jade token. The auctioneer was able to answer some of them, while he didn't have answers for the others. This was like a pail of cold water being poured on some guests' burning intentions to bid for the jade token. At the end of the day, even the auction house had not found the method to refine the jade token despite their ample resources. Taking this into consideration, even if they could bid for the jade token successfully, it would most likely end up as a decorative item, leaving them unable to harvest the benefits of the darkness element energy within it, much less enhance their bodies and godheads. Now, the bidding for the jade token starts at 30 million low grade 8 spirit stones. The auctioneer announced a while later, as there were no more questions from the audience. 30 million low grade 8 spirit stones. This was merely the starting price. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Wang Tong couldn't help frowning. Some people who had initially had thoughts about bidding for the jade token completely nipped those thoughts at their buds. 30 million was truly a price, which not even the average big families could afford to carry with them casually. In an instant, the auction hall went pin-drop silent. A dozen seconds passed, but no one made a bid. After seeing this situation, the auctioneer couldn't help but shout once again. The jade token's bidding starts now at 30 million low grade 8 spirit stones. No minimum limit to the price increment, and the highest price wins. Another 10 seconds passed when someone finally shouted, 30.1 million low grade 8 spirit stones. The voice came from private room number 9. The voice sounded slightly hoarse. This person was probably trying to avoid being recognized by others, hence had deliberately changed his or her voice. The auctioneer was relieved inwardly as someone had made a bid. 32 million low grade 8 spirit stones. Wang Tong's voice sounded from private room number 1, and it was clear from his voice that he was feeling anxious. 33 million low grade 8 spirit stones. The woman inside private room number 3 cried out. 36 million low grade 8 spirit stones. A feeble and vicissitudes voice came from private room number 6, as if a life was coming close to an end. Following that, guests from other private rooms also shouted their bids, pushing the bid price to 40 million in an instant. Even though the jade token was said to be difficult to refine, merely the point that it was an item from the Grand Mist era had evoked the desire to possess many. 45 million. A ruthless light flickered across Wang Tong's eyes as he shouted loudly. Hiss! The other family's patriarchs and sect chiefs sucked in a breath of cold air. Huang Xiaolong sat there, sneering inwardly. Looks like Wang Tong is hell-bent on getting the black jade token, or else he wouldn't raise the price by 5 million in one go. As expected, after Wang Tong had shouted 45 million, bids from other private rooms came to a stop. Everyone needed to think twice before deciding to bid with a higher price tag of 45 million. Even though the jade token was totally worth this price, the problem lay in the possibility of failing in refining the jade token. Wang Tong relaxed visibly, as no one was challenging his bid. Chun Shao laughed. The Grand Mist era jade token is surely young Lord Wang's. Wang Tong could finally relax and smile as he said, I had initially estimated that it would take me 50 million to successfully win this bid. But now, it seems like I was worrying too much. Chun Shao inevitably looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Since that kid has kept quiet so far, he must have run out of spirit stones. And since he has already spent more than 40 million, even if he does have some spirit stones left, it won't be enough. To Chen Xiao and Wang Tong's surprise, Huang Xiaolong called out right in front of their eyes, 50 million low grade 8 spirit stones. What? Chen Xiao and Wang Tong both exclaimed. Other experts also looked at Huang Xiaolong with shock and astonishment written all over their faces. 50 million. They were astonished that Huang Xiaolong had actually called out 50 million, but they were more shocked as they thought about the actual amount of spirit stones in Huang Xiaolong's possession. He had already spent more than 40 million, and now another 50 million? Didn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong has at least 100 million low grade 8 spirit stones? Some of the young women's eyes were glowing as they stared at Huang Xiaolong, and even Bei Xiaomei's eyes were sparkling brightly. Huang Xiaolong was nonchalant towards these gazes. Even though he didn't know anything about this black jade token, the little cow's reaction was enough for him to bid this huge amount on it. This black jade token was definitely worth more than what the auctioneer had said. Therefore, even if it would have meant spending every last spirit stone he had, he would have still gotten that black jade token. While others were looking at Huang Xiaolong in shock, Wang Tong's murderous gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong as he cursed, "Damn that bloody punk!" After a brief lapse of silence, Chen Xiao said to Wang Tong, "Young Lord Wang, that punk cannot have so many spirit stones on him." Wang Tong's eyes lit up at Chen Xiao's words, and his mind that was clouded by anger cleared in an instant. He agreed readily. "That's right. How could that punk have so many spirit stones? Absolutely impossible." As Wang Tong did not deliberately lower his voice, the whole auction hall heard what he said. Everyone was looking at Huang Xiaolong with doubt once more. Even though Huang Xiaolong's actions had been extravagant so far, they couldn't help but doubt if he really had close to 100 million low grade 8 spirit stones. 100 million. That number of spirit stones were enough to build a small city's walls. "May I ask if this young noble could?" The auctioneer looked at Huang Xiaolong with doubt clearly written all over his face. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the auctioneer without any emotion, and casually waved his hand, and spirit stones rained down from the air in front of everyone's eyes. Countless spirit stones thumped audibly on the floor, cutting off the auctioneer's remaining words. By the time spirit stones stopped falling, they had already formed a pile as tall as a small hill on the auction stage, exuding a richer spiritual energy than low grade 8 spirit stones. This? The auctioneer was agape. Not only him, but everyone's jaws fell to the floor looking at the pile of spirit stones. That's right. These are mid-grade 8 spirit stones. Exactly 30 million. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice rang in the hall. 30 million mid-grade 8 spirit stones. Gasps sounded from every corner of the auction hall. The exchange of higher and lower quality of same-grade spirit stones were calculated by 1-to-2 ratio respectively. Therefore, 30 million mid-grade 8 spirit stones could be exchanged for 60 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. At this moment, no one dared to voice their doubt anymore. Wang Tong slumped despondently back into his chair, and the madness in his eyes was completely gone. Only the bleakness of defeat remained. 30 million mid-grade 8 spirit stones. His mind screamed. Bei Xiaomei's eyes shone even brighter as her gaze was fixed on the 30 million mid-grade 8 spirit stones on the auction stage, while she mumbled under her breath, "So much allowance money." Huang Xiaolong, Xiangxun, Su Baixing, and others were flabbergasted. Allowance money? Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless at Bei Xiaomei's description. "These are 30 million mid-grade 8 spirit stones. Check if there is any error?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the auctioneer with an aloof expression and added, "If you have any doubt, you can have your appraisers verify them. There's no mistake. No need to verify, no need at all." The auctioneer waved his hands anxiously with a forced smile on his face. As an auctioneer of this auction house, how could he not recognize whether these mid-grade 8 spirit stones were genuine or otherwise? Huang Xiaolong went on, "In that case, please continue with the auction." Huang Xiaolong hadn't taken out 30 million mid-grade 8 spirit stones at once to show off, but to deter other bidders. He was showing everyone that he would continue to bid. As long as the other competitors did not have spirit stones exceeding 60 million low grade 8 spirit stones, it was futile to compete with him. As expected, after the auctioneer continued with the bidding, no one responded. Those who had wished to bid earlier gave up when their gaze fell on the pile of mid-grade 8 spirit stones. Slumped into the chair inside private room number 1, fury, sullenness, and killing intent flickered interchangeable on Wang Tong's face. This time, he had only brought 60 million low grade 8 spirit stones with him. Soon, 1 minute passed by. Since there was no response for a long time, the auctioneer announced, "Since no one has a higher bid, this Grand Mist Era Jade token belongs to 61 million low grade 8 spirit stones." Suddenly, a voice rang in the hall. Everyone blanked for a second, then looked towards the source of the voice, and saw an old man clad in a black robe sitting in the corner of the last row seats. The old man's face was sunken in, making his turbid eyes look even more eerie. "Uncle, that old grandpa is richer than you," Bei Xiaomei said as she blinked her eyes at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled, then called out, 62 million low grade 8 spirit stones. The black-robed old man calmly followed, 63 million low grade 8 spirit stones. 64 million. 65 million. It didn't take long for the price to reach 70 million, which made Huang Xiaolong frown. He hadn't expected this old man to be so annoyingly persistent. In recent days, he had condensed quite a number of spirit stones, but now, he only had a little over 50 million mid-grade 8 spirit stones left. In other words, Huang Xiaolong could only take out 100 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong pondered for a moment, then shouted, 80 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. 80 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Other guests broke out in cold sweat, as great waves of shock were crashing against their hearts. A cold shiver ran down the auctioneer's spine and his body quivered. At this point, there were finally some fluctuations of emotions on the old man's sunken face. He seemed a bit shocked as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, as if he hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to raise the price by 10 million in one go. Or perhaps he was shocked that Huang Xiaolong had these many spirit stones. When the shock receded, the crowd's attention fell back onto the old man, as each of them were anticipating whether he would continue to compete with Huang Xiaolong. 90 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment, then shouted. Others felt their heads dizzy from lack of oxygen. The auctioneer was also swaying unsteadily on the stage. That is all the amount of spirit stones I have on me. Little guy, if you have more than 90 million low-grade 8 spirit stones, then that jade token is yours, the black-robed old man said to Huang Xiaolong flatly. In the next moment, all the attention shifted back to Huang Xiaolong once again, whereas Huang Xiaolong inwardly heaved a sigh of relief as that was good news. 91 million low-grade 8 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong called out in front of the other anticipating guests. A soft light glimmered in the depths of the old man's eyes and disappeared immediately. In the end, Huang Xiaolong spent 91 million low-grade 8 spirit stones and successfully won the bid for the Grand Mist Era Jade token. When an auction hall staff carried the box with the jade token to Huang Xiaolong, the little cow was one step ahead of him. She stepped forward and picked up the black jade token. She was extremely excited as she tried to sense the darkness element energy and aura within the jade token. She exclaimed excitedly under her breath, "This is it! This is it!" Huang Xiaolong felt even more curious watching the little cow's reaction. Did this jade token belong to the little cow before she got reincarnated? But it seems unlikely because she's not from hell. Xiaolong, keep the jade token well. I'll tell you about it when we get back, the little cow said to Huang Xiaolong very seriously. Huang Xiaolong nodded and collected the jade token. As everyone was still watching, Huang Xiaolong's group stood up to leave the auction. However, their path was blocked by Chun Xiao and Wang Tong, as well as other venerable Buddha sect's disciples. Wang Tong coldly glared at Huang Xiaolong. "You are very good." "Of course I'm good," Huang Xiaolong calmly retorted. Fury glimmered across Wang Tong's eyes, and he said, "Do you think you can leave the royal Buddha Great Worlds? You don't need to worry about that. Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Wang Tong sneered coldly. He turned to leave with Chun Zhao's group, but Bei Xiaomei suddenly shouted, "Not so fast!" Everyone was surprised. Wang Tong turned around and looked at Bei Xiaomei, exuding a chilling coldness. "You're this kid's maid, right? A maid like you dares." But his words halted right there and his face tightened in astonishment as he looked at the silver token in Bei Xiaomei's hand. Qian Shao and other families' patriarchs' faces changed when they saw the silver token in Bei Xiaomei's hand, as they were clearly astonished. A head of a silver fox was carved at the center of this silver token. This silver fox's head was lifelike, emitting a layer of silver halo. "May I ask how is President Chun related to Miss?" Wang Tong asked with a brilliant smile. His demeanor had turned respectful, completely different from before. Other experts were also looking at Bei Xiaomei, waiting for her to reply. "You're referring to Chun Yunfeng?" Bei Xiaomei repeated casually. "He and I are not related. My surname is Bei, and my sister is Bei Xiaoji." Surnamed Bei. Bei Xiaoji. Wang Tong shuddered and his face paled. Few people had heard Bei Xiaoji's name, and his father happened to be one of those few people. He had occasionally heard his father mention Bei Xiaoji. This. Even though Qian Shao didn't know who Bei Xiaoji was, the changes on Wang Tong's face did not escape his notice, and he immediately understood that Bei Xiaoji was a big persona. "Oh my, it's actually President Bei Xiaoji's younger sister. This Wang Tong was impolite earlier. Please accept my apologies, and I hope Miss can forgive me." Wang Tong put on a humble and respectful attitude, filled with sincerity when he apologized to Bei Xiaomei. The spectating experts' eyes nearly fell out of their sockets at Wang Tong's suddenly changed behavior. Wang Tong, the Royal Buddha Emperor Palace's young lord, was humbly apologizing to this young woman after learning her true identity. Who is this young woman? Even Chun Yunfeng, whom Wang Tong had mentioned earlier, wasn't worthy of such courtesy from Wang Tong. Wait, President Bei Xiaoji. Could she be? Everyone thought of a possibility at the same time and shuddered. When their gazes fell on Bei Xiaomei again, it held a completely different meaning. Forget it. Forget it. I am not scolding you. I just stopped you to tell you that Uncle is my person. If anything happens to Uncle when he's in the Royal Buddha Great Worlds, I'd tell my sister that you bullied me, and have her come settle the account with you. Bei Xiaomei waved her hand magnanimously. Uncle is my person? Huang Xiaolong was extremely speechless as he questioned inwardly. When did I become your person? Wang Tong was dumbfounded, but quickly understood the uncle Bei Xiaomei was referring to was Huang Xiaolong. When Wang Tong heard that Bei Xiaomei would tell her elder sister to settle things with him if he were to harm Huang Xiaolong, a trace of panic flickered across his eyes. He waved his hands in a fluster and forced a smile on his face as he dissuaded. Miss Bei is joking, I presume. Please don't worry, as nothing will happen to your uncle in our Royal Buddha Great Worlds. Bei Xiaomei nodded with satisfaction. That would be best. She then pulled Huang Xiaolong's arm and said, Uncle, let's go. She didn't care whether Huang Xiaolong was willing to go with her or not, as she was already pulling Huang Xiaolong out of the auction house. Huang Xiaolong had no choice but let Bei Xiaomei lead the way out of the auction house. In truth, when Bei Xiaomei had taken out the silver token, Huang Xiaolong had more or less guessed her identity. And if he was right, then it explained why Wang Tong was wary of Bei Xiaomei. The Flying Paradise Hall, Finest Great House, and Myriad Circles Commerce Hall were big forces of the Divine World. However, the leader of the Divine World's top 10 trading houses was the Silver Fox Commerce. That silver token was the Silver Fox token that was only given to the Silver Fox Commerce's higher echelons. Another point was the little cow was familiar with Bei Xiaomei's father. Thus, it was even easier to guess Bei Xiaomei's identity. Each of the Divine World's top 10 trading houses were hegemons of the Divine World. Especially the Silver Fox Commerce stood at the top of the pack. At this point in time, Silver Fox Commerce's power and influence were out of Huang Xiaolong's scope of imagination. Even the Heavenly Court or the Emperor Palace's forces would not dare to provoke a trading house with this magnitude. Huang Xiaolong was astonished after determining Bei Xiaomei's identity, but at the same time he was more curious. With Bei Xiaomei's identity, she didn't need to come in person to bid for the God King's Buddha pellet and Buddha pastes. Had she come to the auction house to play? Uncle, where do you stay? Since I helped you, right? Don't you plan to invite me to your place? Bei Xiaomei pouted and asked after coming out from the auction house. Huang Xiaolong grinned. All right then. I formally invite Miss Bei Xiaomei to visit my residence. Bei Xiaomei giggled and said sweetly, that's how you do things. However, when Huang Xiaolong's group returned to their residence, a space crack appeared and two old men stepped out of it. Both old men were clad in golden brocade robes and had undetectable auras, but their presence was enough to make Huang Xiaolong's heart tight. His attention was fully on both of them. There was a hint of surprise in the two old men's eyes as they looked at Xianxia, but they continued to step towards Bei Xiaomei. One of the old men respectfully approached her and said, Second Miss, eldest Miss has already known that you went out, so she has instructed us to bring you back. Bei Xiaomei pouted her mouth sullenly and complained, I've got it. So annoying. Didn't I just come here to play for a few days? Looks like Bei Xiaomei had sneaked out to play. Uncle, I have to go back now. Bei Xiaomei said to Huang Xiaolong reluctantly, I don't know when I can go out next time. She took the silver token out again and placed it in Huang Xiaolong's hand. When you reach the Silver Fox Commerce headquarters, show this silver token to them and tell them I'm the one who gave it to you. Huang Xiaolong hesitated briefly before accepting the silver token. He nodded and promised, I will. The Silver Fox Commerce headquarters was located at Heaven's Avenue, a place he would go to purchase materials required for repairing the Cauldron Dragon flying ship. Bei Xiaomei smiled happily seeing that Huang Xiaolong had accepted the silver token, and said, Then you must come. Oh. With that, she turned and followed the two old men. Both old men were surprised that Bei Xiaomei had given the silver token to Huang Xiaolong, but neither of them uttered a word. They simply glanced at Huang Xiaolong for a second, as if memorizing his face. After that, Bei Xiaomei and the two old men vanished from sight right in front of Huang Xiaolong's group. Let's go in, Huang Xiaolong said after Bei Xiaomei had left. He walked into the residence with the little cow, and the rest followed behind them. There was an urgency for him to learn about the Black Jade token's origins. Upon entering the residence, Huang Xiaolong immediately activated the residence's formations, and then entered his room with the little cow. Xiaolong, quick! Take out that Netherworld King's jade for me to see. The little cow urged anxiously. The Netherworld King's jade? So, that black jade token was called the Netherworld King's jade. Huang Xiaolong thought as he took it out. The little cow took the jade token and looked at it inch by inch. The more she looked at it, the more excited she became, mumbling something under her breath. But Huang Xiaolong couldn't distinguish what she was mumbling about. Even so, he did not interrupt her. It went on for roughly half an hour before the little cow came out from her agitated condition. She returned the jade token to Huang Xiaolong and tried to speak as calmly as she could. Can you guess why this jade token is called the Netherworld King's Jade? That is because the Lord of Hell has another title, the Netherworld King. The Lord of Hell, the Netherworld King. Could it be? Huang Xiaolong's shock was apparent on his face, and so was his disbelief as he looked at the jade token in his hand. This? You're saying this jade token belonged to the Lord of Hell? Even though he had heard the words from the little cow's mouth, Huang Xiaolong still felt it was surreal. This was indeed hard to believe, not to mention, anyone else would react the same way. Yes. This is the Lord of Hell's Netherworld King's jade, the little cow said with absolute certainty. Huang Xiaolong was still in shock, which was intermingled with ecstasy as he looked at the Lord of Hell's Netherworld King's jade. Lord of Hell was a great master who once ruled over the countless experts of Hell's 3 worlds. How could a jade token of such a person be simple? This Netherworld King's jade is originally a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Moreover, it's not your average top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. It's something that was born together with the Lord of Hell. The little cow couldn't keep up her false calmness any longer as she said this. Top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Born together with the Lord of Hell. Huang Xiaolong was awestruck as he repeated these words in his mind. Based on the little cow's explanation, this Netherworld King's Jade, in other words, is... As if she was able to read Huang Xiaolong's thoughts, the little cow nodded her head and said, "That's right. If you can refine this Netherworld King's Jade, you might inherit the Lord of Hell's heritage and become the new Lord of Hell. Of course, this is only my assumption. I cannot be certain, however. It is the likest possibility. The Lord of Hell's heritage." Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, making an effort to calm his roiling emotions. Still, he felt dizzy from the magnitude of all this information. Then again, it's not easy to refine the Netherworld King's Jade. This Netherworld King's Jade is originally an extreme Yin and extreme cold element Grand Mist era jade. Moreover, even I can't guess the abundance and quality of the darkness element energy stored within it. I think a cultivator would need at least a supreme darkness element godhead in order to refine the Netherworld King's Jade. The little cow added. Huang Xiaolong was relieved to hear her opinion, as his Archdevil Supreme Godhead was a darkness element godhead which would fit the requirement. Not to mention, there are layers of restrictive formations within this Netherworld King's Jade, and each layer is difficult to break, said the little cow. Thus, Huang Xiaolong tried to circulate his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Godforce and channel his Godforce into the Netherworld King's Jade. Indeed, his Supreme Godhead's Godforce was unable to pass through the outer layer of the Jade token's restrictive formations at all. As a result, Huang Xiaolong's burning motivation was extinguished by half. But don't feel discouraged. You have the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. Therefore, there is a high chance you could break the Netherworld King's Jade's layers of restrictive formations, the little cow said upon noticing Huang Xiaolong's defeated expression. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up and he asked, "Are you saying that as long as my cultivation advances to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, with the ability to control the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, I would be able to break the Netherworld King's Jade's restrictive formations and refine it?" The little cow nodded. "You can say so, but I can't say for sure how many layers of restrictions exist inside the Netherworld King's Jade. Not to mention, even if you break through to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm with the assistance of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, it doesn't mean you would be able to pass through all of these restrictions right away because of their increasing strength. On top of that, in the later stages, you might need to collect other Chaos Lightning Pools to help you completely refine the Netherworld King's Jade." Huang Xiaolong's brows locked into a frown. He would need to collect other Chaos Lightning Pools? Where was he going to find other Chaos Lightning Pools in this boundless universe? Maybe you would come across other methods in the future, so no need to dwell on it right now. As long as you advance to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm and break 1 or 2 restrictive formations inside the Netherworld King's Jade, it would be considered as preliminarily refined. You cannot imagine the benefits. The little cow continued to motivate Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong grinned and summarized. In other words, I would be able to refine and absorb the darkness element energy from it to nourish my body and godhead? The little cow grinned in response. That's right, as long as you can break 1 or 2 restrictive formations, you would be able to absorb the darkness element energy from the Netherworld King's Jade. Though it will only a small amount, it's enough to let your strength rise exponentially. The darkness element energy would continuously nourish your body and godhead, and your true dragon physique and darkness supreme godhead's defenses would be unimaginable. Huang Xiaolong finally revealed a smile. 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, is it? Huang Xiaolong's fists clenched with determination. Oh right, if you merge the giant shark flying ship with the cauldron dragon flying ship, would the cauldron dragon flying ship speed increase? Huang Xiaolong asked suddenly. The little cow blanked for a second and replied while contemplating the question. Yes, but it's a little bit tricky and needs some time, and it's really not worth the trouble. The giant shark flying ship would be wasted for an insignificant increase in the cauldron dragon flying ship speed. In order to fully restore the cauldron dragon flying ship, you still need to make a trip to Heaven's Avenue for the materials. As long as it can increase the cauldron dragon flying ship speed. Huang Xiaolong shrugged nonchalantly. How long will you need to melt and merge the two? With my unique technique, roughly a year or so. The little cow made a rough estimation and answered Huang Xiaolong. 1 year. Huang Xiaolong nodded. All right. Though it would delay their journey by a year's time, as long as the Cauldron Dragon flying ship speed would improve, they would require the same amount of time to return to the Vientiane world. With that decided, Huang Xiaolong had the little cow proceed with merging the giant shark flying ship and Cauldron Dragon flying ship, and had Su Baisheng, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi assist her. Whereas, Huang Xiaolong himself entered Cultivation, striving to break through to 7th Order Ancestor God realm as soon as possible, as he wanted to break the Netherworld King's Jade's first few restrictive formations. After some consideration, Huang Xiaolong decided to go ahead and refine the remaining 3 Sea God spirits, followed by the 10 pieces of high-level God King Realm Masters Buddha pastes he had gotten from the auction. Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried about Wang Tong or other experts making a move on him due to Bei Xiaomei's earlier warning to Wang Tong, as well as her display of the Silver Fox Commerce's silver token. He was safe in the Royal Buddha Great World's territories. Inside the room, Huang Xiaolong summoned his 3 avatars to form the 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation, and began refining one of the sea god spirits. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. Inside a luxurious residence within the esteemed Buddha city, Wang Tong had just finished listening to a subordinate's report that Huang Xiaolong had remained in his residence after the auction. Wang Tong's expression was slightly warped. In Wang Tong's opinion, Huang Xiaolong was deliberately holding him on his promise. That's the reason he was blatantly staying in the esteemed Buddha city. Keep watching him. Report to me if there's any changes. Wang Tong ordered one of the Venerable Buddha sect's disciples. The Venerable Buddha sect's disciple complied respectfully. Please rest assured, young Lord Wang, as soon as that punk leaves the Royal Buddha Great Worlds, I will kill him. However, as soon as the subordinate had finished talking, Wang Tong's palm landed on his face, sending him tumbling into the air. The Venerable Buddha sect's disciple and the other disciples were dumbfounded. Chan Shao snapped at them. Each one of you is as stupid as a pig. Young Lord Wang meant for you to protect that punk. Make sure he safely leaves the Royal Buddha Great Worlds and doesn't die here. Do you all understand? All the Venerable Buddha sect's disciples were shaking as they complied. Quickly scram, Chen Shao barked. The disciples scattered in the blink of an eye. When all the disciples had left, Chen Shao cautiously observed Wang Tong's expression before venturing, Young Lord Wang, in truth, we don't need to take that young girl's words so seriously. Wang Tong shook his head. You don't understand. Chen Shao smiled and agreed perfunctorily. However, Wang Tong had not expected Huang Xiaolong to actually stay in the esteemed Buddha city for a year. Even after the year had passed, Huang Xiaolong's group hadn't shown any signs of leaving. With each passing day, Wang Tong's impulse for smashing cups was growing stronger. A year later, Huang Xiaolong's group finally departed after the little cow and the others had finished integrating the giant shark flying ship into the Cauldron Dragon flying ship. Huang Xiaolong walked out of his room and tilted his head up. He raised his arms and stretched lazily, enjoying the radiant sunshine. Muffled popping and cracking noises came from his body. During this 1 year's cultivation, not only had he smoothly absorbed all 3 remaining sea god spirits' energies, but also refined 1 piece of early 7th Order God King Realm's Buddha paste. Now, there was a pure and robust Buddhism energy circulating through his meridians and internal organs. He could even feel a comfortable warm energy flowing through the pores of his body. The Buddhism energy was the most yang, gentle, and warm energy in the universe. Therefore, the Buddha paste refining process had gone smoothly, unlike when he had needed Xiangxun's assistance when refining Sea God Spirit. The innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead was emitting a brilliant golden Buddha luminance within Huang Xiaolong's consciousness. Huang Xiaolong had successfully broke through to 6th Order Ancestor God Realm during this period of cultivation. That's right, 6th Order Ancestor God Realm. Now, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could explode a 9th Order Ancestor God Realm Master with 1 punch. After checking his body's internal situation, Huang Xiaolong took long strides to the front yard of the residence. Master! Manor Lord! Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, others quickly saluted respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded at them. His gaze then shifted onto the flying ship in the middle of the yard. This flying ship was the integration of the giant shark flying ship and cauldron dragon flying ship, and the outer appearance of the cauldron dragon flying ship had changed slightly. Now, the flying ship's dragon body had two sharp sword wings on the sides. The flying ship's dragon head had an enormous piercing shark's fin, and the whole ship's body had turned a deep blue. Rows of deep blue dragon scales were forming a protective layer over the whole flying ship's body, reflecting halos of light that the onlookers couldn't help but admire. However, the cauldron dragon flying ship's dragon claws were still there. The oppressive dragon might was gone, but it had not diminished the flying ship's beauty. Instead, there was an added sense of simplicity and swiftness. Xiaolong, what do you think? The little cow asked as she came to Huang Xiaolong's side with her tail swinging, clearly asking for praise. Huang Xiaolong nodded and praised. Not bad. The little cow's face split into a grin and she agreed. Of course, in order to integrate the two flying ships perfectly, this cow has exerted the effort of 9 cows and 10 tigers. Though the cauldron dragon flying ship speed has not increased by much, its defenses and attacks have increased significantly. Speed did not increase by much. Huang Xiaolong frowned but relaxed again. After all, the little cow had already told him this point earlier. Moreover, from the little cow's tone, there was more than a significant increase in the flying ship's defenses and attacks. Come on, let's take a look inside. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Xianxia, and others all boarded the cauldron dragon flying ship. There were some changes inside the cauldron dragon flying ship, when compared to the time he had bought it at the auction. Previously, the drawings on the walls were solely related to the dragon clan, whereas now, there was a mixture of sea tribes totems. The spiritual energy gathering formation inside each cultivation room had also been altered slightly. Upon testing, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was gathering much faster than before. Huang Xiaolong then headed to the main control hall of the cauldron dragon flying ship to test the enhanced defenses and attack power. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head with satisfaction and said to the little cow, Su Baixing, Xu Yong, and others, you all have worked hard. Su Baixing, Xu Yong, and others waved their hands in a fluster, claiming they would not dare to take any credit, and gave all the credit to the little cow. The little cow snickered. Though the flying ship is reforged using my secret technique, all the hard work is done by you all, so no need to be humble. Xiaolong is a generous kid, so you can voice your requests to Xiaolong. You all don't need to be polite. Huang Xiaolong chuckled and pointed a finger in the air. A split second later, spirit stones tumbled down like a waterfall. Su Baixing, Xu Yong, and the others were dumbfounded as these falling spirit stones were all high grade 8 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong was now able to condense high grade 8 spirit stones after breaking through to the 6th order ancestor god realm. This meant that he would be able to condense grade 9 spirit stones after breaking through to the 7th order ancestor god realm. These high grade 8 spirit stones are for all of you, Huang Xiaolong said to Su Baixing, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi. Come look for me when you run out of them. Su Baixing and his 3 grandnephews gulped audibly. The little cow gave Su Baixing a kick and scolded, Have you turned silly? Didn't I already say Xiaolong is a generous kid? If you guys don't want it, then give them all to me. Su Baixing, Xu Yong, and the rest came to their senses and swiftly thanked Huang Xiaolong. After they had started following Huang Xiaolong, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi had completely surrendered to him, and like Su Baixing, the 3 of them had started calling Huang Xiaolong master. Huang Xiaolong had them stand up and said to everyone, Everyone get ready. We're leaving this esteemed Buddha city tomorrow. As for today, let's go out for a walk, and buy whatever you guys want to buy. Advancing to the 6th order ancestor god realm, and the successful integration of the giant shark flying ship and cauldron dragon flying ship left Huang Xiaolong in a good mood. The others cheered happily as they were going to go out. It's not suitable to call this the cauldron dragon flying ship anymore, since it's being merged with the giant shark flying ship. I think let's call it the dragon shark flying ship. Huang Xiaolong stated his opinion as everyone stopped cheering. With that decided, he began refining the dragon shark flying ship with a wave of his hand. As there were no restrictions on the dragon shark flying ship, he was able to completely refine it in a short 1 hour, and became its master. Now, he was able to control every part of the flying ship. Sparks of lightning sizzled softly on Huang Xiaolong's forehead as the dragon shark flying ship shrunk in size and flew into the chaos golden dragon lightning pool space. Then, with a wave of his hand, he led the little cow, Xianxia, Feng Er, and the rest out of the residence, once again patronizing the shops in the center area of the esteemed Buddha city. Before their next day's departure, Huang Xiaolong was planning to use all of his condensed spirit stones to purchase top-grade chaos spiritual pills and herbal materials to refine those top-grade chaos spiritual pills. A day full of harvest later, Huang Xiaolong's group boarded the dragon shark flying ship and sped away from the esteemed Buddha city. Journeying back to Vientiane World, Huang Xiaolong did make a trip to the Silver Fox Commerce Branch before leaving, as the Silver Fox Commerce Branch was located in the esteemed Buddha city. Huang Xiaolong directly displayed the silver token given by Bei Xiaomei and requested the Silver Fox Commerce to help inquire about Su Baixing's father, Su Xianying's whereabouts, as well as Su Baixing's big brother Su Baiqiang and second brother Su Baifeng. With the Silver Fox Commerce's resources, it was 10,000 times better for them to inquire about the matter than Huang Xiaolong. On another side, Wang Tong heaved a sigh of relief when a subordinated reported to him that Huang Xiaolong had left the esteemed Buddha city. And 2 weeks later, he was completely relaxed when Huang Xiaolong had safely left the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. With Huang Xiaolong's high grade 8 spirit stones fueling the dragon shark flying ship, it tore through space in the direction of Vientiane World at startling speed. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were sitting inside the dragon shark flying ship's cultivation room number 1. Huang Xiaolong's body was enshrouded in a golden luminance and a small, approximately a meter-tall golden Buddha was hovering in front of him. This was a Buddha paste refined with secret ancient technique. Waves of Buddhism energy were surging out from the Buddha paste into Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' bodies. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars finished refining the early Third Order God King Realm Buddha paste, and Buddhism energy coursed vigorously inside their bodies. Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the second piece of Buddha paste. He chose to refine another early 7th Order God King Realm Buddha paste. After he finished refining all the early 7th Order God King Realm Buddha paste, he moved on to the mid-7th Order, then late 7th Order God King Realm Buddha pastes. His momentum grew significantly day by day as high-level God King Realm Buddha pastes disappeared from the world one after another. Robust Buddhism energy filled the whole cultivation room, lighting the room in a golden luminance. While Huang Xiaolong was refining the God King's Buddha pastes, Chaos Lightning Chi from the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool was tempering and strengthening his physique and godhead. The 4 divine fires were shining brightly within Huang Xiaolong's body as chaos spiritual energy fell from the void. In the upper part of Huang Xiaolong's consciousness, the moon jade heavenly spiral shell was emitting a silvery moonlight essence that fell on his 3 supreme godheads, nourishing his 3 godheads and his souls, strengthening them. The days went by. The dragon shark flying ship continued to speed through space, passing by various world surfaces as Huang Xiaolong and his group journeyed back to the Vientiane world. The journey proceeded smoothly, as Huang Xiaolong and others each cultivated inside the cultivation rooms. For years went by in the blink of an eye. For years later, somewhere within the Vientiane world's surface, ripples waved across the air as a space crack appeared as if torn by something, and an enormous flying ship emerged from the void. The flying ship's door opened and a group of people exited it. This group consisted of Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Xianxia, Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the others that had returned from the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. The sun was shining bright at this time of the day. The fluffy white clouds were floating quietly high in the sky, and the radiant sunshine shining over several hundred li of Vientiane world. A peaceful feeling filled Huang Xiaolong's chest seeing this view. He stretched and took a few deep breaths, with all of his pores shouting, "I'm finally back!" To Huang Xiaolong, the Vientiane world surface was his home in the divine world. Therefore, the feeling of returning home was very good. "Master, are we heading back to the Fortune Gate now?" Xianxia inquired. Huang Xiaolong was just about to say something when his expression turned frosty all of a sudden. He looked around the surrounding land and stated, We're above the Green Cloud Island? The Green Cloud Island was the place where Huang Xiaolong had arrived when he had first ascended to the divine world. It is the Green Cloud Island. Does the master want to go over and take a look? Feng Er asked. Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui San knew that the first force Huang Xiaolong had entered was the barbarian god sect. Therefore, the barbarian god sect had a special place in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Huang Xiaolong nodded and made N sound in agreement. Since we're already on Green Cloud Island, might as well go take a look. He put the dragon shark flying ship into the Chaos Golden Dragon lightning pool space. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong led the group and flew towards the barbarian god sect. But they had not flown far when Huang Xiaolong suddenly halted and dove downwards. The others were baffled by Huang Xiaolong's abrupt action but followed him. Huang Xiaolong descended in front of a fort. His eyes flickered while he looked at the fort as a name popped into his mind. Tai Family Fort. Since he had left Green Cloud Island, Huang Xiaolong had been focusing on improving his strength that he had almost forgotten about the Tai Family Fort's people who had given him the warmth of a family in the past. Passing by the Tai family's fort, Huang Xiaolong was reminded of the pair of siblings, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu. They were the first people he met in the divine world. With the rest of the group behind him, Huang Xiaolong strode towards the Tai family fort's entrance. At this time, a gloomy atmosphere was enveloping the Tai family fort. The Tai family fort's lord, Tai Chenyuan, was lying on the floor of the hall with blood flowing out from his mouth. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were crying their hearts out. Father, you must hang on. Tai Xinlan cried woefully. Tai Quanyuan shook his head and said, My internal organs are shattered, and Godhead is cracked. I don't think I can hold on for long. After Father is gone, you too must live on. Live well, cultivate diligently, but never, ever think of avenging my death. Tai Mu shook his head vehemently, choking on his tears as he said, No, Father, you're going to be all right. I will definitely avenge you. Tai Chenyuan forced himself to raise his voice, sternly reprimanding. So now, you don't even want to listen to my words anymore. I'm telling you not to avenge me. Did you hear me? His eyes were needled with piercing sharpness. In the end, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu both nodded and promised. After I die, both of you quickly leave the Tai family fort, as you can no longer stay here. Tai Chenyuan's voice weakened abruptly as he insisted, Go look for your third uncle at the Skywell country. But with Prince Chen's power, I'm afraid he would find you too in no time. Even though Prince Chen's hand won't be able to stretch into the Skywell country, but he has many barbarian god sect's inner disciples, and if he borrows the barbarian god sect's power, then Tai Chenyuan sighed heavily with worry. Father, what about we look for Big Brother Huang at the barbarian god sect? Tai Xinlan suddenly suggested. Tai Chenyun blanked for a moment, but a light emerged in his eyes. You mean Huang Xiaolong? Tai Mu nodded. That's right. If we can find Big Brother Huang, he would surely help us. Tai Chenyuan shook his head. Although Huang Xiaolong is also a barbarian god sect's inner disciple, the other inner disciples who are in good terms with Prince Chan have the backing of an elder and grand elder. So, Huang Xiaolong might not be willing to offend those inner disciples because of us. Not to mention, even if he's willing to help us, he might be powerless to do anything. Though it has been several decades since he entered the barbarian god sect, I don't think he has much influence within the sect. As the Tai family fort was located in a remote area, their news was somewhat outdated. Therefore, Tai Chenyuan was assuming that Huang Xiaolong was merely a barbarian god sect's inner disciple. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu's face turned bleak as their hopes dashed. Suddenly, a Tai family fort's disciple ran excitedly into the hall while shouting, Fort Lord, young miss, young warrior Huang is here. He's right outside. Young warrior Huang? The three people didn't react for a moment. You're saying it's Huang Xiaolong, Big Brother Huang? He's here, right outside. Tai Xinlan was the first to react and stammered in excitement. The Tai family fort's disciple nodded. Yes, young warrior Huang is right outside. He had seen Huang Xiaolong in the past, so he knew how Huang Xiaolong looked. Xinlan Muer, help me outside. Tai Chenyuan struggled to his feet. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were alarmed, and just as they wanted to dissuade him, Tai Chenyuan shook his head. Don't worry, I can hold on for a few days. He barely finished his sentence when blood started flowing out from the corner of his mouth again. Snapped by Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu had no choice but to help their father out towards the Tai family fort's entrance. From afar, the three of them spotted Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. Huang Xiaolong was initially waiting for the Tai family fort's disciple to take him inside after reporting his arrival to Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu. But when he saw the three of them come out a moment later, Tai Chenyuan seemed to be injured, and the smile on Huang Xiaolong's face disappeared. Huang Xiaolong walked towards them in a hurry. Big brother Huang. Tears flooded Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu's eyes when they saw Huang Xiaolong. Who was it? Huang Xiaolong asked sternly. Tai Chenyuan forced a smile on his face, whizzing slightly as he said, It's all right. I happened to spar with someone a few days ago and was accidentally injured by the other party. I've made young warrior Huang see a joke. Several decades have passed since we've last seen each other, and young warrior Huang is still as dazzling. Tai Chenyuan had decided against telling Huang Xiaolong the truth, considering the other party's powerful force. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed slightly as he could sense that Tai Chenyuan was refusing to tell the truth, but he decided to not pursue the matter any further. He turned to the little cow instead and asked, Xianxia, do you have a solution? He was referring to Tai Chenyuan's injuries. With Huang Xiaolong's eyesight, Tai Chenyuan's shattered internal organs, and his cracked godhead hadn't escaped his notice, and he could tell that Tai Chenyuan wasn't going to last more than 4 days. Huang Xiaolong could heal Tai Chenyuan's shattered internal organs and other injuries. However, he was powerless to deal with a cracked godhead. The little cow said solemnly, I have a technique, but it would take several days and it would be very tiring. Would be very tiring? Huang Xiaolong choked, then promised. You can have as many godheads as you want. The little cow's face split into a wide grin and agreed decisively. As long as I have your word. The little cow smiled treacherously, giving Huang Xiaolong a feeling of being a sheep who had wandered into a circle of a wolf pack. Tai Xinlan, Tai Mu, and Tai Chenyuan were baffled listening to Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's conversations. What solution? What's tiring? Big brother Huang. You two are? Tai Xinlan was in the middle of asking a question when she was interrupted by Huang Xiaolong. Go find a room. Xianxia will help Fort Lord Tai to heal his injuries. Tai Xinlan, Tai Mu, and Tai Chenyuan were all dazed. Heal injuries? Young warrior Huang. You're saying, my injuries can still be healed? Tai Chenyuan couldn't believe his ears. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Since Xianxia says she can heal you, I believe her. Xianxia? Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu's gazes were fixed on the little cow Xianxia with doubt. They couldn't be blamed for being dubious, as they had never heard of anyone who could heal a cracked godhead. Not to mention that anyone was a cow. Big brother, this? Tai Mu wanted to ask more, but Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, Go and arrange a room immediately. Tai Mu was at a loss. In the end, he hurried to prepare a room, and then watched the little cow bringing his father into the room. Looking at the closed door, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu had a surreal feeling. Huang Xiaolong took a seat inside a small side hall, then asked the siblings about what had happened. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu exchanged a glance, but neither of them spoke. Since neither of you believes in me, forget it, Huang Xiaolong said to both of them. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, the two hastily shook their heads in denial. No, big brother Huang, it's not like that. The other side's more powerful than us, and we're afraid we might bring you trouble. Tai Xinlan explained. We didn't tell you because we don't want to implicate you. Even though both of them knew that their father and the Green Sun City's He family, Su family, Deng family, and Zhuang family were Huang Xiaolong's lieges. This amount of force was meager against Prince Chun. Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, Su Ying, Feng Er, and the others had strange expressions on their faces as Tai Xinlan claimed that the other side was a powerful force. What force in the Vientiane world was more powerful than Huang Xiaolong? Then, they realized that Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were ignorant of Huang Xiaolong's current identity. Huang Xiaolong smiled comfortingly and reassured them, "I'm not afraid of provoking trouble. I have some influence in Green Cloud Island now. So tell me, and let me see if I can resolve it for you." Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were surprised by Huang Xiaolong's words. Tai Mu exclaimed optimistically, "Big Brother Huang, did a barbarian god sect's elder or grand elder accept you as his personal disciple?" Since Huang Xiaolong had said that he had some influence in Green Cloud Island, the siblings thought that a barbarian god sect's elder or grand elder had accepted Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple. The identity of a barbarian god sect's elder or grand elder's personal disciple was akin to a nobility for them. Xiang Sun, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others couldn't contain their laughter at Tai Mu's silly question. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu both looked at them, and Tai Mu scratched his head in confusion. He felt embarrassed as he asked, "Could it be Big Brother Huang is merely a barbarian god sect elder's disciple in name only? I thought Big Brother Huang would be a personal disciple. I've made a joke of myself." Huang Xiaolong smiled sincerely and waved his hand to reassure Tai Mu. "No, you're right. A barbarian god sect grand elder accepted me as his personal disciple." He could only say so in order for Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu to feel at ease. Had he said that the entire barbarian god sect belonged to him, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu wouldn't have been able to believe it. A rush of joy rose to Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu's faces hearing this. Big Brother Huang has really been accepted as a personal disciple by a barbarian god sect's grand elder. Tai Xinlan was sincerely happy for Huang Xiaolong. "Okay. Now, can you two tell me what's the matter?" Huang Xiaolong smiled and asked. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu nodded heavily, full of trust. "Some days back, Father took both of us shopping in the capital city. We and that Prince Chen wanted the same demonic beast egg. At first, we didn't know that he was Prince Chen, and a conflict ensued between us because of the demonic beast egg. Later on, his subordinate attacked us, and Father, in order to protect us, thus." Tai Xinlan's eyes were red-rimmed as she recalled the event in a broken sentence. Everyone could guess what had happened after that. Tai Chenyuan must have gotten injured by Prince Chen's subordinate when protecting the siblings. "We saw that demonic beast egg first," Tai Mu claimed angrily. "It's Prince Chen who was being unreasonable." Tai Xinlan went on with teary eyes. "Though Father managed to escape with us, I'm afraid Prince Chen would soon find us here, using his power and influence. Moreover, we've heard that Prince Chen has some connections with some of the barbarian god sect's inner disciples. So even if we flee to the neighboring countries, we won't be able to escape. So that's what happened." Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in question. "Prince Chen? He is a prince of our country, though his talent is not high, and his individual strength is only so. The issue is, the Emperor likes him very much. He also friends with various forces experts, and extremely lecherous by nature." Tai Mu gritted his teeth in anger as he added, "He even wants my sister to be his maid." Right at this time, a Tai family fort's disciple ran in flustered, panting heavily as he reported, "Miss, young lord, that Prince Chen is outside. He has brought people and surrounded our Tai family fort." Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu paled and panicked. But Huang Xiaolong turned to Xiang Sun and the rest, saying nonchalantly, "Let's go out. Gui Er. Both of you stay guard here, and don't let anyone disturb Xianxia." "Yes, Manor Lord." Gui and Gui Er adhered respectfully. "Manor Lord?" Though Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were baffled as to why Gui and Gui Er would call Huang Xiaolong as Manor Lord, they didn't think too deeply about it. At that moment they were more worried about Prince Chen, and if he would spare them after becoming aware of Huang Xiaolong's identity as barbarian god sect's inner disciple, and if he would spare the Tai family fort. The siblings followed as Huang Xiaolong's group headed to the Tai family fort's entrance. "Big Brother Huang, if Prince Chen still won't spare us even after knowing your identity, what do we do then?" Tai Xinlan couldn't help asking Huang Xiaolong this burning question that was bothering her. Her question caught Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, and the others by surprise. He would. Huang Xiaolong smiled meaningfully. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu relaxed a little after hearing the confidence in Huang Xiaolong's voice. Still, the siblings' nerves were stretched taut when they saw the number of experts Prince Chun had brought at the fort gates. The siblings knew very well that the several experts by Prince Chen's side were all second-order Heavenly God Realm Masters. On the other side of the fort gates, Prince Chun was enjoying the fort's scenic surroundings. When he noticed Huang Xiaolong's group's presence, he turned and spotted Feng Er beside Huang Xiaolong, and his eyes lit up immediately. Even though Tai Xinlan was also a beauty, she's still incomparable to Feng Er's icy allure. Prince Chun said to the expert beside him, "Looks like it was the right decision coming to the Tai family fort. This Tai family fort is hiding a beauty here. Excellent, excellent." He laughed wantonly as if displaying his excitement. The experts by Prince Chen's side snickered in agreement. "Congratulations, Prince Chun. Only such a beauty is compatible with Prince Chun. Given Prince Chen's heroic spirit, Prince is handsome and chivalrous naturally. He should have such a beauty as his companion." These experts' flattery rang continuously. A cold light flashed in Feng Er's eyes when she heard these people's remarks, as she was following Huang Xiaolong. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong's group had arrived at the gates of the Tai family fort. "Is he that so-called Prince Chen?" Huang Xiaolong asked as he watched Prince Chun with interest. He was in no hurry to torture him to his death yet. "Insolent. Why aren't you on your knees, saluting Prince Chen?" One of Prince Chen's second-order Heavenly God Realm experts snapped, seeing Huang Xiaolong's attitude. He reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong as he reprimanded Huang Xiaolong. "No hurry." Prince Chun shook his head and laughed nonchalantly. He said, "Don't frighten the pretty lady. Xiangsun, Su Baixing, Xu Yong, Shijiang, Su Shi," and others broke out into a fit of laughter looking at the magnanimous expression on Prince Chen's face. Prince Chun frowned looking at them. Huang Xiaolong asked Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu, "Who was the person who injured Fort Lord Tai?" Tai Xinlan, Tai Mu, Prince Chun and his cronies blanked momentarily. "It's him." Though Tai Mu didn't know what Huang Xiaolong was planning, he decisively pointed at a second-order Heavenly God Realm expert by Prince Chen's side. This was the same person who had reprimanded Huang Xiaolong, ordering him to kneel before Prince Chun. This second-order Heavenly God Realm expert stood proudly with his chin up and ridiculed Huang Xiaolong. "What? You want to avenge him?" He whooped in laughter before continuing, "But a weakling like you, with thin arms and legs, won't be capable of avenging him." Prince Chun and the rest of his group all laughed loudly. Prince Chun generously introduced the second-order Heavenly God Realm expert who reprimanded Huang Xiaolong. "I forgot to tell you that this person by my side is one of my country's top experts who has garnered the nickname Herculean God of War." However, Prince Chun had barely finished his introduction when he saw Feng Er raise her slender hand, and in the next second, the Herculean God of War was pulled right in front of her. She tightened her slender hand into a fist, and sounds of breaking bones came from every part of the Herculean God of War's body. The second-order Heavenly God Realm expert screamed, staring fearfully at Feng Er as if begging to stop, but the pain was too excruciating for him to speak. The situation had changed too abruptly and too fast that Prince Chen and the rest of his cronies, as well as Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu, failed to react. Their minds went blank at the sight they were witnessing. The burly 6 feet 2 inches tall second-order Heavenly God Realm Herculean God of War's bones had gotten crushed easily under Feng Er's tender grasp. This result was a tremendous blow to Prince Chen's group, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu. "Don't kill him so fast," Huang Xiaolong said in a nonchalant voice. "Understood, Manor Lord." Feng Er complied respectfully. Her slender hand grasped in the air and noises of breaking bones sounded again. The Herculean God of War fainted due to pain, but was soon awakened due to the renewed pain. As bones broke and crushed into pieces, his body hung limply out of shape. Prince Chen and the rest of his cronies had turned deathly pale in a matter of seconds. Who are you? Prince Chun demanded as his senses returned. He barked at Huang Xiaolong with false bravado. I am Chun Country's prince. Release him this instant, or you won't be able to escape out of Chun Country. At this time, the slightly pale and excited Tai Mu cried out, Our big brother Huang is barbarian god sect's inner disciple. What? A barbarian god sect's inner disciple. Upon hearing that, Prince Chun and his cronies' attention was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. So, this brother is a barbarian god sect's inner disciple. Prince Chun cupped his fists at Huang Xiaolong in greeting and went on. I am sworn brothers with several barbarian god sect's inner disciples, and we're all family. What happened just now is a misunderstanding, and I hope this brother can let my subordinate go. Since brother is a barbarian god sect's inner disciple, then as long as brother doesn't interfere in the Tai family fort's affairs, everything can be discussed. I am a person who loves to get to know new friends, so we can go for a drink. Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the others erupted in another wave of laughter as Prince Chun said that he was not planning to pursue Huang Xiaolong, sticking his nose into others' affairs. Feng Air exerted force in her fingers, and the second-order heavenly god realm Herculean god of war's body crackled and popped as a piercing scream cut through the air. Seeing this, Prince Chen's face darkened and he said sullenly to Huang Xiaolong, What is the meaning of this? Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything just because you're a barbarian god sect's inner disciple? I'm not afraid to tell you that one of my sworn brothers, who is a barbarian god sect's inner disciple, and his master, who is a barbarian god sect's elder, have come to my Chun country's capital city. So you better converge your arrogance and release my subordinate now, before it's too late. Huang Xiaolong drawled lazily. I have never been a tactful person. Xu Yong suddenly raised his foot and pressed it in the air, easily kicking the rest of Prince Chen's cronies backwards into the air. When they hit the ground, none of them were breathing. These were all first-order and second-order heavenly god realm experts, whereas Prince Chen himself tumbled and rolled on the ground into the far distance, covered with dirt all over. You! Prince Chen struggled up in a sorry state. His face was deathly pale as he looked at his subordinates' corpses around him. And when he looked back at Huang Xiaolong, he didn't know what to say. Huang Xiaolong casually flicked his finger, shooting a light in between Prince Chen eyebrows, and said, You can scram now, go and tell your barbarian god sect's sworn brother and his master to come over. Don't think of escaping. I've placed a mark on you. If it's not resolved within 1 day, you're dead, trust me. Prince Chen's face ashened at Huang Xiaolong's words. He had lost all his courage and fled in a hurry. Let's go back first, Huang Xiaolong said to Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu, who were standing like statues with dumbstruck expressions. The two regained their senses and quickly ran up to Huang Xiaolong. The scenes from a moment ago were replaying repeatedly in their minds. Were all of it real? They slowly looked over their shoulders in disbelief at Prince Chen's subordinates' corpses. Not to mention the second-order heavenly god realm Herculean god of war who was crushed to his death by Feng Air. Only his flesh, bones and blood remained scattered all over the ground. It seems this is real? Their apprehensive gazes fell onto Feng Air and Xu Yong. On the other side, Prince Chun fled all the way back to the capital city in a sorry state, and ran straight to where his barbarian god sect's inner disciple's sworn brother was staying, without even stopping to clean himself. Upon reaching the barbarian god sect's inner disciple's accommodation, Prince Chun was panting heavily as he stood in front of Luo Ding, fear still lingering in his heart. The barbarian god sect's inner disciple Luo Ding was shocked looking at Prince Chen's blood-stained body and his miserable appearance. Brother Chun, you this? Luo Ding asked in alarm. Prince Chun finally calmed down slightly upon seeing Luo Ding. He cried bitterly, Brother Luo Ding, you must save me. Luo Ding shook his head and invited him inside. Come in first. Let's sit down and talk. But Prince Chun was too anxious to sit down, crying anxiously, Dead. All of them are dead. Dali was killed. Only I survived and ran back. Dali naturally referred to the Herculean god of war. Luo Ding was even more solemn when he heard that. What? All dead? Who killed them? The Tai family fort's people. He remembered that Prince Chun had gone to the Tai family fort earlier that day. Isn't the Tai family fort merely a small force in the Chun country? Or is there a peerless master hiding in its ranks? Prince Chun was shaking as he confirmed, I indeed went to the Tai family fort. Just as he said the name, Prince Chun shuddered as if he was speaking about a horrifying place. Then, he suppressed his fear and recounted what had happened to Luo Ding in detail. Doubt and hesitation flickered back and forth on Luo Ding's face as he listened to Prince Chun. Did he say that he's a barbarian god sect's inner disciple? He asked Prince Chun. Prince Chun nodded. The Tai family fort siblings said so, and he didn't deny it, so it's likely true. Luo Ding's brows were locked together in a tight frown. His mount is really that powerful? Is he really capable of killing all the experts by your side with one kick? That female guard by his side also seems to be very powerful. Prince Chun answered fearfully, Every word is true. Luo Ding was inwardly shocked despite his calm demeanor on the surface. How strong is that mount? Is that mount a high-level heavenly god realm master? That female guard is probably a 5th order or 6th order heavenly god realm. Hesitation flashed in his eyes. Brother Luo Ding, that person put a mark on me. Can you take a look? Prince Chun cried urgently as Lu Ding kept silent for some time. Luo Ding placed his palm on Prince Chen's arm and channeled his god force into Prince Chen's body to check Prince Chen's internal condition. But a powerful force repelled his god force, sending Luo Ding reeling backwards. Both Luo Ding and Prince Chun were beyond alarmed. I'll take you to see my master. Luo Ding calmed himself down and said through gritted teeth, Thank you, brother Luo Ding. Prince Chun was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Luo Ding. However, a while later when Luo Ding's master, Zhang Ping, tried to examine the situation within Prince Chen's body, he too was sent reeling back. At this point, all three were beyond shocked. Master, could this be some kind of ancient secret technique? Luo Ding asked Zhang Ping. A light glimmered in Zhang Ping's eyes. Our barbarian god sect doesn't have this kind of secret technique. If that kid is really a barbarian god sect's disciple, he must have gained this kind of secret technique from his adventures. Even if this is not an ancient technique, it's still a very powerful one. If he, Zhang Ping, were to successfully cultivate this secret technique, his strength would definitely rise by leaps and bounds. Master, then we? Luo Ding asked. Zhang Ping said to Prince Chen, You lead the way. I, Zhang Ping, want to see which one of our barbarian god sect's inner disciples is so arrogant to unreasonably kill a prince's subordinates. This was what Prince Chun had wished for the most. Thus he swiftly complied. With that, the three of them rushed off to the Tai family fort. At this time, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were accompanying Huang Xiaolong inside the Tai family fort's main hall. The siblings' furtive glances fell on Xu Yong and Feng Er from time to time. Big brother Huang, this elder sister and this beast mount, are they mid-level heavenly god realm masters? Finally, Tai Xinlan asked as she couldn't restrain her curiosity any longer. Xiang Sun, Su Baisheng, and the others chuckled at her question. Huang Xiaolong smiled in answer. Their strengths are higher than mid-level heavenly god realm. Higher than mid-level heavenly god realm? Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Does that mean high-level heavenly god realm? The siblings couldn't be blamed for their limited vision, as the barbarian god sect's ancestor and sect chief were only ancient god realm masters. Due to this, they thought that the high-level heavenly god realm cultivators were very powerful masters. Huang Xiaolong subsequently changed the subject, asking the siblings about Tai family fort's situation during the last few decades. The sister and brother answered, telling Huang Xiaolong everything they thought was interesting. When they were done, Huang Xiaolong asked suddenly, Would you two like to enter the barbarian god sect? This question astounded the siblings. Big brother Huang, you're saying we can enter the barbarian god sect as outer sect disciples? Tai Mu asked with disbelief. Outer sect disciple? Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second, then smiled as he said, Of course, you can tell me which grand elder you want to worship as your master. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu's minds buzzed. Ha! Worship a barbarian god-sex Grand Elder as master. Big Brother Huang. For real? Tai Xinlan was over the moon as he asked, "Can you really do that for us? But wouldn't this make things difficult for you? Moreover, our talents are not very high. So would those barbarian god-sex Grand Elders be willing to accept us?" Tai Mu was blushing with excitement. "Yes, Big Brother Huang, actually, you can speak with your master to have a barbarian god-sect elder to accept us as their disciples in name. We would be content if we could enter the barbarian god sect under an elder." Xianxia, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others let out another wave of laughter. Huang Xiaolong was still wearing a smile on his face as he said, "It's all right. Wait a few days after your father's injuries are healed. I will take all three of you back to the barbarian god sect. At that time, your father can also choose to worship a barbarian god sect's grand elder as his master." Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were dazed for a long time in disbelief after hearing this. Was their big brother Huang telling them a white lie to make them feel happy? Prince Chun came back quite fast. Huang Xiaolong suddenly stood up and sneered, "Come on, let's go out to welcome them." He was looking forward to seeing the barbarian god sect's inner disciple and elder. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu followed behind Huang Xiaolong. The group once again went out to the Tai family fort's fort gates. The moment they walked out from the fort, they spotted Prince Chun flying towards them, accompanied by two other people. Soon, the three arrived and descended in front of the Tai family fort. Initially, Zhang Ping didn't really pay close attention to the group coming out from the fort, but when he caught sight of Huang Xiaolong, his body stiffened. An icy coldness spread from his heart to his limbs, and his expression turned fearful in an instant. However, Prince Chun and Luo Ding did not notice this sudden change in Zhang Ping's demeanor. Luo Ding fixed his stare on Huang Xiaolong and asked Prince Chun, "Is it him?" Prince Chun nodded in confirmation. He looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong and introduced Luo Ding. "Punk, this is my sworn brother Luo Ding, a barbarian god sect's inner disciple." But just as he was about to introduce Zhang Ping, he saw Zhang Ping's fearful expression and was baffled by it. At the same time, Luo Ding also finally noticed his master Zhang Ping's terrified face. Right before Prince Chun, Luo Ding, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu's eyes, Zhang Ping stooped low as he walked towards Huang Xiaolong, then prostrated on the ground saluting respectfully. Barbarian god sect's Zhang Ping greets master respectfully. Greets master respectfully? Prince Chen, Luo Ding, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu's heads buzzed as they looked at Zhang Ping with their mouths agape. Mas master. Prince Chun could barely speak properly with his stiffened tongue. His eyeballs popped out as he watched Zhang Ping prostrating in front of Huang Xiaolong. Isn't this punk just a barbarian god sect's inner sect disciple? Why is it like this? Why? Then, he heard Luo Ding's stupefied voice. Master, have you mistaken him for someone else? He looked at Zhang Ping in confusion and doubt. Master, what master? Is this young man his master's master? He had never heard his master mention this before. Zhang Ping's horror intensified at Luo Ding's words, and he panicked further. His face went deathly pale as he kowtowed repeatedly at Huang Xiaolong. Master, this slave did not teach his disciple well, thus he has offended master. Please spare me, master. Please have mercy, ah. That attitude was portraying Huang Xiaolong as some terrifying devil king. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were at a loss, watching at the way Zhang Ping kowtowing and begging for mercy. Listening to Zhang Ping's words so far, it was sounding like Huang Xiaolong would kill him, kill a barbarian god sect's elder. How is that possible? Death penalty can be exempted, but punishment is inescapable, Huang Xiaolong stated as his finger flicked at Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping was sent flying far away like a sheet of paper by Huang Xiaolong's finger force. When Zhang Ping fell to the ground, everyone could see the bloody hole on his chest, and blood was still gushing out. Prince Chen, Luo Ding, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu were struck with another wave of shock. However, what they saw next was even more astounding. The pallid-faced Zhang Ping hastened to his knees despite his injuries, and respectfully kowtowed to Huang Xiaolong again. "Thank you, master, for sparing my life." The four of them looked alternately between Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Ping. A barbarian god sect elder was injured, but he was still thanking Huang Xiaolong for sparing his life. Huang Xiaolong turned to Prince Chun and Luo Ding. They came to their senses upon seeing Huang Xiaolong looking at them. Plomp! Both fell to their knees simultaneously. "Master, have mercy, ah!" Luo Ding cried and kowtowed in fear. Prince Chen's face was flooded with tears, knocking his forehead hard on the ground as he pleaded for his life. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to deal with these two himself. Thus Feng Er stretched out her slender hand and slapped forth. Prince Chun and Luo Ding shot out, however. Neither of them fell to the ground, exploding to their deaths in midair. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu were a little out of focus, looking at the blood splattered the ground for a long time. That Prince Chun, their Chun country's 10th prince, died just like that? Also, that Luo Ding was a barbarian god sect's inner disciple. After that, everything was a blur. They didn't even realize when and how they followed Huang Xiaolong back to the Tai family fort's main hall. Zhang Ping did not leave. He stood and waited obediently outside the Tai family fort's fort gates, as Huang Xiaolong hadn't sent him away. Half an hour later, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu finally came to their senses. Both of them had questions for Huang Xiaolong, but neither of them dared to ask him anything. "What do you want to ask me?" "Ask away," Huang Xiaolong said calmly. "Big brother Huang, aren't you a barbarian god sect's inner disciple?" Tai Xinlan finally mustered up some courage to ask the question, but her voice was a little louder than a mumble. "Did you already get promoted to a position of barbarian god sect's grand elder? Otherwise, how could Huang Xiaolong have found the courage to injure Zhang Ping casually? A barbarian god sect's elder couldn't have killed a barbarian god sect's inner disciple like Luo Ding without blinking? Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong had already promised to take the siblings and their father to the barbarian god sect to worship any grand elder as their master. This made sense if Huang Xiaolong was a barbarian god sect's grand elder. Though it was hard to believe that Huang Xiaolong could have risen to the position of a barbarian god sect's grand elder in a short few decades. Other than this possibility, neither of them could think of anything else. "Right, big brother Huang? You've already been promoted to grand elder?" Tai Mu asked nervously. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "You would know more about this once we reach the barbarian god sect." The siblings exchanged a glance and wisely stopped asking further questions. A few days later, the little cow and Tai Chenyuan stepped out from the room. Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu jumped and cheered with joy when they saw that Tai Chenyuan's injuries had completely healed. And to top it off, his cultivation had also advanced to the third-order heavenly god realm. Tai Chenyuan dazed for a long time, listening to his two children describe the events about Prince Chan and his sworn brother Luo Ding's death, along with Luo Ding's master being injured by Huang Xiaolong as a punishment. When he heard Tai Xinlan, Tai Mu, and he could enter the barbarian god sect and worship any barbarian god sect's grand elder as their master. His mouth was agape for a half day. The day after Tai Chenyuan's injuries were healed, Huang Xiaolong took Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu away from the Tai family fort to the barbarian god sect. Based on Huang Xiaolong's group's current speed, the travel time from the Tai family fort to barbarian god sect would only have been a matter of 1 hour. However, Huang Xiaolong had slowed down his speed as much as possible, in order to avoid frightening Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu with extremely fast speed. Even so, when they arrived at the barbarian god sect a day later, the father and his two children were still frightened by the speedy travel. A long time later, when the three of them recovered from their daze, they noticed the enormous mountain range in front of them and were awed. Tai Xinlan asked, "Big brother Huang, these mountains in front of us, is this the barbarian god mountain range?" Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Yes, Luzhua and Guling should be waiting for us. Come on." Luzhua and Guling? Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu didn't know the names of the barbarian god sect's ancestor and sect chief, so they thought that Huang Xiaolong was referring to his disciples, not paying too much attention to it. "The master has returned." There was a lot of commotion among the disciples who were waiting to welcome Huang Xiaolong's group. Huang Xiaolong was riding on the little cow while Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Tai Chenyuan, and the others were following them. They flew straight towards the barbarian god sect's great hall. When they were closer to the barbarian god sect's great hall, Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu could see that the airspace in the distance was crowded by tens of thousands of barbarian god sect's disciples. The three of them were flabbergasted. What's going on? Wait, are the group of people at the very front wearing the same elder's robe like Zhang Ping? Are all these people barbarian god sect's elders? Also, there's another group of people standing in front of the elders group. Are they? While the three were still in a daze, the several tens of thousands of barbarian god sect's disciples, elders and grand elders knelt on their knees, sonorously lauding, "Greetings, Master, we welcome Master's return. Greetings, Master. Welcome Master's return." Their voices shook the heavens, echoing endlessly. Tai Chenyuan and his two children looked at their surroundings dumbly, and their gazes fell upon Huang Xiaolong. "Master." Then they saw the two men at the head of the barbarian god sect's group, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling, taking a few steps forward and bowing in salute with utmost respect. "Greetings, young lord." Lu Zhua and Gu Ling had early on received the news that Huang Xiaolong had subjugated the Sea tribe, becoming the whole Sea tribe's master. Now Huang Xiaolong was standing at the pinnacle of Yantian world. Due to this, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling were actually feeling nervous standing in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled amiably and helped them up. Then he said to the rest of the barbarian god sect, "Rise." The tens of thousands of barbarian god sect's disciples, elders and grand elders respectfully complied and stood up. Huang Xiaolong gestured towards Lu Zhua and Gu Ling and said to Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu, "They are the barbarian god sect's ancestor and sect chief. If you don't want to worship any grand elder as your master, you can worship either of them as your master." The barbarian god sect's ancestor and sect chief. Buzzing noises shook Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu's minds. The two people in front of them were actually the barbarian god sect's ancestor and sect chief. To the three of them, the barbarian god sect's ancestor and sect chief were superior personas. Yet they were referring to Huang Xiaolong as their young lord. "This is Tai Family Fort's Fort Lord Tai Chenyuan from Chun Country, and this is Tai Family Fort's young Fort Lord Tai Mu, and young Miss Tai Xinlan. They are my old friends." Huang Xiaolong introduced the three of them to Lu Zhua and Gu Ling. Hearing they were Huang Xiaolong's old friends, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling warmly greeted Tai Chenyuan and the siblings. "Hello, Fort Lord Tai. I am Lu Zhua. Welcome. I am Gu Ling. Welcome Tai Family Fort's young Fort Lord and young Miss." Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu were flustered receiving Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's warm reception. Their flustered excitement made Huang Xiaolong laugh. "All right, now, let's go in first," Huang Xiaolong said to Lu Zhua and Gu Ling, seeing that the three of them were unable to react for almost half a day. Right, go in and talk." Lu Zhua and Gu Ling both quickly invited Huang Xiaolong and the rest into the barbarian god sect's great hall. Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, Tai Mu, Lu Zhua, Gu Ling, and the others followed behind Huang Xiaolong and stepped into the barbarian god sect's great hall. Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan, and Tai Mu felt like they were in a dream as they looked at the magnificent barbarian god sect's great hall. Tai Mu secretly pinched himself to see if he was actually dreaming. The barbarian god sect's higher echelons each took their seats upon entering the great hall. Huang Xiaolong began his customary questions, asking Lu Zhua and Gu Ling about the barbarian god sect's situation in recent years. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling respectfully answered each question. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong asked about the Elephant Genesis sect and Great Whale sect situations as well. Tai Chenyuan and his two children stood on the side. The more they heard, the more astonished they felt. The Elephant Genesis sect and Great Whale sect were also under his management. The Barbarian God sect, Elephant Genesis sect, and Great Whale sect. The Green Cloud Island's three giants were all managed by Huang Xiaolong. Doesn't that mean? The overlord of Green Cloud Island. In the next moment, The three heard Huang Xiaolong ask about the Dralian Island's Golden Dragon Gate and Berserk Lion Sex situations. Once again they were shocked to hear this. Then, they heard Huang Xiaolong ask Lu Zhua and Gu Ling about the giant tribe as well as the nefarious devil tribe. Waves after waves of shock struck the Tai family's heart. Huang Xiaolong was at the barbarian god sect for half a day. After dealing with the several sex affairs, and making arrangements for Tai Chenyuan, Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu, Huang Xiaolong and his group departed from the Green Cloud Island without any further delay to return to the Fortune Gate. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong was back in the Fortune Divine Kingdom and met with his masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. As Huang Xiaolong was not concealing his current cultivation in front of them, their jaws dropped when they saw Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation realm. Peak Late 6th Order Ancestor God Realm. This was Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation realm. On the journey back from the Royal Buddha Great Worlds, not only Huang Xiaolong had completely refined the 10 pieces of high-level God King's Buddha pastes, but he had also refined close to 1 million top-grade Chaos Spirit pills. As early as half a year back, Huang Xiaolong had already broken through to the peak Late 6th Order Ancestor God Realm, but depressingly, he had been unable to break through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm through this half a year's time. The 7th Order Ancestor God Realm was a ceiling that had been harder to break than Huang Xiaolong had expected. Master, is Li Lu at the Brimming Snow Palace? Huang Xiaolong spoke first, as his masters were still standing and looking at him in a daze. Li Lu, oh Li Lu, she's around. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor mumbled as they recovered their senses. No, not there. But both immediately refuted their earlier answers. Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless. So, which was it? There or not there? Some days ago, she went to the Perpetual Peak. Golden Brow Ancestor added. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected that. The Perpetual Peak? Isn't that Li Chaoxing's cultivation palace? No, wait. Yao Qi is also at the Perpetual Peak? Could Li Lu? A strange expression rose to Huang Xiaolong's face at the thought of that. Blood Knife Ancestor was gloating at Huang Xiaolong's expression. When are you going to marry Li Lu and Yao Qi? We too want to drink some wine at your wedding banquet. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. Oh right, Zhu Feng has already left Vientiane World. Not long after you set off to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. He went to the Fortune Gates headquarters to register for the assessment. Golden Brow Ancestor interjected. Zhu Feng's already gone to the Fortune Gates headquarters? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Blood Knife Ancestor nodded. Yes, since the Fortune Gates headquarters is recruiting genius disciples with Emperor rank Godhead. Zhu Feng is qualified for the assessment, so he went. Zhu Yi spent a huge amount of spirit stones to have the Myriad Circle's Commerce Hall's people escort Zhu Feng until the headquarters. On top of that, news came 2 months ago that Zhu Feng successfully passed the assessment, and now he's officially a Fortune Gate headquarters disciple. Moreover, there's an elder who likes him and has accepted him as a disciple in name. Golden Brow Ancestor went on. When you go over to the Fortune Gate headquarters, watch out for him. Yes, Master, I understand. Huang Xiaolong nodded, but didn't really put the matter to heart. A mere Zhu Feng couldn't raise any waves. All right, now you can head to the Perpetual Peak. Li Lu still needs your God King's Buddha pellet to suppress the evil spirit in her body. Golden Brow Ancestor rushed Huang Xiaolong away. Huang Xiaolong took his leave from his masters and exited the Fortune Divine Kingdom, flying straight to the Perpetual Peak. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were comforted and proud of their disciple, as they watched his flying figure in the distance. That kid's a freak to the core. At the rate he's progressing, he's going to surpass me in 100 or 200 years. Blood Knife Ancestor grumbled. Golden Brow Ancestor laughed loudly. It would be interesting if the kid asks to spar with you then. Blood Knife Ancestor felt even more depressed. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong descended in Yao Qi's courtyard on the Perpetual Peak. Huang Xiaolong's feet had barely touched the ground when he saw Yao Qi and Li Lu walk out to the yard arm in arm. He was amazed at their good sister's closeness. Xiaolong! Yao Qi exclaimed in delight as the two women discovered Huang Xiaolong's presence. Yao Qi rushed straight to Huang Xiaolong, and even though Li Lu was more composed, her steps also quickened towards him. Yao Qi ran into Huang Xiaolong's embrace, but she suddenly remembered Li Lu's presence and her cheeks turned red. She took a step out of Huang Xiaolong's embrace and said shyly, "You're back." Huang Xiaolong smiled and responded, "I'm back." Yao Qi smiled. "Younger sister Li Lu and I have been waiting a long time for you." "Younger sister Li Lu?" Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow and looked towards Li Lu. Yao Qi giggled softly. "Younger sister Li Lu and I are sisters now." Then she added mischievously, "If you dare to bully me, I will tell younger sister Li Lu about it." Li Lu nodded her head seriously. A drop of invisible sweat trickled down Huang Xiaolong's cold forehead. He had actually been planning to bully Yao Qi a little, but now his plans had been washed down the drain even before he had a chance to act on it. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, Yao Qi smiled alluringly at him. "I'm sleeping with younger sister Li Lu tonight." Coldness enshrouded Huang Xiaolong's heart and his lower body. That night, Yao Qi and Li Lu slept in one room, while Huang Xiaolong was left counting sheep, all by himself. The next morning, Huang Xiaolong fed Li Lu a high-level God King Realm's Buddha pellet and used his Supreme Godhead's God Force to help her suppress the evil spirit inside her body while she refined the Buddha pellet. As a precaution, Huang Xiaolong fed Li Lu the 2 remaining high-level God King's Buddha pellets as well. After all, the Buddha pellet's medicinal energies were robust but gentle, not to mention he was there to assist Li Lu, so there was no chance of an accident. Several days later, the 2 Buddha pellets integrated with Li Lu's God Force, thus completely suppressing the evil spirit inside her body. Huang Xiaolong continued staying at Yao Qi's place even after the evil spirit in Li Lu's body was suppressed. He soon fell into a routine of cultivating at night and spending the day with Li Lu and Yao Qi. With the Dragon Shark flying ship, they were able to reach any part of the Vientiane world in a day's time or less. This made it extremely convenient for them to travel to different parts of the Vientiane world. When Huang Xiaolong took Li Lu and Yao Qi to the Primal Chaos mainland, he spent some time to settle the Devil Restraining Sect's vengeance. In the past, when he was still at the Barbarian God Sect, he had obtained the Devil Restraining Tablet and the heritage within it. Due to various reasons over the past years, he had been able to visit the Primal Chaos mainland to avenge the Devil Restraining Sect. Now that this matter had been dealt with, it was one less fetter in his heart. Huang Xiaolong also made a trip to the Ghost Buddha sect with the resurrected Ghost Buddha sect chief. With his current cultivation, it was more than sufficient for him to resurrect the Ghost Buddha sect chief with the Grand Mist parasitic medium. With the Ghost Buddha sect chief's resurrection and Huang Xiaolong's backing, it was only a matter of time that the Ghost Buddha sect became one of Vientiane world's super forces. Time flowed and half a year went by. With his 2 beauties accompanying him, Huang Xiaolong's days were idyllic, carefree, warm, and comfortable. After all, there were still 18 years until the deadline for Fortune Gate headquarters recruitment for Emperor-rank Godhead disciples. Therefore Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry. Before that, he was planning to break through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, and break some of the Netherworld King's Jade's restrictions with the help of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. As long as he could break through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, he'd be able to control the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's Chaos Lightning Qi to help Li Lu expel the evil spirit from her body. Huang Xiaolong still hadn't broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm as half a year went by, but his strength had risen significantly. Based on Huang Xiaolong's 3 Supreme Godheads' devouring speed, he could now absorb 5,000 top-grade Chaos Spiritual Pills in a single night. That was almost 1,000,000 top-grade Chaos Spiritual Pills in half a year. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong had bought a large amount of top-grade spiritual herbs when he was at the High Martial World and Royal Buddha Great Worlds. If he wouldn't have done that, he would have run out of the Chaos Spiritual Pills long ago, due to his high consumption speed of the Chaos Spiritual Pills. On this day, Huang Xiaolong retreated from his cultivation, and shook his head wryly as he saw the rapidly diminishing amount of top-grade Chao spiritual herbs. Despite his mad shopping spree at the High Martial World and Royal Buddha Great Worlds, there weren't many of these top-grade Chaos spiritual herbs left inside the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space. The top-grade chaos spiritual herbs left inside the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space could barely support his cultivation needs for a year. In other words, if he still couldn't break through to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm within the year, he would have to go look for more top-grade chaos spiritual pills in otherworld surfaces. During his travel with Li Lu and Yao Qi, he had probably swept all the available top-grade chaos spiritual pills in the Vientiane world. Of course, there were not many top-grade chaos spiritual pills that he could buy in a remote world surface like the Vientiane world. In the blink of an eye, another half-year went by. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi had toured almost every corner of the Vientiane world during this half-year's time. After that, neither Li Lu nor Yao Qi entangled Huang Xiaolong to spend more time with them, as both of them knew that Huang Xiaolong was trying to break through to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm. Therefore, they left Huang Xiaolong alone to enter seclusion for cultivation. Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars sat cross-legged inside the Dragon Shark Flying Ship's cultivation room number 1. Consecutive top-grade chaos spiritual pills exploded softly in the air, turning into a river of medicinal energies that circled around Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars. With every complete circle, the 4 of them swallowed a portion of the medicinal river. By the time this river of medicinal energies shrunk down by half, golden ribbons of lightning flashed from Huang Xiaolong's forehead as several thousand top-grade chaos spiritual pills flew out, exploding and merged with the existing river of medicinal energies. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads were emitting radiant rays of lights. Within his 3 supreme godheads, God force was abundant and robust like the morning sun, rising higher and shining brighter, threatening to spill out from his 3 supreme godheads. Huang Xiaolong was bathed in a bright flickering light as various elements of God force swirled around him. As time passed, Huang Xiaolong entered an ethereal state. The river of medicinal energies shrunk as Huang Xiaolong and his avatars absorbed its energies, then enlarged again when it was supplemented by top-grade chaos spiritual pills from the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space. The cycle kept repeating for 5 months until one day, suddenly, a blinding light exploded from Huang Xiaolong's body. Initially, it was only a small dot of light about the size of a grain of sand. But then this dot enlarged at a rapid pace into a whirlpool of light that started devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and light frenziedly. This light covered Huang Xiaolong's body entirely, seemingly reaching its limit, and exploded. A resounding boom shook the cultivation room. Subsequently, consecutive cracking noises sounded from Huang Xiaolong's body, akin to lightning strikes, as if cracks were appearing in the depths of the chaos. Huang Xiaolong's momentum continued to rise, climbing higher. Tempestuous god force of different elements clashed in his surroundings. And this went on for half a month before the cultivation room number 1 was peaceful again. Seemingly, the tempestuous god force was an illusion. Huang Xiaolong threw his head back and let out a roar. His roar reverberated in the air, crossing 10,000 li radius space. As the Dragon Shark Flying Ship was anchored in space outside of Vientiane world, Huang Xiaolong was not worried about alarming the people of Vientiane world with his roar. He had finally broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm. Huang Xiaolong couldn't control his laughter as he felt the vigorous and startling energy coursing through his body. Every part of his body felt comfortable, and his heart and mind were buzzing with energy. He had felt so vibrant before. After venting out some of his euphoria, Huang Xiaolong became a little calmer. As an afterthought, he took out the Netherworld King's Jade. Since he had broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm, his preliminary goal was to refine the Netherworld King's Jade before exiting his seclusion. Looking at the Netherworld King's Jade in his hand, his excitement boiled up once again. This was the Netherworld King's Jade, an item born together with the Lord of Hell. This Netherworld King's Jade could possibly contain the Lord of Hell's heritage. When his turbulent emotions truly calmed down, he tried activating the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's formation. When his 3 Supreme Godheads' God Force entered the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, the core formation began to turn slowly, which he had never been able to manipulate before. Huang Xiaolong was delighted at this result. Though it was now certain that he could control the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, Huang Xiaolong did not jump into refining the Netherworld King's jade recklessly. Instead, he familiarized himself with the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's power. As Huang Xiaolong continued to familiarize himself with controlling the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, streaks of Golden Dragon lightning buzzed as they rotated around over his two arms. Though these streaks of lightning were only slightly thicker than a thread, Huang Xiaolong could sense the terrifying destructive power within them. Huang Xiaolong casually pointed his finger, and a streak of lightning shot out, passing through the dragon shark flying ship's wall to outer space. And in the far distance, a small hole appeared in space. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely astonished by this result. The Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's attack is so damn powerful. Even a mid-10th order Ancestor God Realm Master's attack would fail to execute this much degree of attack power. With a wave, Huang Xiaolong merged the lightning streaks winding around his arms into a lightning beam and shot it into the distant space. Rumble. Far away, a hole appeared in space with violent hurricanes sweeping out in all directions. Huang Xiaolong has once again astounded. An hour later, as Huang Xiaolong became more apt in controlling the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's power, his attacks with the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi power grew more powerful and lethal. Huang Xiaolong felt at ease and confident in controlling the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi's power half a day later. With that, he turned his attention to the Netherworld King's Jade. Finally, it was time to refine the Netherworld King's Jade. Huang Xiaolong made an effort to calm his excited emotions and gradually entered an ethereal state. Subsequently, his three supreme godheads' godforce flowed into the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation. Streaks of Golden Dragon Lightning Chi appeared on the surface of his skin and landed onto the Netherworld King's Jade. The instant the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi came in contact with the Netherworld King's Jade, a burst of black light surged out from the Jade token. This black light condensed into a darkness archdevil sitting in cross-legged posture, hovering above the Netherworld King's Jade. Darkness element energy roiled around the surreal archdevil, seemingly blocking the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi's entry. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised watching this. This darkness archdevil was probably the first restrictive formation of the Netherworld King's Jade. Huang Xiaolong continued to channel his three supreme godheads' godforce into the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, enhancing the flow of Golden Dragon Lightning Chi into the Netherworld King's Jade. Moments later, the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi formed a sea of Golden Dragon Lightning Chi around the darkness archdevil, which was roiling angrily. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, half a day passed. With its constant attacks, the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi finally began to chip away the darkness element energy around the archdevil, and disappeared entirely within 3 days. The archdevil submerged within the sea of Golden Dragon Lightning Chi, disintegrating inside it. However, it consumed too much god force to activate the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, and it was exhausting even though Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm and had 3 supreme godheads. Every time Huang Xiaolong felt his god force was not going to hold on any longer, he dropped 1,000 top-grade chaos spiritual pills into the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, turning them into robust medicinal energies in an instant to replenish his 3 supreme godheads. A month later, after exhausting over 20,000 top-grade chaos spiritual pills, the darkness archdevil was finally vanquished. There was nothing blocking the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi from entering the Netherworld King's Jade anymore. But a radiant black light was flickering unsteadily from the Netherworld King's Jade. Suddenly, a violent and overwhelming darkness element energy swept out from the Netherworld King's Jade, like a volcanic eruption that was aiming to drown Huang Xiaolong. Although Huang Xiaolong was prepared, this darkness element energy was too overbearing as it rushed in and took over every corner of his body. Due to the darkness element energy, the 4 divine fire spirits within Huang Xiaolong's internal organs seemingly fell into a slumber, and the Moon Jade heavenly spiral shell's silvery radiance dimmed. Rumble. The moment the darkness element energy drowned his 3 supreme godheads, Huang Xiaolong started feeling like he was suffocating in hell. His surroundings were filled with blinding darkness and an intense scent of blood. There was no sky above, and no earth under his feet. There was nothing in front of him or behind him. Moreover, there was an erosive power hidden within the permeating blood scent and the darkness that had begun devouring Huang Xiaolong's soul. Solid as Huang Xiaolong's soul was, it was weakening under this erosion. In less than a day's time, his soul's fire was akin to a candle burning at its end. If his soul's fire would get extinguished, then Huang Xiaolong would fall into a slumber for eternity and waste away to his death. When Huang Xiaolong's soul's fire was about to go out, there was a flickering light from Archdevil Supreme Godhead. The light grew brighter and stronger, and as the light intensified, Huang Xiaolong's feeble soul's fire became stable, brighter, and stronger. Huang Xiaolong's soul's fire lit up the surrounding darkness. It started with 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and lastly, every corner of this piece of hell was lit up. Suddenly, the space where Huang Xiaolong was trapped was filled with rumbling noises, as his soul started integrating with this piece of hell. At the same time, the surrounding darkness element energy also started merging with his three supreme godheads. The days flowed by. A long time later, Huang Xiaolong awakened and opened his eyes and discovered that he was still inside the dragon shark flying ship's cultivation room number 1. The Netherworld King's jade hovered in front of him, emitting a soft halo. But when Huang Xiaolong checked his internal situation, he was frightened. The late 8th Order Ancestor God Realm. His cultivation had actually advanced several orders consecutively until the late 8th Order Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic, as he hadn't expected to break through to the late 8th Order Ancestor God Realm by merely refining the Netherworld King's jade first-level restrictions and obtaining the darkness element energy. But cold sweat dampened Huang Xiaolong's back as he remembered the feeling of drowning in endless darkness. If it wasn't for his supreme darkness element godhead, his soul would have died, and there would have been nothing left but an empty shell. I wonder how long has passed? Huang Xiaolong wondered as he put away the Netherworld King's jade into his body. He exited the cultivation room and asked Xianxia. 5 years had passed since he had entered the cultivation room. 5 years. Huang Xiaolong sighed in relief. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong immediately ordered the dragon shark flying ship back to the Fortune Gate. He was planning to resolve the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body before attempting to refine the Netherworld King's jade's second restriction. He was confident that his current late 8th Order Ancestor God Realm strength was enough to do so. There were 12 years left until the Fortune Gate headquarters recruitment deadline. Therefore, there was enough time for him to refine the Netherworld King's jade's second restriction. Soon, Huang Xiaolong was back at the Fortune Gate and met up with Li Lu. Her eyes shone with anticipation when Huang Xiaolong told her that he was going to resolve the evil spirit inside her body. Xiaolong, have you already broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm? 7th Order Ancestor God Realm? Huang Xiaolong blanked for a split second but swiftly nodded his head. That wasn't inaccurate either. Li Lu and Yao Qi were very happy to hear that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong was a little speechless seeing the level of their happiness. Do they need to be so happy hearing that he had broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm? A while later, Huang Xiaolong began helping Li Lu to resolve the ancient nefarious nightmare soul inside her body using the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. If Huang Xiaolong's cultivation would have been merely at the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, it would have taken him quite an effort to resolve the ancient nefarious night soul. But with Huang Xiaolong's current late 8th Order Ancestor God Realm, he was completely eradicated the ancient nefarious nightmare soul in less than half an hour. Huang Xiaolong inwardly sighed in relief as he looked at Li Lu enshrouded in a halo of light as she sat meditating. He left the room without disturbing her. After the nefarious nightmare soul was killed, it had turned into a vast source of pure energy, so it was going to take Li Lu some time to refine and absorb this amount of pure energy. When refining the nefarious nightmare soul's pure energy, Li Lu was also going to be able to absorb the 2 God King's Buddha pellets over time, and her cultivation would reach a new height after absorbing all these energies. Currently, Li Lu's cultivation was at the 8th Order Ancient God Realm, but by the time she would have absorbed the God King's Buddha pellets and the nefarious nightmare soul's energies, she would have most likely advanced to the First Order Ancestor God realm. Before leaving the room, Huang Xiaolong laid out a spiritual energy gathering formation around Li Lu to increase her speed and smoothen her process in refining the God King's Buddha pellets and nefarious nightmare soul's energy. Xiaolong, how's younger sister Li Lu? Yao Qi was waiting outside the room. When she saw Huang Xiaolong, she immediately approached him and inquired about Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong gave her a reassuring smile. With your hubby here, of course, there was no problem. Yao Qi was relieved at his words, but then spat disdainfully. Who's your wife? Huang Xiaolong stared at her as the corners of his mouth curved into a wicked smile. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's wicked smile, her heart started racing inexplicably, and her cheeks turned red. Next, Huang Xiaolong heard her stammering voice. Why you? What are you doing looking at me like that? Yao Qi wifey, it's been a long time since we did that. Huang Xiaolong laughed softly. Yao Qi turned red down to her neck. She abruptly turned to leave, stating in a fluster, I'm going to cultivate. Huang Xiaolong was quick to follow her and said, I'll go cultivate with you. Who wants to cultivate together with you? But I want to cultivate together with you. No. This time around, the cultivation duration was longer than usual. It was so long that it broke previous records. Huang Xiaolong was making up for lost time, which he had spent cultivating. Several months later, there was trepidation in Yao Qi's eyes when she looked at Huang Xiaolong, as if she was looking at a hungry, ferocious beast. Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion once more, and this time, it was to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's second restriction. A few months ago, when Huang Xiaolong had first refined the Netherworld King's Jade, some information related to the Netherworld King's Jade had appeared in his mind. The Netherworld King's Jade indeed contained the Lord of Hell's heritage, but the way to obtain the Lord of Hell's heritage could only be known after he passed through the third restriction. Due to Huang Xiaolong's previous experience refining the Netherworld King's Jade, this time, he was more familiar with the refining process. He activated the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, and streaks of Golden Dragon Lightning Chi flew out from his arms and fell onto the Netherworld King's Jade, and headed straight towards the second restriction. When the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi reached the second restriction, similar to the first time, the Netherworld King's Jade emitted a radiant black light that condensed into a Darkness Archdevil. As expected, this Darkness Archdevil was stronger than the first restriction's Darkness Archdevil, from its momentum to its darkness element energy. When the Golden Dragon Lightning Chi approached the Darkness Archdevil, it was immediately repelled back by the Darkness Archdevil. However, the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Chi was the bane of all darkness element creatures, evil creatures, and also archdevils. Hence, the Darkness Archdevil could only repel the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Chi and not dispersed it. As the streaks of Golden Dragon Lightning Chi accumulated, it formed a golden lightning ring around the Darkness Archdevil. The Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Chi began to corrode away the Darkness Archdevil's darkness element energy. Even though Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had advanced to the late 8th Order Ancestor God realm, the difficulty of burning away the second restriction's Archdevil was more than twice as hard as the first restriction. Not to mention, the God Force consumption was higher as well. It took 4 months for the Darkness Archdevil to disintegrate. The boundless hell, blinding darkness, and waves of blood scent appeared once again. Inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom's Assembly Shrine, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were frowning. Why is that kid still in seclusion at this point? Blood Knife Ancestor grumbled. There's only 5 years left until the headquarters registration deadline. Even though he has the Dragon Shark flying ship, he will need that much time to rush to the headquarters. If he doesn't come out soon, he will miss the deadline. Golden Brow Ancestor suggested solemnly. Let's wait for another month. If that kid still doesn't come out, we can only have Senior Xianxia force him out regardless. But his eyes bent into crescents as he smiled and said, I wonder what realm is that kid now? I've heard that when he came out of seclusion a few years back, he had successfully broken through to the 7th Order Ancestor God realm, and helped Li Lu to resolve the evil spirit in her body. Blood Knife Ancestor chuckled happily. According to that kid's scary cultivation progress, maybe he's already a mid-8th order ancestor god realm. Golden Brow Ancestor snickered. Based on Xiaolong's scary battle prowess, even at the mid-8th order ancestor god realm, who's to say he can't battle you? Blood Knife Ancestor chuckled. Though that kid's battle prowess is shocking, he needs to reach 9th order ancestor god realm first to fight me. In the blink of an eye, another month passed by. Just as the two of them were going to request Xianxia to contact Huang Xiaolong, they received news that Huang Xiaolong had just exited his seclusion. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor exchanged a glance. Let's go take a look at that kid. They turned into two streaks of light across the sky and disappeared. Shortly, the two of them met up with Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia in Vientiane World's outer space. Kid, you're finally out. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed happily seeing Huang Xiaolong. If you wouldn't have come out right now, we would have smoked you out from your seclusion. Huang Xiaolong grinned. I've made masters worried. Golden Brow Ancestor laughed. 1 month ago, Blood Knife Ancestor and I were guessing your cultivation realm, once you would come out. You've already broken through to the mid-8th order ancestor god realm, right? Huang Xiaolong's grin widened as he responded, this time, I would like to take this opportunity to spar with masters. Masters? Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were both stunned, and looked at Huang Xiaolong to confirm that he wasn't joking. After all, Golden Brow Ancestor was a peak early First Order God King Realm Master. Blood Knife Ancestor snickered at Golden Brow Ancestor. Look! This kid's arrogance has no bounds. He thinks after breaking through to the 8th Order Ancestor God Realm, he could battle a God King Realm Master. Then he turned to Huang Xiaolong and laughed. All right then. It's been a long time since I've loosened my muscles. Today, I'll play with you. But I warn you in advance that my great blood knife technique has improved recently. So watch out. Huang Xiaolong chuckled nonchalantly at Blood Knife Ancestor's words. Second Master, don't worry. Use your full strength. My true dragon physique is not so fragile. Blood Knife Ancestor looked at Golden Brow Ancestor and snorted. Listen to what he's saying. He's planning to use his true dragon physique to withstand my blood knife. Golden Brow Ancestor frowned slightly when he heard that Huang Xiaolong was planning to use his true dragon physique to counter Blood Knife Ancestor's blood knife. He advised Huang Xiaolong, Xiaolong, your second master's blood knife is not weak, so it's better you put on the golden divine armor I gave you. Although Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique's defenses were strong, according to Golden Brow Ancestor's judgment, it wasn't enough to withstand Blood Knife Ancestor's blood knife. Huang Xiaolong could only nod his head and agree. Okay. A golden light flickered as a golden divine armor appeared over his torso. Right at this time, a blood-red light soared from Blood Knife Ancestor's body, and his momentum accelerated as he executed his great blood knife technique. The boundless waves of blood chi surging out from Blood Knife Ancestor's body seemed corporeal, blocking out everything else in a cloak of violent and chilling coldness. When Blood Knife Ancestor's momentum reached the peak, he made his move. Little guy, watch out. Since he was worried that Huang Xiaolong would be injured by his attack, Blood Knife Ancestor cautioned him. Then, rays of blood-red knife chi shot out from the boundless waves of blood knife chi. These rays of blood-red knife chi were akin to radiant red suns that eclipsed all other colors in the world. Feng Er, Gui Er, and the rest spectating from the distance were shocked by Blood Knife Ancestor's momentum. When the overwhelming rays of blood chi were about to submerge Huang Xiaolong, he raised his palm and lightly slapped in front of him. The bright rays of blood knife chi dispersed like dazzling fireworks. But Huang Xiaolong's palm force did not stop there, and it rushed on towards Blood Knife Ancestor. Blood Knife Ancestor was akin to a small bird that was being swept away by a hurricane, tumbling into the air and being plummeted down with a boom. Blood Knife Ancestor shattered a mountain peak, and rocks and gravel flew out in various directions. Golden Brow Ancestor, who had been previously worried that Huang Xiaolong would be injured by Blood Knife Ancestor, blanked as his gaze fell upon Blood Knife Ancestor amongst the rubbles. In the distance, Feng Er, Gui Er, Xianxia, Su Baisheng, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi were all dumbfounded. Only the little cow was calm, as if everything was as it should be. Clearly, she had expected this to be the outcome of this sparring match. A while later, Blood Knife Ancestor flew out from the rubbles and ascended in the air until he was at the same height as Huang Xiaolong. He glanced at Huang Xiaolong while patting the dust off his robe. He laughed as he scolded. "My mother, you kid nearly took your master's life. Couldn't you have mercy on your master? And how could you attack your master so ruthlessly?" Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. His attack had been lighter than light. He hadn't even used any god force, and merely a one-third of his true dragon physique's physical strength. However, he was surprised that Blood Knife Ancestor, who was a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Master, was not able to withstand even one-third of the strength of his physical attack. Not to mention, he had even held back some force at the end. At this time, Golden Brow Ancestor, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others came to their senses and stared at Huang Xiaolong with weird expressions on their faces. "Early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm," Golden Brow Ancestor exclaimed. That's right, after Huang Xiaolong had refined the Netherworld King's Jade's second restriction. His cultivation had advanced from the mid-8th Order to early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. To top it off, through the Netherworld King's Jade's darkness element energy tempering, even Huang Xiaolong had not been able to accurately determine the current strength of his true dragon physique. However, this small exchange with Blood Knife Ancestor gave Huang Xiaolong an estimation of his strength. Going forward, Huang Xiaolong could battle head-on against a First Order God King realm without even using his 3 Supreme Godheads' God Force, purely relying on his physical force. Considering this, if he were to use his 3 Supreme Godheads' God Force, the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's power, and the Yellow Springs Magic Robe, Huang Xiaolong would be able to defeat an average early Second Order God King Realm Master. Noticing the astonished gazes on him, Huang Xiaolong smiled shyly and explained, "In truth, early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm is nothing much, right?" Everyone nearly stumbled while standing. Early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm is nothing much? Especially, Blood Knife Ancestor, who was sent crashing into a mountain moments ago, had the biggest reaction. "Are you actually saying that an early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm is nothing much? Nothing much? This old man was sent flying. How dare you say it's nothing much? Early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm cultivation may be nothing much to most people, but Huang Xiaolong's early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm battle power greatly skewed the general norm about the early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm cultivators. More importantly, how long had it been since Huang Xiaolong had returned from the Royal Buddha Great Worlds? At that time, he was still a peak late 6th Order Ancestor God Realm. Now, he was already an early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. Not even 13 years. Hence, Blood Knife Ancestor's exaggerated reaction was understandable. Blood Knife Ancestor had been cultivating for several 100,000 years, but was still stuck at the peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm, whereas Huang Xiaolong, his darling disciple, had exceeded his achievements in merely several decades. When Blood Knife Ancestor calmed down, Huang Xiaolong grinned as he said, "Second Master, are your injuries all right? Can you hold on? How about another round?" The Netherworld King's Jade was a big deal, therefore, after giving it a careful thought, Huang Xiaolong had decided against telling Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor about the relationship between his speedy progress in cultivation and the Netherworld King's Jade. Blood Knife Ancestor's eyes widened fiercely hearing that Huang Xiaolong actually wanted to go for another round, and he scolded, "Go scram your eggs, you think I'm a fool? You kid are so monstrous now. So wouldn't it be like looking for abuse to go another round with you?" Everyone laughed hearing Blood Knife Ancestor's scolding. "Xiaolong, come. I will spar a little with you." Golden Brow Ancestor suppressed the astonishment in his heart and said smilingly. As his big master, he was truly anxious to know how Huang Xiaolong's true battle power compared with his own strength. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and agreed. Then, Golden Brow Ancestor fully released his momentum, and his Godhead's God Force circulated to the limit as his palm slammed down on Huang Xiaolong. Dazzling crepuscular rays of golden light burst from his palm. Learning from Blood Knife Ancestor's miserable loss from earlier, Golden Brow Ancestor used his most powerful attack from the Metal Cannon domain. Huang Xiaolong rushed forward instead of dodging, closing the distance in a single leap with his fist clenched and punched forth. Ararumble. The two clashed into each other. Even though Golden Brow Ancestor had executed the most powerful attack within the metal cannon domain, Huang Xiaolong had merely resorted to his physical strength, but still Golden Brow Ancestor staggered back, losing his balance due to the impact. Huang Xiaolong's second punch ensued. A dozen seconds later, Golden Brow Ancestor was screaming stop at the top of his lungs, clearly indicating that he was not sparring anymore. The others were astonished once again by this result. Xiangxun, Su Baisheng, and the rest could see that Huang Xiaolong had not used a shred of God Force during this whole time. Instead, he had purely relied on his body to defeat the peak early First Order God King Realm Golden Brow Ancestor. In the vast divine world, none of them had ever heard of an early 10th Order Ancestor God Realm who had defeated a peak early First Order God King Realm Master with just his physical strength in countless years. While everyone was still immersed in their astonishment, the little cow rubbed her belly and mumbled, "Have you finally finished fighting? My tummy's hungry." Everyone was speechless. Huang Xiaolong stayed at Vientiane World surface for another month, before he departed to the Fortune Gate headquarters. During this time, Li Lu was still refining the Buddha pellets and nefarious nightmare soul, and had yet to awaken. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had planned to leave after Li Lu had awakened. However, there was not much time left for the Fortune Gate headquarters recruitment deadline. He had to leave to make it in time for the headquarters assessment. Well, he could always come back after finishing the headquarters assessment. Huang Xiaolong naturally couldn't avoid spending some quality time with Yao Qi before leaving. Huang Xiaolong also gave her all of his top-grade chaos spiritual pills. After all, he had a lot of spirit stones that would allow him to purchase what he would need on the way to the Fortune Gate headquarters. Naturally, he also left some spirit stones for Yao Qi. Yao Qi and Li Lu also had access to the Sea Tribe's treasuries, and they could take whatever they wanted at any time. Therefore, they didn't lack spirit stones. After leaving the Vientiane world, Huang Xiaolong made a small detour to the Clear Spirit world to visit the Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu, and completely cleared the poison of 1,000 corpses from Guiyu's body with the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Qi. After Guiyu's poison of 1,000 corpses was resolved, his cultivation that had been stuck at the peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm for all these years could surely advance to God King Realm before long. The last time Huang Xiaolong had stopped by the Clear Spirit world to visit Guiyu when he was on his way to the High Martial world. During that time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached the late Second Order Ancestor God Realm, stupefying Guiyu, but this time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation gave Guiyu a fiercer shock. The 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. Guiyu was shocked and speechless. After visiting his master Guiyu, Huang Xiaolong made another pit stop at the Black Region World's Fortune Gate branch. Even though Huang Xiaolong had abolished Wang Yu's cultivation during his last visit, Guogang's appearance had interrupted his plans of scouring Wang Yu's memories for Sun Yi and Fang Chu's whereabouts in the divine world. Every day Huang Xiaolong went without killing Sun Yi and Fang Chu was akin to a thorn in his heart. However, when Huang Xiaolong reached the Black Region World's Fortune Gate branch, he found out that Wang Yu was expelled out of the Black Region World's Fortune Gate branch, after he had abolished his cultivation. From there, Wang Yu had gone missing, and no one knew his whereabouts. Huang Xiaolong searched the Black Region world for several days but didn't find any clues of Wang Yu's whereabouts. So in the end, he gave up and continued onwards to the Fortune Gate headquarters. Dealing with Sun Yi and Fang Chu had to be pushed back until after he had successfully entered the Fortune Gate headquarters. He also planned to return to the extraterritorial devil battlefield to open the Tianwu treasure and look for Grand Mist Aura, after becoming the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. Though his Grand Mist parasitic medium cultivation had improved over the years, the progress was too slow for his liking. At this rate, who knew when he would reach the third stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium, hence, he still needed to rely on the Grand Mist Aura. If his luck was good, enabling him to find the purple Grand Mist Aura, then it wouldn't take long for his Grand Mist parasitic medium to break through to the third stage. After getting the Tianwu treasure, he planned to head to the floating Twilight Land to search for the Blood-Eye Devil Steel's lower half. With the complete Blood-Eye Devil Steel, he would be able to break through to the God King realm by absorbing the darkness element energy within the lower half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. After advancing to God King realm, he would probably be able to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's third restriction. At that time, he would be able to learn about the Lord of Hell's heritage. The Dragon Shark flying ship was whizzing through the vast divine world space at startling speed, passing by one planet after another. As Huang Xiaolong had chosen to use the shortest route, they passed by many uninhabited planets along the way. Thus the surrounding environment seemed despondent and lonely. Now that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to early 10th Order Ancestor God realm, he could already condense Grade 9 Spirit Stones. Moreover, it was top Grade 9 Spirit Stones. The Dragon Shark flying ship was a little faster than before, fueled by top Grade 9 Spirit Stones. Based on the Dragon Shark flying ship speed, Huang Xiaolong had estimated that they would arrive at the Fortune Emperor Palace in 4.5 years' time. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong stopped for a while when passing by bigger world surfaces occasionally, and bought top-grade chaos spiritual pills to his heart's content. Unfortunately, even though these big world surfaces had an abundance of top-grade chaos spiritual pills, Huang Xiaolong still hadn't been able to find any Grand Mist-grade spiritual pills, no matter where he asked. It seemed like the little cow was right when she had mentioned that Huang Xiaolong could only find Grand Mist spiritual pills at the Heavens Avenue. At some point in time, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the cultivation room and began condensing Grade 9 Spirit Stones. After reaching the Heavenly Court, these Grade 9 Spirit Stones were going to come in handy when purchasing Grand Mist spiritual pills. Therefore, there was no harm in condensing more Spirit Stones. Inside the Dragon Shark flying ship, Huang Xiaolong would occasionally spar with Su Shi when he was feeling bored. Su Shi's cultivation was at the mid-second order God King realm. Therefore, he was the best grinding stone for Huang Xiaolong's current strength. When battling Su Shi, Huang Xiaolong could fully exert his full strength, which allowed both of them to battle heartily. Through his sparring battles with Su Shi, Huang Xiaolong's fighting skills kept improving further. Years passed. By the 4th year of their journey, Huang Xiaolong's strength had risen to peak early 10th Order Ancestor God realm, but he was still at a distance from advancing to mid-10th Order Ancestor God realm. Despite his 3 supreme godheads, True Dragon Physique, for Divine Fires, and the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool Space, his progress had slowed noticeably upon reaching the 10th Order Ancestor God realm. For other Emperor-rank Godhead geniuses, it was very common to cultivate for several thousand years, even several 10 millennia for their cultivation to advance from early 10th Order to peak early 10th Order Ancestor God realm. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong had 3 supreme godheads, and the ability to generate spirit stones to buy an endless supply of top-grade chaos spiritual pills. On this day, Huang Xiaolong headed to the control hall at the front of the ship, after exiting the cultivation room. Master, Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the others greeted respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and asked, "Where are we right now?" "We are at the Pacific River world surface, and up ahead is the Brimming Snow world surface," Su Baisheng answered respectfully. The Brimming Snow world? Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. He hadn't expected to come across a world surface with the same name as Li Lu's cultivation palace, back in the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Yes, this Brimming Snow world is a big world surface. There is a Fortune Gate branch there. Oh right, there is also a 9 Dragons Emperor Palaces branch. Xianxia supplemented. We'll stop to rest for a few days upon reaching the Brimming Snow Palace. Huang Xiaolong contemplated for a moment and announced to his group. Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and others complied respectfully. 2 days later, the Dragon Shark flying ship descended on the Brimming Snow world. Huang Xiaolong and the others stepped out of the Dragon Shark flying ship and met with white snowflakes floating down from the sky. The surrounding mountain range was all pure white, blanketed by snow. Huang Xiaolong's reached out to catch a falling snowflake. Surprisingly, the snowflake didn't feel icy. Not only the snowflake, but their surroundings also felt warm instead. This Brimming Snow world was frigid cold to the extreme during the Desolate Era. But several emperors of the Desolate Era joined hands and laid out a great desolate formation which resulted in today's Brimming Snow world. The little cow explained. Huang Xiaolong was a little shocked, as the great desolate formation that was laid by those emperors seemed overwhelmingly powerful, to actually change the nature of a world's surface. Not to mention, it had stayed intact for several billion years. Do you know why the Fortune Emperor Palace and Nine Dragons Emperor Palace have a branch here? The little cow suddenly asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was taken by surprise. Was there some reason or a scheme behind this? Because those emperors have left behind treasures inside that desolate grand formation. The little cow revealed. Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and the others who weren't aware of this were shocked by the little cow's revelation. Treasures left behind by several emperors. What could be those treasures? Huang Xiaolong mused with anticipation. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, the little cow grinned widely and said, "What? Interested? The treasures left behind by those kids are indeed quite good. But it's useless even if you're interested." Huang Xiaolong cast a confused look at the little cow. That's because the Great Desolate Formation has been monopolized by the Fortune Emperor Palace and Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. Only the Fortune Emperor Palace and Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's elders and above can enter the formation. The little cow explained, sounding a little schadenfreude. Huang Xiaolong blanked momentarily, then glared at the little cow. This old cow, why didn't she say so earlier? She had made him daydream for a second. At that moment, he wasn't even a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. So who knew how many years would have passed by the time he climbed to the position of a Fortune Emperor Palace's elder? The little cow went on as if she hadn't seen Huang Xiaolong glared at her. In truth, other than leaving some treasures inside the Great Desolate Formation, those kids also left something outside the formation. Huang Xiaolong and the others blanked for a moment. Then delight rose on Huang Xiaolong's face. "But you won't be able to take away that thing with your current strength." Before Huang Xiaolong could utter a word, the little cow nipped his hope in the bud. Huang Xiaolong felt his joy plummet to hell in a tumble. When Huang Xiaolong stared at the little cow with murderous intent, she cleared her throat nervously and appeased softly. "Though it's not possible to take it away at your current strength, Xianxia can do it." Only then did the murderous glint in Huang Xiaolong's eyes soften a little, only a little. As the Great Desolate Formation was located on the brimming snow mainland of Brimming Snow World, Huang Xiaolong's group determined the direction and flew off. 2 days later, the group stopped in the air above the brimming snow mainland. Seemingly, snowflakes were falling heavier on brimming snow mainland. It was white in every direction they looked, as layers upon layers of snow was blanketing their surroundings. Yet it didn't look chaotic. From a distance, the white scenery was pleasing to the eye. A thought flickered across Huang Xiaolong's mind. In the future, he could bring Li Lu here for sightseeing. Li Lu likes snow. Then, Huang Xiaolong's thoughts wandered off, thinking of Shi Xiaofei. Like Li Lu, Shi Xiaofei also had a special liking for snow. The others dared not nudge him or disturb him, as they saw Huang Xiaolong lost in his thoughts while looking at the falling snowflakes. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong spoke a few minutes later, breaking the silence. He soon started flying towards the brimming snow palace. After billions of years of changes due to the passage of time, cities had emerged around the periphery of the Great Desolate Formation, and the formation itself was located within the brimming snow city. An hour later, after paying the required spirit stones for the entrance fee, Huang Xiaolong's group entered the city. Upon entering the brimming snow city, their sights brightened at the exquisite and dreamlike buildings that were exuding celestial air. It was lively, but there was also a peaceful calmness. The blood battles outside seemed to have no relation here. Huang Xiaolong immediately took a liking to the city and smiled widely at his group. "Let's buy a residence in this city and stay for a few days, so that when he returned here in the future with Li Lu, Yao Qi, and even Shi Xiaofei, there will be a place for them to stay." But as Huang Xiaolong said this, a sharp snicker sounded from the side. "Where did a bumpkin like you run out from? You actually dare to say that you want to buy a residence in our brimming snow palace? Do you think you can afford it?" Huang Xiaolong frowned as he turned to look at the owner of this voice, and so did the others. A group of disciples was walking behind them. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dangerously, seeing the 9 dragons emblem on their robes. Disciples of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Seeing it was a group of 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples, Su Baisheng, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi's eyes turned slightly red with wrath. The 9 Dragons Emperor Palace continued to talk and joked amongst themselves. One of them looked at Huang Xiaolong and said sarcastically, "Brat, do you know how many spirit stones the cheapest residence in brimming Snow City costs? I'll tell you, so listen carefully. It's 100 million low grade 7 spirit stones. Did you hear that? Low grade 7 spirit stones. 100 million of it. 100 million low grade 7 spirit stones." Inwardly, Huang Xiaolong was genuinely a little surprised. 100 million low grade 7 spirit stones was equivalent to 50 million mid-grade 7 spirit stones, equal to 25 million high grade 7 spirit stones, or 12.5 million top grade 7 spirit stones. The majority of the divine world's first-rank forces wouldn't be able to afford it. As they saw shock flicker across Huang Xiaolong's face, the 9 Dragon Emperor Palace's disciples chortled, "Look at this brat's face." The 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples laughed loudly. "Come on, let's go. The Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple is here. We have go welcome him. Senior Brother Lin, I've heard that the Fortune Emperor Palace's Fang Xianxian is also here in our brimming Snow City. Is it true? Fang Xianxian is not someone we can discuss. But remember that she's going to be our Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple fiancé sooner or later. At that time, she would be our 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's young madam." In the past, when some disciples had talked about Fang Xianxian, the words had reached our Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple. Those people's tongues were cut off and their mouths were sewn shut because of that. As the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples were leaving, a cold glint flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. But his thoughts were interrupted when he had heard that Fang Xianxian was also in the brimming Snow City. This Fang Xianxian was most likely the same Fang Xianxian he had come across at the High Martial World's auction. A pretty young lady's face emerged from Huang Xiaolong's memories. "Why are you standing here foolishly? They are already gone." The little cow spoke in an untimely manner and interrupted Huang Xiaolong's thoughts. "That Azure Dragon disciple is chasing Fang Xianxian, so if you want to woo Fang Xianxian, then you need to eliminate that Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple first. Hee. Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow and kicked her as he scolded her with a short temper. "You talk too much. Come on, you lead the way." The little cow protested. "I'm someone even the ancient heavenly emperor needs to be courteous to. You kid better." Huang Xiaolong gave her another kick before she could finish, and scolded, "Lead the way." The little cow was finally quiet, and obediently led the way. Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, and the others raised their heads, awed by the sky, and pretended they did not see anything. Half a day later, with Xiangsun's help, Huang Xiaolong's group finally reached the location where the several emperors had left something outside the Great Desolate Formation, according to the little cow. However, when Huang Xiaolong saw what that something was, he was rendered speechless. Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, and the rest also had strange expressions on their faces. "This is the thing the several emperors have left behind?" Huang Xiaolong pointed at the single strand of hair in front of him and asked the little cow. His face was slightly ashen due to anger, but the little cow responded nonchalantly, "Don't underestimate this hair. It's an armpit hair left behind by a desolate-era divine beast, the heavenly python azure bovine. Armpit hair." Sweat trickled down from Huang Xiaolong's forehead to his neck. "This bovine hair is actually a spatial artifact," the little cow said quickly, before Huang Xiaolong broke out in violence. Huang Xiaolong and the others were dumbfounded. "Spatial artifact? This cow hair?" Huang Xiaolong still couldn't react. "What's so strange about this is that once your cultivation reached the Emperor realm, and you have comprehended space esoterics, you can refine anything into a space artifact," the little cow explained. Huang Xiaolong was amazed to hear that he would be able to forge anything into a space artifact after his cultivation would reach the Emperor realm. This ability was, a little heaven-defying. Then a thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind and he blurted out a question to the little cow. "Then is the whole divine world a space artifact?" Not only Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, and the others were dumbfounded, but even the usually nonchalant little cow was dumbfounded by Huang Xiaolong's unexpected question. Are you asking if the divine world is a spatial artifact forged by a peerless master? Can that be the same with the devil world, demonic world, Buddha world, and hell? The little cow mumbled. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Since anything in the universe could be forged into a spatial artifact, then there was a possibility that the divine world and similar big worlds were just some spatial artifacts with superspace sizes. The little cow's head swayed as she contemplated Huang Xiaolong's question. A while later, she shook her head and said, I have never thought of this question, but as far as I know, such a thing is not possible. You cannot imagine how big the divine world really is, and the universe doesn't have such a powerful master. If the divine world is really a spatial artifact forged by a master, then that master's power is too terrifying to even think of. Xianxia and Su Baixing nodded in unison, agreeing with the little cow's opinion, as they also thought that it was impossible. Actually, generations of my tribe's ancestors have felt that the myriad worlds were different spaces created by a great master with supreme god force. The little cow said with her head swaying left and right. But to do that, that master would have needed to integrate certain rules into these spaces, thus forming the divine world, devil world, demonic world, and many other different concept worlds. Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and others hadn't expected to hear that from the little cow. If what she said was real, then what realm would that peerless master have achieved? Then the little cow sounded grumpy. You bunch of kids are too idle, is it? What's the point of discussing this master instead? Better spend your time cultivating diligently. You can think about this when you're an emperor. Then, inside this heavenly python azure bovine's hair, are there chaos spiritual pills or spirit stones? Huang Xiaolong stopped asking about the myriad worlds and changed the subject, diverting it to the cow hair. Xianxia, Su Baixing, and the rest were also curious about what those several emperors had left behind. The little cow wiped away her grumpiness with a secretive smile as she said, There are too many eyes and ears here, so let's go back and talk. Huang Xiaolong and the others had an impulse to turn away from her. Then, let's go buy a residence. Huang Xiaolong gave the little cow a fierce glare, and then said to the rest. With that, Huang Xiaolong's group headed towards the trading houses located at the center of the brimming snow city. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace and Fortune Emperor Palace have been here for so many years, but they still haven't taken away the treasures from the Great Desolate Formation? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking the little cow, on the way to the city center. Naturally, the Fortune Emperor Palace and Nine Dragons Emperor Palace have Emperor Realm Masters, who are as powerful as the Great Desolate Formation in itself. So two emperors' joint efforts could surely break the formation, right? Hearing his question, the little cow chuckled sarcastically, then said with an underlying meaning, Some treasures can't be taken relying on your strength. One item is required to activate the Great Desolate Formation. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up instantly like shining beacons as he asked, Are you referring to that cow hair? Would that cow hair be the key to opening the Great Desolate Formation's core? The little cow chuckled. Your brain's not bad, and its reaction speed is quite fast. There was complacence in her voice. Xianxia, Su Baixing, and the others were flabbergasted by the piece of information. That cow hair was actually the key to opening the space at the Great Desolate Formation's core? Who would have thought of that? Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, while his heart raced with ecstasy. Does that mean, as long as he became an elder of the Fortune Emperor Palace, he could take out the treasures left behind by the several emperors inside the formation space? An hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the brimming Snow City's city center. Silver Fox Commerce. Huang Xiaolong stopped as the name of a splendorous shop caught his attention with an eye-catching silver fox emblem on its signage at the entrance. There was also a Silver Fox Commerce branch here in the brimming Snow City. Huang Xiaolong stopped merely for several seconds before he stepped into the Silver Fox Commerce, with the rest of his group following behind him. However, Huang Xiaolong was surprised to see a crowd inside the Silver Fox Commerce. His gaze swept around the lobby, and he immediately spotted the same group of Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples, following respectfully behind a young man. This young man had thick eyebrows, big ears, spirited eyes, and he was exuding a strong aura of being born with an imposing air. And standing beside that young man was a pretty young lady. Naturally, she was Fang Xianxian. Behind Fang Xianxian were the same two old women. That young man was, of course, the so-called Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple. The group of 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples had mentioned him earlier. Huang Xiaolong saw a familiar face beside Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple, the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy who had appeared in Vientiane World to rescue Feng Yingying. When Huang Xiaolong's group stepped into the lobby, the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's group and Fang Xianxian turned to look by reflex, and each of them had a different expression on their faces upon seeing Huang Xiaolong's face. "It's you!" 2 voices exclaimed almost simultaneously. One of the voices belonged to the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy Li Chuanhao, and the other voice was Fang Xuanxuan's. The Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple was caught off guard for a second. Then he looked at Huang Xiaolong carefully because clearly he hadn't expected Li Chuanhao and Fang Xianxian to know this black-haired young man. The group of 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciples were the most shocked as they saw Li Chuanhao and Fang Xianxian knew Huang Xiaolong. The Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple Chen Zhao asked Li Chuanhao, "Chuanhao, you're familiar with this friend?" "Friend." Li Chuanhao glared hatefully at Huang Xiaolong, then respectfully reported to the Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple Chen Zhao, "Both he and my junior sister Feng Yingying comes from the Vientiane world." He stole a glance at Fang Xianxian before continuing. "He's a disciple of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch." Although Li Chuanhao hadn't mentioned it clearly, Chen Zhao could see from Li Chuanhao's expression that there was a deep grudge between him and this Fortune Emperor Palace's branch disciple. Fang Xianxian blinked her eyes at Huang Xiaolong and smiled. "Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you come here because you knew that I was here? What a coincidence. By the way, have you finished eating those flaming white phoenix divine fruits you got at the auction?" Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly at her words. As expected, women were vengeful creatures. He merely won the bid for the flaming white phoenix divine fruits, and so many years had passed since then, but this woman still remembered it. Also, she knew very well that it was purely a coincidence that they had met there, and he definitely had not come to the brimming snow city because of her. She had simply said that to direct the Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple Chen Zhao's hatred onto him. As Huang Xiaolong had expected, the look in the Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple Chen Zhao's eyes was not so amiable anymore. "It was a surprise that Miss Fang is in brimming Snow City. I'm merely passing by the city, and came into the Silver Commerce Fox to purchase a residence, stay a few days, then set off," Huang Xiaolong stated calmly. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't care what Chen Zhao thought of him, he still clarified his intentions. "Purchase a residence?" Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple Chen Zhao interjected and said to Fang Xianxian, "Sister Xian, does this branch disciple have enough spirit stones to afford a residence in brimming Snow City?" In other words, he didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong, who was merely a Fortune Emperor Palace's branch disciple, could afford a brimming Snow City residence.